Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Erik Voss, and this is New Rockstars' ultimate breakdown of Andor, the greatest Star Wars series we have seen to date. This video is a compilation of our breakdowns of all 24 episodes across Season 1 from 2022 and Season 2 from 2025. Yes, we're gonna go back through the gripping story of Cassian Andor, his adoptive mother Marva, and how her rallying cry against the Empire lived on through Cassian, Bix, and the legacy Cassian left behind in the final shot. The haunting story of Luthen Rael, the walking phantasm of the rebellion, and the poignant way his journey ended in a spark for Clea. The cruel fates of Cyril Karn and Dedra Meero as loyalists to an imperial machine that never valued them. The rich inner worlds of rebel leaders Mon Mothma and Saw Gerrera, and the forever iconic words of Kino Loy, Nemec, and really all of these characters. We are publishing this compilation now because, well, we think the world really needs it right now. And also, we are seeing the end of an era at Lucasfilm as longtime president Kathleen Kennedy is stepping down to be replaced by co-presidents Dave Filoni and Lin-Manuel Brennan. Dave Filoni rose from an animator on the Clone Wars series to really the living creative brain trust of all things Star Wars through his work on Rebels, The Mandalorian, and Ahsoka. Lin-Manuel Brennan was a 16-year veteran at ILM who has been working alongside Kennedy as Lucasfilm's executive vice president and GM. So now these two will report up to Alan Bergman, head of the Disney Film Group, who will be reporting to incoming CEO Josh D'Amaro. Looking back at this era of Star Wars, from the sequel trilogy films to Rogue One and Solo, and Dave Filoni's Rebels series, Galaxy's Edge, and the Disney Plus series, those both with Dave Filoni's involvement and without, Andor, created by Tony Gilroy, in my opinion, rises above them all as the best thing produced by Star Wars from this era. Now, there was some mixed reporting as to Dave Filoni's opinion on Andor. The Wrap published a story on January 16th claiming that Filoni disliked the series, but then they updated and paywalled the article when Lucasfilm denied this rumor, though the writer of the article maintains the rumor was based on multiple sources. I don't know, there are plenty of instances where Dave Filoni publicly praises the Andor series.
The bottom line is, whatever we do, it has to be really well done. I think when you look at something that is taken as different like Andor, it's so well done, and Tony and his team do such a phenomenal job that I think that there's an audience for that.
I think the ride or dies for Andor are most interested in Filoni's opinion of it because we're genuinely worried that Lucasfilm might never again make Star Wars titles like this. I really hope that's not the case. And so I will take any and every opportunity to remind everyone, especially right now, how great Andor truly was, including releasing this compilation at a seemingly random time for the viewers who have asked us to compile certain of our past breakdowns in one big video because they prefer watching YouTube that way. So in this video, you're gonna see my 12 season 1 breakdowns from 2022, back when I looked and sounded different, largely because I shot videos in a storage nook in my apartment. And then we're gonna jump ahead to the 4 season 2 breakdowns of 3 episodes at a time from 2025, when I looked like my older self because I became a dad in the years in between. I'm gonna keep in any theories or speculation that ended up being disproven by future episodes for posterity's take, because that was all part of the fun of watching these episodes in real time. And I'm gonna end this video with a kind of state of Star Wars segment. Everything we know about the status of all the projects as Kathleen Kennedy is stepping down and Dave Filoni and Lin-Manuel Brennan are taking over. Will The Mandalorian and Grogu suck, especially compared to how hard Andor rocked? Hey, stick around to the end of this compilation to get my thoughts on all of that. So here we go, our breakdowns of all 24 episodes of Andor. This is a breakdown of Star Wars Andor, episode 1. I am going to break down all of Star Wars Easter eggs and the subtle details that make this show so great. So every Star Wars Disney Plus title opens with a red and blue lit series of familiar droid faces and metallic helmets. This one is updated to include B2 EMO, or B2, the ground mech salvage assist unit new to this series. The Andor title card shows an eclipse in space, the crescent of that planet becoming a rudimentary version of the Rebel Alliance symbol, representing Cassian Andor's evolution from an undefined planet hopper to a fully fledged rebel soldier. We open on the rainy planet of Morlana 1, where the title lists the year as 5 BBY. Now, if you've been following Star Wars, you know that BBY and ABY stand for before the Battle of Yavin and after the Battle of Yavin. In this case, 5 years before the events of A New Hope and Rogue One. What's interesting here is that this is the first time where BBY has actually been used on screen in a Star Wars show or movie. BBY and ABY have certainly been used among fans, and the new Essential Chronology reference book from 2005 suggested some in-universe characters use the Battle of Yavin as a kind of calendar year 0, but Star Wars has never until now actually shown the letters BBY on screen. But this series is clearly trying to match Rogue One, which did use on-screen titles for locations, and this Rogue One prequel prequel series is essentially a ticking clock toward that battle. Preox Morlana is the name of a private corporation contracted by the Empire to oversee this system and run their security internally, kind of like the Weyland-Yutani Corporation from the Alien franchise. Grand Moff Tarkin had kind of a smug outlook that was all about delegation, how just the fear of the Death Star and the regional governors would keep everyone in line. This is an extension of that. They're literally contracting their security out to a private company. Now, all this rain over the walkway lamps, the amazing synthy score from composer Nicholas Britell, the security hovercraft in the background with their searchlights, all of this gives off a noirish cyberpunk feel, akin to Blade Runner, which is also the influence for the Rings of Kafrene in Cassian's intro scene in Rogue One. Cassian passes these display bubbles with some folks to have some fun with, folks to maybe fight or to bet on, and in the background you can hear a female worker saying,
"No credit, no nonsense."
Yeah, that sounds a lot like the voice of the freaking midwife droid on Polis Massa in Revenge of the Sith. According to StarWars.com, Ooba is kind of a comforting cooing sound. So one of these Morlana workers is pitching themselves with the warm bedside manner of an OBGYN. That big mean empire's so hard on you, baby. Let's relax and Ooba. Inside, some holoprojectors beam a dancer, reminding us of the holoprojected Twi'lek dancer watched by the partisans on Jedha in Rogue One. So Cassian is looking for a girl from Kenari, but the hostess says that they have a girl from Tahina, who she says has those big dark eyes that you're looking for. Both planets are new to Star Wars, and the suggestion really is that people from Kenari and Tahina have dark features. Cassian asks for the name of the Kenari girl that the hostess had seen, and the hostess says,
"Nobody here gives their real name."
An interesting stated theme for this series. This will be a show about deceit. People's declared identities are rarely who they really are. The two cops, Kravas and Verlo, chase down Cassian because this is an employee-only area off limits to people not on the corporate payroll. This whole idea of company towns is also explored in Loki with the Roxxon-owned Haven Hills, Alabama. A bit of biting the hand by directors on this platform that's owned by a studio that essentially runs company towns with their own legal jurisdictions. They ask,
"What have you swum over? You swim over, Sagrona."
Yeah, surrounded by water and literal bubbles in this opening sequence frames Cassian as a metaphorical, at least, evolutionary amphibian, transitioning from sea to land. The guy really has been adrift in an ocean, and he's now on a hero's journey to walk a path. After wrestling a blaster from their hands, Cassian says,
"Tell me what to do! Let's hear it, boss!"
Another motif throughout this episode, pretty much every scene ends with the character telling Cassian exactly what to do.
Make yourself useful!
Now go fix your face. Finish up. Get out. Don't come back.
He's still a wanderer who needs this direction. Now Verlo doesn't get up, and Kravas says,
You didn't mean it.
That thunderclap was kind of a thud of realization for Kravas. Don't make a guy feel like he has no other way out when he is still holding the gun on you. But Kravas still tries.
We played too hard with him and you didn't understand him. He tried to grab you and he fell and he hit his head. We're going together. I'll tell him what happened.
Yeah, coming up with this whole false story of what really happened. This tactic comes up throughout the episode from many characters. Specifically, Cassian later uses this with Brasso. There are two guys conspiring on an alternate version of the night before's events. It's almost like Cassian gets this from the Sentry. And on to the planet Ferrix. This is actually part of the same system as Morlani 1. Its name is likely based on the term ferrum, the Latin word for iron, which is why its chemical symbol is Fe, kids. Which reflects the rusty color of this planet, the way the ground is just rusty red, and all the scrap metal of these Clone Wars era ships being broken apart to build a new fleet for the Empire. The town of Ferrix is actually a practical set, constructed in a former quarry in the UK town of Little Marlow in Buckinghamshire, giving these actors a full town to walk around in, as opposed to the LED screens of the volume that's been used in other Star Wars live action productions. Our new favorite droid of B2EMO rolls past a building with Orbesh, translating to Ferrix D something, and then beneath, speeders available. In episode 3, this will be the building where they hijack those speeders to get away. B2 stops. These boars look like the Bladeback boar. This is from the Star Wars Galaxies game. B2 rolls up to sleeping Cassian on the ship that he took to Morlani 1, now parked in the shipyard.
Cassian, I brought what you told me. Cassian. Kassa. Kassa.
Kassa!
So B2 is voiced with an adorable stutter by Dave Chapman, a longtime voice actor who actually puppeteered BB-8. But in this show, they usually let the people who puppeteer the character also voice the character. Now, we don't know if in this scene B2 actually calls Cassian Kassa, or if Cassian hears the voice of the droid in his dream calling him what his sister Carrie called him. This flashback shows the planet of Kenari, where a riverside tribe of youths react to a Republic-era vessel crashing overhead. And I say Republic because if Andor is set in 5 BBY, anything before 14 years prior to that would be Clone Wars era or earlier. That was before the Republic gave way to the Empire. Notice as that ship crashes, a secondary explosion releases a trail of yellow smoke, clue that it was a kind of chemical bomb that caused this crash. One girl tries to signal it before another shuts her up. Now the leader is credited in the credits as Alpha 1, the shouting girl is Alpha 4, and we don't really have any other name for them than Alphas for now. Just an interesting choice to have these Kenari kids speak to each other without subtitles. Now we obviously don't need the translation, we can figure out what they're talking about based on the context, but the rare choice in Star Wars to not translate what people are saying keeps Cassian and his past at a bit of distance for the viewer. Like the camera could be that of a documentarian embedded with these refugees just along for the ride, and requiring us to just take all this in without any judgment. Cassian wakes up and asks B2 about who came asking for him while he was out.
Pausing for data lag.
Oh, this poor beat-up old-timer, and Cassian later asks him to lie.
I can lie. I have adequate power reserves.
I love it. It takes a droid extra power to lie. It's just a really cool commentary on how it really takes humans more energy to lie than to just be honest. As Cassian walks into town, the camera lingers on the town's bell tower, which we will see in future episodes. Striking metal is a key way that these workers tell time and communicate in other ways. Beneath the bell tower, we can see a bulky alien walking with industrial yellow plating on its head and back, maybe an exoskeleton to lift scrap metal. We see dozens of pairs of worker gloves hanging from a wall, kind of like punch cards for these workers to check in, but there's a few empty slots. Maybe some who died recently on the job. Cassian tells Brasso to tell people that they spent the night together drinking nog. Nog and Rev Nog come up a few times in this series. Sounds like an in-universe term for homemade booze. But Brasso agrees by adding to Cassian's fake story to include a fake part explaining why Cassian would have a bruise on his cheek. Notice how pretty much everyone Cassian talks to also comments on his injury. Just a reminder that in this Empire-dominated society, any change in the routine gets noticed and must have a cover story behind it. Back on Morlana 1, Deputy Inspector Cyril Karn makes a detailed report on those murders.
Have you modified your uniform?
Perhaps slightly. Pockets piping and some light tailoring.
I love commenting on an officer's uniform in Star Wars because yeah, that suit fits tight around his core and waist. On Chief Hines' screen, the Orabesh on the second line translates to Ferrix. So the answer to Karn's inquiry was actually right there on that screen, but Hines tells Karn not to pursue it.
2 dedicated Primor employees caught in the sad orbit of heroic calamity.
But they were murdered.
No, they were killed in a fight.
Yes, a third time characters try to concoct a false narrative out of convenience. Hein is on his way to Imperial inspection and doesn't want to have to report a recent crime. We see how this era is giving all of the people a strained relationship with the truth. Back on Ferrix, Cassian approaches a shop with Orabesh on the front, including the words conversion codes. Biggs detaches some parts. This looks like a pod racer engine. Her welding mask looks like the piece of a droid head. Cassian tells Biggs that he wants to sell her high-profile contact a valuable part.
I got an untraceable NS9 Starpath unit. Vector crystals and Imperial seal still intact.
This is an Imperial navigator that shows locations and the channels that the imps use to get from place to place. Vix's partner says,
"We betting on the Wobani run tomorrow."
Wobani is a location of the Imperial prison where Jyn Erso is detained in Rogue One. Wobani is actually an anagram for Obi-Wan. Sounds like these salesmen bid on scrapper runs to other planets, getting in on whatever gets found. Kind of like Storage Wars. I love how much we're learning about the low-level economy of this society right now. Back on Kenari, the Alphas see more yellow smoke rising from that crash site. They stir darts and poison, prepping some blow dart guns. And these Lord of the Flies kids streak their arms and faces in ash as a kind of war paint. Back in the present, Karn makes an astro traffic control officer, kind of like an air traffic control operator, check the charts from the night before. The junior officer speculates that the unknown cruiser could be an Orlean Starcab or a Davin. Orlean Starcabs are old scout vessels that are mentioned in the guidebook in the 90s role-playing game. Cassian gets stopped by Nurchi, who uses Vetch to try to intimidate Cassian.
He said all I needed to do was stand here.
Yeah, the actor who plays Vetch is Ian White, the actor who plays the giant 1/1 in Game of Thrones. The guy is 7'1", and again, I love that they let White physically play the part and voice the character. Meanwhile, the Orabesh on the shop behind them reads screens. As Tim tries to follow Bix, he loses her near a sign in Orabesh that reads droid parts, and above that from the opposite angle, you can see it reads service as Bix passes a gonk droid, and on that droid shop wall hang a few legs of protocol droids. Also, as Tim looks around, there's another parts shop sign in a different language. This looks like, at least now, Malhatese? Maybe something else? I just like that not all the signs are in Orbesh to show the diversity of races that live here. Bix walks into a repair shop, repair in the Orbesh there, but also out front hangs a bell or a wind chime, something later that the proprietor Solomon Pak will use to clang to signal other townspeople to act. Bix asks for a Bending Mesh Tech filter, Bending being a StarCraft company in universe that made the XR-12, but really this is a kind of code between Bix and Solomon for a communicator hidden in the cylinder column, and she communicates by flipping a series of switches to release a rhythmic beeping, kind of like an in-universe Morse code. An intel officer on Morlana 1 eats a mouthful of blue ramen, the Star Wars tradition of randomly blue food. They reference an imperial census that was done 6 years prior, so if this is 5 BBY, that census would have been an 11 BBY or 8 years after the imperial takeover. And another officer warns about cracking down too hard on Ferrix.
They have their own way of doing things.
I love all these little examples we're getting in this era of Star Wars about how hard it is to have any authority over all of these diverse planets and societies. In the shipyard, Cassian gets chewed out by the guard, Pegla, played by Kieran O'Brien, aka James Tart and Ted Lasso, Jamie Tart's a-hole dad. His boss, Zorby, barks over the PA.
What in the name of Chop is going on out there?
Chob. So Chob's knob is an expletive used by Bith in the Heir to the Jedi novel, and we learn that Pegla knows Cassian is switching out chip logs, and he knows that Cassian used this for something shady. We end the episode back in that Kenari flashback where Cassian leaves his sister behind. Yeah, that clacking percussion intensifies as we cut to black, as if to say Cassian's final glance at his sister is what hits him the hardest. When I'm hosting a video, I'm usually wearing a graphic tee from our merch partners at nerdriot.shop. I love the L Lives design inspired by the Hellfire Club on Stranger Things, or the Open Your Eyes design from that incredible Cyclops shot in the Avengers Doomsday X-Men trailer. When I'm off camera and in our chilly office, I'm usually in a Nerd Riot hoodie. Most of their t-shirt designs also come with long sleeve and hoodie versions, like the Wayland-Yutani logo or the MDR design inspired by Severance. Grab one of these in a Future Foundation mug to sip your hot cocoa, and you're all set for a cozy winter binge session on the couch. Buying something from Nerd Riot is a great way to support our channel and rep your favorite fandom. Check out all of the new designs at nerdriot.shop or click the link in the description below. This is a breakdown of Star Wars Andor Episode 2. After the opening title shots, including B2EMO with the droids and that Andor title with the Rebel Sigil, notice Nicholas Bertel's music is slightly different from Episode 1 to Episode 2. Yeah, Bertel adds a bit more of a gallop to these strings, as Cassian in this episode has to pick up his pace to stay on the move from the forces now hunting him down. Even in the final shot of the episode, our man has to break into a jog, but we open on Kenari in another flashback, as young Kassa's Alpha tribe hikes to the crash site. A reptilian creature or a large insect crawls down a tree. Now at first we assumed this thing's head was at the top until it moves, and we realized we had it backwards. Such is the case with Cassian Andor on this show. He is not truly defined until the guy has to move out of his stasis. As before, we do not get subtitles for these Kenari kids, nor do we need them. Notice they all wear scavenged, ill-fitting clothes of yellow, orange, and brown colors. One girl's clothes actually look like the orange Rebel pilot flight suit, whereas the taller, older kids can all step over that fallen tree to hop over it. Young Cassian's too short and has to sit on it and drag his butt over it, which is why he's having trouble keeping up. But they pass this vast pit that has been abandoned, and based on the dozens and dozens of terraces, it has been dug dozens of layers deep. We cannot even see the full rock bottom of this pit. You can see all these cave-ins on various sizes that have taken out the machinery and the infrastructure. So this project might have been attacked or bombed or sabotaged in some way, and then shortly after left behind, not even cleaned up. My theory is that Cassian and all these other alphas might have been the children of these excavators who died in the cave-ins. And the reason that their clothes are all matched and do not fit well is because those are the clothes of their parents and other workers who were working on the site who died. All this could explain why Cassian looks out at this pit with this look of wistfulness. Now back on Ferrix, there's a man credited as Time Grappler, a job that I would love to have, and he readies himself in the bell tower. Yeah, I love the ring of the hammers just by setting them down in the metal of that bell. Now this Time Grappler is played by actor Neil Bell. I know, perfect name, right? But this guy actually appeared in Dune as the Sardaukar Bashar, where he got to show off his amazing vocal talent. Now notice how this bell is a piece of metal folded on itself so that no part touches another part, And based on the swirls of black in that gray metal, this might be Beskar. Now we know from The Mandalorian in the Book of Boba Fett that there was an Imperial purge on Mandalore taking all of that planet's Beskar, but since Andor is set in 5 BBY, that would be years after this. I just love how dedicated this time grappler is to his job. There's no audience watching him. His movements are a kind of routine discipline, rage exertion, calculated to produce the most harmonic sound as possible from this metal, because this is a crucial function for the entire working town. Not only do they similarly bang metal to signal each other next episode, here everyone sets their clocks to this. The shipyard, the scrap workers, the shopkeeps. And so we see why Cassian needed such a firm alibi. This town does not stay awake at night. There's kind of a self-enforced curfew. Now, as Pegla turns off the shipyard lights, a few gaunt birds peck at the machinery, which I'm pretty sure are practical puppets. Unfortunately, these guys do not appear in the next wide shot though, which is a shame. These Disney Haunted Mansion birds need to be everywhere. These birds actually look like the steel pecker puppets that we saw in Jakku in The Force Awakens, but with their beaks painted black. Now the ships in this yard are all familiar models. The one closest to Pegla is the cockpit of a Y-Wing painted yellow, but its back engines might not be fully intact yet. It might be because the rebels would only now starting to be using these fighters from the Incom Corporation. Across the way on the right, painted blue and white, looks like the same model as the Bestoon Legacy, that's Ochi Starship from The Rise of Skywalker. And then in the back on the right, that looks like the VCX 100 Light Freighter, the same kind of model as the Ghost, Hera Syndulla's ship in Rebels. Now Bix and Tim see the message that Cyril Karn ordered to be flooded onto Ferrix's comms. More security seeking a Kenari male resident of Ferrix for questioning. Citizens with any information, please contact the Pre-Orcs Morlana security without delay. So it's not really common in Star Wars for human characters to be physically identified by their home planets like this. Like, it probably has happened, it's just not very common. Like, humans from Tatooine don't really look any different than humans from Naboo or planets from Corellia, despite the vastly different climates on those planets. But remember, last episode implied that Kenari is coded to mean having dark features, and there's definitely a parallel here in the way that real-world APBs often go out describing suspects with certain physical features. This series' first few episodes proceed with a pace and setting and theme similar to the slow burn of things like Spike Lee's Do the Right Thing and HBO's The Wire. Really, we're just living in a few days of a working life of an oppressed people with tensions rising and rising and rising to a boiling point, intercutting with cops who completely misunderstand this community, and really just because they're trying to avoid the ire of their bosses, who are completely disconnected from everything. Cassian returns home to meet Marva, played by Fiona Shaw, and it looks like Cassian pours himself some blue milk from a bottle. Of course, that's the Bantham milk that Aunt Beru pours in the 1977 film and shows up in Rogue One in the opening scene. Marva has B2 read aloud the security post and asks Cassian who else knows he's from Kenari.
We have always said Fest. Every doc I've ever submitted has always said you were born on Fest. Have you ever said anything other than Fest?
Fest is an Outer Rim planet first mentioned in Rogue One Visual Guide, a planet that gets savaged by the Empire, creating a kind of refugee crisis. Cassian snaps at Marva for telling close friends Jezzy and Samo that he came from Kenari, but Marva lists off all of his women.
Femi, Carla,
Stop!
There's something they don't even know.
Bubba Bix.
Oh, and let's not forget Monica, Erica, Rita, Tina, Sandra, Mary, and Jessica. Now we learn that Marva's name is Marva Andor, so the name Andor came from her. In this home hang some yellow and red work gloves. These might be the ones missing from the wall last episode. Assuming they belong to Marva, this tells us that Marva had continued to work for a long time and only stopped recently when she got sick. That's explaining why she needed medicine delivered. B2 reveals Bix tried to contact him, but Cassian's comms failed, setting up Cassian insisting that B2 use comms at the end of this episode, which we find out in episode 3 is quite an overcorrection. Cassian meets Bix later in a bar and thanks her for summoning her contact, and we see how he has wrapped his hand and rubs his knuckles in this moment, trying to hide the bloody knuckles he got when he fought those cops that he killed. But Tim oversees this and drunk snitches on Cassian. The screen at first reads insert credits and then call link in Orbesh. I love how that alien one phone over grumbles and turns away annoyed to have some privacy. Back on Morlana 1, the incoming screen reads wanted for questioning at the top, and then at the bottom it lists charges. And this Morlana 1 officer reads off Cassian's past charges.
Insurrection, destruction of Imperial property, assault on an Imperial soldier.
Now this holo-projected mugshot of Cassian seems to be a younger image of Diego Luna, either de-aged or maybe photos taken during Rogue One's production. Either way, he does not yet have the shiner that he has in these episodes. Back on Ferrix, a close-up of Tim's dinner shows more blue food. In this case, it kind of looks like blue Cheerios or like Fruit Loops, oops, all blue ones. And Karn meets Sergeant Linus Mosk, aka the Dwight Schrute of Morlana 1.
Velocity in the service of inspired leadership. Is there a worthy substitute? I think not.
He is played amazingly by Alex Ferns, aka the badass coal miner in Chernobyl who strips down naked to dig a runoff tunnel beneath the radiation leak. He's also Commissioner Pete Savage in The Batman. This guy's having a moment, and Linus says,
I've seen it, sir. Half measures. The Take it slow, the wait and see. It's a plague on discipline. Face your men, yourself, the rest of your life, knowing you did less than everything you possibly could.
Yeah, there's a subtlest implication here that Mosk might have let an opportunity for advancement go by in the past, and he's been kicking himself ever since. And he goes on with my favorite line of this episode.
There's fermenting out there, sir. Pockets of fermenting. And the best way to keep the blade sharp is to use it.
Pockets of fomenting. And remember, we know Karn loved to tailor his pockets, so Mosk must know that the way to Karn's heart is through them. Actually, podcaster Holly Frey on Twitter made an awesome thread about how Cyril Karn's costume might have actually been tailored uniquely by the show's costume department compared to the other pre-Morva uniforms like Mosk's, to show how he actually stitched part of the seam on his shoulder. Cassian retrieves from a hidden compartment on the ship his NS9 Starpath unit, where indeed that Imperial seal is still intact. And back in the Kenari flashback, the lead girl silently slides down the dirt into the debris trench, where yellow gas continues to waft up from the wreckage. Then we see Luthen Rael making his approach toward Ferrix, piloting a Fondor Hallcraft with a Fondor droid mod AI voice assisting him. Fondor is a planet known for its industrial shipyards and purple inhabitants mentioned in comics like Han Solo at Star's End and Darth Vader Strikes. Then as a time grappler wakes up the town, Bix wakes up to the super comforting sight of her previous night's hookup sitting in a chair staring at her. She asks for Caf, which is the in-universe Star Wars term for coffee, so Cassian gives B2 these comms, and B reminds him that only Cassian knows where Marva's cache of credits are, so if he were to die or get captured or have to leave, those credits would be lost. And as Marva looks for B, we see that there is a Bantha figurine on the shelf. Those are the big riding beasts that we see on Tatooine. I got to meet a big talking puppet version at Star Wars Celebration. I love these things. And also she finds the staff weapon that Cassian carried with him as a kid on Kenari, confirming to us that he has been in this room since he was a kid. Or like me, he's just a grown adult who likes to keep Star Wars toys lying around. Back in the flashback, the Alpha see the crew of that crashed ship, some with gas masks over their faces, all of their skin tainted yellow from the chemical detonation, but their uniforms bear the logo of the Separatist Hex icon. So this is during the Clone Wars, and these are Separatists, part of the Confederacy of Independent Systems. This is probably in the final years of the Clone Wars. Now, the Separatist that she passed before rises and immediately shoots her in the back. What a jerk. This girl's name sounds something like Monitu or Moniku, based on what the other kids are calling her. The others take down the Separatists with blow darts and crying carry off her body, but Cassian stays behind because he wants a taste of the goods. Meanwhile, adult Cassian approaches Zanwan's shop. The Orvesh on the outside of the building translates to Zanwan's, and Cassian fears what the guy researched about the planet Kenari.
Kenari, mid-rim, abandoned after Imperial mining disaster. Mining, everyone died. Abandoned and considered toxic, Imperial prohibition.
This might be the first time Cassian has heard how his home planet is listed, but it's interesting for them to call it an Imperial mining disaster, when those Separatist patches would have placed this probably before the Empire. But maybe there was something else going on there. Like maybe there was a kind of war crime that the Imperial records now wanted to cover up by calling it just a mining disaster. Or maybe something even worse happened there after all this went down. Either way, Cassian's now hearing how he left his sister behind on a toxic planet. Now, Karn and his unit traveled through hyperspace from Morlana 1 to Ferrix, which is a bit odd because I thought they were part of the same system. Cassian, I don't think, needed to go through hyperspace to go from Morlana 1 to Ferrix. So would they need a hyperspace jump to get there? I don't know, maybe I'm overthinking it. But Linus says,
There may be some local residents who are less than enthused with our presence. You may remind them that there's a territorial forum once a month where they are free to make official complaints.
Now notice how the younger soldiers scoff at this, while it looks like the older ones remain stone-faced. It's probably because these older guys remember a time before the Empire and before Pre-Mor's contract, and therefore might have a better idea of the rough types they're about to face on Ferrix. Meanwhile, Karn gives just a dog shit motivational speech.
There's no room for doubt on the path to success. And justice. Best of luck to us all.
And just how bad his speech is and their lack of enthusiasm just shows how these are not trained soldiers looking for a fight. They are private security dragged into this mission that they don't really care about. Now we get this nice quiet moment on the shuttle into town when Luthen gets pulled into small talk about how they're circling the landing zone. Kind of like when you're on a flight and the guy next to you is like, oh, we're just circling LAX. This flight was so expensive. What are we paying for? This guy's name is Willie and he's played by Ron Cook. Both he and Stellan Skarsgård appeared in the show Chernobyl. Skarsgård, of course, as Sherbina, and Cook as a maternity doctor. If you have not seen Chernobyl yet, it is probably the best thing that's come out on HBO in the past few years. Now, it's always interesting to hear the older characters of this era talk because they've seen so much change over their lifetimes, including Willie here.
I'm old enough. I first came here to drive in across the wasteland. They had a ground carry, drive right through. That was no bargain either. You make the round trip and taste it a week later. Just nasty.
Yeah, that taste he's referring to in his mouth was likely the iron powder from the Ferrix surface. And what does iron taste like? It is the taste of blood. This is at least partly why Luthen likely resents this propulsion dealer. Luthen totally would have preferred taking ground transportation, but only took this commercial shuttle to avoid suspicion. He is not disturbed by the taste of blood in one's mouth. And Willie leaves him with,
if you can't find it here, it's not worth finding.
and we end on the item Luthen is truly looking for, not that NS9 unit with the unbroken Imperial seal, but someone deft enough to steal something like that. Cassian Andor. And to protect himself, the blaster that Cassian carries is actually the K-16 Briar pistol from the Dark Forces game, the weapon carried by Kyle Katarn, a character that many believe actually inspired the character of Cassian Andor when they were creating him for Rogue One. This is a breakdown of Star Wars Andor Episode 3. The opening Andor title music has now evolved slightly from last episode to include composer Nicholas Britell's percussion. This is what he uses to take us back to the Kenari flashbacks like we heard at the end of episode 1. Then we cut to a shot peering from darkness at an octagonal hatch. This is a popular type of framing, like Jordan Peele's Nope opens this way, and you may remember the final shot of Lost Season 1 when the camera drops down into that hatch. Actually, this octagon is giving me major Dharma Initiative PTSD, but you know, that's just me, I know, I'm cuckoo. Or even Shawshank Redemption, when the warden discovers the hole behind that poster. This type of framing is often meant to show dangerous discovery, as if characters are crawling down the lens of the very camera we're shooting this through. And as they descend into this darkness, their worlds will be forever changed. The ladder rungs on the left tell us that this hatch was supposed to be vertical, but the ship has rolled on its side. Kassa's shoes are stuffed with rags so that they'll fit better. Really, all these kids' clothes seem scavenged from others, suggesting that they might have been the kids of the workers who died in that pit's mining disaster, whatever it was. The crew of the ship has yellow skin from the poison yellow gas that caused this crash. Their uniforms are marked with the separatist hexagon sigil, so again, these guys seem to, at least based on their clothes, have wanted to show some allegiance to the Confederacy of Independent Systems during the Clone Wars. Or maybe they're not separatists, I'll get into why later. Kassa sees his reflection on the glass surface, perhaps the first time in years he has seen his reflection, flooding him with memories from before he was an orphan, also suggesting that the kid has never looked in a friggin' puddle. Yet when he strikes the surface, the scene edits to the present day Ferrix scrapyard, making it look as though Kassa's staff caused the ship's bulkhead to drop off. Concept art suggests this is part of a Republic Venator class Star Destroyer, so Ferrix's function is to disassemble Republic era spacecraft for parts to repurpose for the Imperial fleet. I just love the attention to detail in these wide shots. Each of the workers on the scaffolding, you can see the molten lines in the metal to show where they are detaching load-bearing points. And as Cassian tells Brasso that he's leaving this planet, you can see this lifter droid emblem behind him. As Luthen's shuttle lands, there's one droid whose job it is to just be steps.
Oh my god.
Now at this terminal are a few protocol droids with red and yellow plating matching the shuttles and much of the wardrobe on this planet. As Luthen strolls into town, there's one doofus who just hops off a 2-foot ledge. I don't know, maybe he was expecting that stair droid and he panicked and freaked out and turned into like an NPC. Luthen connects with Bix.
More enforcement put out a bulletin last night for someone meeting Cassian's description.
I've seen it. The bulletin doesn't mention him by name. It says they're looking for someone from Kenari. His Imperial prison record says he's from Fest.
Yeah, so it sounds like Luthen has definitely done his homework on who Cassian is and what his background really is, suggesting that he may have had his eye on Cassian for quite some time. The Primor docking ship arrives from hyperspace and immediately releases 3 tac pods to the Ferrix surface. No time at all spent between that hyperspace arrival and the tac pod release because Mosk and Karn do not want to waste a second. B2 EMO rolls down the street and a passing cart wipes the frame to a flashback of a younger, newer, more polished B2 EMO who doesn't stutter in this pass.
Airborne concentration minimal. No detectable gas toxicity.
A younger Marva and her partner Clem sabotage this ship in order to steal some console units and fuel modules, and they find young Kassa destroying a lot of that. He speaks some Kenari at them.
He doesn't understand you.
Now, my buddy Tommy actually spoke to Fiona Shaw about the Kenari language, and she revealed that it was a real language with functional grammar that the child actors all had to learn, and that the adult actors were deliberately not told what any of it meant.
In your script, did they give you an idea of what Cassian was trying to communicate to you? Was there language in there, or was it always just kind of supposed to be built up that you guys didn't have a common understanding?
Well, what's astonishing is that it is a language. They did write a language, and the language has a grammar. I don't understand it because I'm not Kenari, but they did use a language that they invented. And so it's a future language with bits of other languages that might have concurred into the future and become a language.
No kidding.
B reports.
Republic frigate approaching.
So confirm this is during the Clone Wars, making it even more weird that the records in episode 2 would label Kenari as an Imperial mining disaster. So something else must have happened on this planet at a later point in history. Now, above the TAC pod door that drops down is Orbesh translating to caution. And notice how Karn gets his stink face from the worker, and he actually does a double take to see that worker still stink facing at him. This is really his first encounter of a local absolutely hating his presence. Tommy also spoke to actor Kyle Solar, who said that he took inspiration from troopers from real world history between the world wars, who got swept up in these political movements, perhaps referring to the Nazi brown shirts who would patrol streets overzealously just like his character does.
I did look in between the world wars about people who were committed to or swept up, in a cause, for a belief system that, it starts out quite innocent, maybe quite, natural. And then all of a sudden something happens where you didn't realize you'd crossed the line.
Now, back in the flashback, Marva and Clem argue about whether to bring Kassa with them.
B, get me the drowser.
No, Mother, no.
Shut up, Clem.
He's got people here.
Yeah, people who've just killed a Republic officer. It'll be open season here the moment that frigate lands.
Not sure why Marva would say Republic officer, being the one that those kids blow darted when the crew of this ship are definitely wearing separatist crests. Like, you gotta imagine the costumer would know what that sigil is. I don't know, maybe the crew was part of a Republic sting operation. Star Wars characters are always disguising themselves as the baddies. I would just be fascinated to know what that crew was all about and how Marva and Clem were able to put a smoke bomb on it. Karn's men raid Marva's home, doing B dirty.
Where's Cassian, droid?
Mama Marva.
Pull his power supply.
No.
Don't let them scare you, B. They can't do that. They're in
Shut
our
up! Yeah, this dude. Especially when you consider lying requires extra power from B, and likely so does feeling fear. That dummy Cassian gives away his position by using the comms he insisted that B carry. Meanwhile, Cassian barters with Luthen over that Starpath unit.
You can track every Imperial coordinate for 9 radial parsecs.
Parsecs uses a unit of distance, of course. But it's interesting how the Starpath unit only works one time when you plug it in. Otherwise, its seal is broken, and presumably the coordinates either get scrambled or the Empire gets alerted that it was used. But Luthen is definitely less interested in the unit than he is in the person who could steal it.
I went in and got this myself. How? How's that possible? It was sealed on the Imperial Naval Base in Steergard.
This tells us that Luthen knew where the unit was, which tells us that he has some well-placed sources within the Empire. I speculated that this unit isn't that valuable to him, and he might have actually set it up as a kind of golden ticket to get stolen as a test in order to recruit quality candidates for the rebellion. Cassian explains how he infiltrates the Empire.
You just walk in like you belong. They're so proud of themselves. They don't even care. They're so fat and satisfied. They can't imagine it. That someone like me would ever get inside their house, walk their floors, spit in their food, take their gear.
Such a fascinating indictment of the Empire that we've all been feeling to this point, but also characterizes Cassian so perfectly for Luthen. The disdain and his loathing in the way he describes Imperial officers. That's exactly the language that Luthen needs to hear. He's ready to recruit this guy right now. It's also interesting how Cassian seems less afraid of the Empire than he is of the local authorities. Maybe because he knows that the Empire are so arrogant and detached, whereas the local cops like Cyril Karn are ambitious, have something to prove, and are people you gotta worry about. Luthen kind of goes off on a tangent here.
These days will end, Cassian Andor. The way they laugh, the way they push through a crowd, the sound of that voice telling you to stop, to go, to move, telling you to die. Rings in the air, doesn't it? Soon enough, I'll have something else to listen to.
Yeah, he ends up foreshadowing how the triggering sound of Imperial orders will be replaced by the sound of the reckoning of this episode. Luthen goes on.
Oh, they'd hang me, wouldn't they? Take me up Rix Road and hang me in the square. Wouldn't be the first time, would it? Isn't that where they hung your father?
Yeah, Luthen hints that Clem, Cassian's foster father, might have been hung in the street for some unspecified crime. Again, Luthen did his homework and might have added Cassian to a short list when that actually happened. Like, think about it. Criminal children of publicly executed thieves make pretty good candidates for rebels. Solomon runs over to this metal to alert everyone else in town, forming a signal for all the townspeople to join in with, akin to people in neighborhoods alerting the arrival of cops by yelling things like 5-0, 5-0. If you think about it, all of this hammering on metal is inspired by the bell tower at the center of this town. The way that Time Grappler announced curfew is the same way that they all unite now. Luthen realizes Cassian was carrying a comlink and gave away their location.
Rule number 1. Never carry anything you don't control.
I like this. Given some rules, Luthen's already begun training Cassian in the rules of being a rebel spy. Later, he shares the next rule.
Rule number 2, build your exit on your way in. Brace yourself.
We actually see how Cassian applies both of those rules in his opening scene in Rogue One, having an exit ready to go in the alleyway and killing off his informant who would only slow him down and make him lose control of that situation. We also see how resourceful Luthen is, blasting a chain crank to snare one of the blues by using the counterweight of the machinery. Outside, the cops are scrambling.
North team, where are you? There's no signs. I don't know what street.
Yeah, removing the signs so invading forces don't know how to navigate is a common guerrilla tactic used recently by Ukrainian forces, removing road signs to confuse the invading Russians. Tim gets shot by a cop. That cop gets sent back to the TAC pod to get it warmed up. This is a guy who faces truly the most vicious death, so, you know, good riddance. Marva taunts the cops that are stationed with her.
Gets to you, doesn't it?
Shut it.
That's what a reckoning sounds like. You wanted to stop, but it just keeps coming.
I told you to shut up!
During this, we see Brasso walking away from the TAC pod and removing his gloves, indicating that he was the one who sabotaged it. Notice later, he actually uses one of the cables that he and the other workers were tugging out of the piece of heavy machinery in the earlier scene at the beginning of the episode. So this way, anyone could argue that the Premor guys just stupidly parked their TAC pod on a scrap field and didn't pay attention to what they were parking on and could have gotten entangled in. The perfect crime. Marva goes on.
It's when it stops. That's when you really want to start to fret.
Why? What happens then?
Yeah, she doesn't say, but the implication is clear. When it stops, it means all the people who were clanging are now in a position to attack. And we see that as soon as the clanging stops, Cassian's blaster is now at the back of Karn's head.
Drop the weapon.
And we did see this earlier in the shootout, but I just love how Cassian's blaster clicks and mechanically locks into load. And again, this gun is the K16 Briar pistol from the Dark Forces game, carried by Kyle Katarn, who at least inspired the character of Cassian Andor when they created him for Rogue One. Just the reloading quality of this pistol makes me want to go back and play Dark Forces. Notice how the first thing Cassian does here is crush Karn's comlink, showing how he has been learning from Luthen's rules. Now that pilot gets dragged by the cabled machinery and the TAC pod slams into the frame that props up the dismantled Star Destroyer, but we cut away from the cockpit at the last second back to Mosk. So this way we see the explosion the way that the rest of his team would have from the ground, and we get to see their panic as they realize that they are not in control of this situation.
But that will put them behind us.
Shit. We're under siege. They're everywhere.
Ah yes, shit, nailed, Shiza, a real-world profanity that you do not really hear in Star Wars, though the word shit did appear in written form in E.K. Johnston's YA book, Queen's Peril. Then we see Andor applying the second of Luthen's lessons, build your exit on the way in, and he does so by rigging this dummy speeder with explosives to draw their fire so that he and Luthen can escape on a faster speeder. Cyril Karn, humiliated, watches his ambitions burn in front of him. The blues that he brought in here are now wounded, and they shout, "Bacta!" referring to the Star Wars healing fluid that comes in tanks and in spray form. They yell back to the way one would, "Medic!" Now I love this, Luthen whistles to signal his Hallcraft to power up, and this final sequence intercuts between Cassian's hurried escape with Luthen and Kassa's hurried escape with Marva and Clem. And with Bertel's score, it is just heartbreaking. It feels like it is part of the same escape, a character always on the run, never really feeling the comforts of home. Clem loads the stolen parts in a hidden compartment that's under that checkerboard tile, telling us that this is the same ship that Cassian has been using all this time in the same compartment where he hid the Imperial Starpath unit. Sunlight beams in on Marva as she turns around to check on the waking Kassa, on the same cot where we saw Cassian sleeping in episode 1. But instead of the face of the young kid looking back at her, the editing cuts to the reaction shot of adult Cassian, a mother and son drawn back together across time. And I just love that the light glows brighter and brighter on Cassian's face, as if he's getting an extra glow from somewhere, maybe through time. The source? Well, notice that young Kassa shielded his eyes from the glare, and that glare might be coming from Marva's ornament hanging from the same spot in her cockpit where Han Solo would keep his famous golden dice in the Falcon cockpit. A glare from the prism in the center of that ornament in the same shape of a Kyber crystal, just like the one Jyn Erso kept with her in Rogue One. And yes, that ornament still appeared to hang in Marva's cockpit when Cassian was in there in episode 2, so really the most valuable thing Cassian owns might remain in the home that he just left behind. This is a breakdown of Star Wars Andor episode 4. Nicholas Bertel's opening music hits way harder for episode 4 with this intense percussion. Because now we are off of the planet Ferrix, and Cassian Andor has joined the sprint of the rebellion. Luthen sets the coordinates for the planet Aldhani.
Calculations complete.
Yes, the computer voice of Luthen's Fondor Hallcraft is a voice actor and sound designer David W. Collins, who's worked on a ton of Star Wars titles over the years, but I don't think he's credited on this. Bunch of bullshit. Cassian says,
Been in a Fondor Hallcraft. I've flown them. Never seen one do that.
Yeah, so hyperspace travel requires hyperdrives powered by molecular displacement. Not every ship has a hyperdrive, especially smaller ones, because they're pretty huge. The fact that Luthen has somehow been able to install one of these on this smaller local vessel is likely how this trickster's been able to travel planet to planet undetected. Luthen tells Cassian that there's really no point in going alone because we're dealing with the Empire here.
I'll use the same rope to hang you, whether it's for a plasma coil or 20 million credits.
Yes, plasma coils are parts used by the Incom Corporation, the company that builds X-Wings. Cassian speculates who Luthen is.
Alliance, Sep, Guerrilla, Partisan Front, one of them.
Isn't it all the same?
Alliance, of course, referring to Rebel Alliance, Sep to Separatist in the Clone Wars era. Guerrilla and Partisan Front refer to Saw Gerrera's faction of rebels with more terroristic tactics. Cassian talks about his background.
I fought in Mimban when I was 16. 2 years of it, straight out of prison into the mud. I'm one of 50 that survived. And who did it turn out we were fighting? Ourselves.
Yes, Mimban is a bog planet, originally created for the 1977 Star Wars film and used in the 1978 novel Splinter the Mind's Eye by Alan Dean Foster, one of the earliest and best works of Star Wars expanded universe fiction. Mimban was mentioned in Clone Wars and considered for Rogue One before Jedha replaced it as a setting, and finally shown in live action in Solo: A Star Wars Story, where Han Solo fought in the Battle of Mimban as an Imperial infantry cadet. Mimban is where Han first met Chewbacca. So could Cassian have met Han or Chewie on Mimban? Maybe, but Luthen calls out that Cassian was actually a cook and maybe a deserter.
You were on the ground in Mimban for 6 months. You came in as a cook. You lived because you ran.
Cassian and Luthen say they were fighting themselves on Mimban. During the Empire, the campaign was actually waged against the Mimbanese Liberation Army, who was originally aided by the Republic clone troopers during the Clone Wars. So similar to United States war efforts in places like Afghanistan, the enemy are the kind of freedom fighters. Our side originally aided against a different enemy. So in a way, fighting ourselves, or at least fighting our own weapons. And again, by knowing that Cassian was a cook on Mimban, Luthen reveals how much homework he has done on this guy, and how really that Starpath unit was a kind of test for a new recruit.
I didn't risk my ass for the Starpath unit. I came for you.
And Luthen reveals the score: the quarterly payroll for an entire Imperial sector. A smart plan. Cut the Empire's ability to pay their forces, hit them in their wallets. Onto Coruscant. Its cityscape surface lit up from the space, but a closer look at the buildings show that the urban setting is colder, grayer, more muted in color tone than when we saw it in Revenge of the Sith and recently in Obi-Wan Kenobi flashbacks. Dedra Miro approaches the Imperial Security Bureau, the Empire's intelligence gathering sector. Major Partagaz is their superior, played amazingly by Anton Lesser, Kyber from Game of Thrones. Supervisor Grandi reports,
with the next quarter's detention estimates expected to increase across the Ryloth sector. Any further erosion in local authority may require an increase in our Black Line budget.
Yes, Ryloth is home to the Twi'lek species, including the Syndulla family, and 9 years before this, Cham Syndulla plotted to kill Darth Sidious and Darth Vader on the planet Ryloth and of course failed. This led to an increased Imperial presence on Ryloth that will lead to Hera Syndulla embarking on her rebel path and piloting the Ghost rebels. Meanwhile, Legret reports that mining has resumed on the occupied lands of Arvala 6. Arvala 7 is the name of the desert planet in the same system from season 1 of The Mandalorian. This is where Din Djarin finds Grogu from a gang of Niktos. Partagaz stands up and lectures that the ISB mission statement is actually wrong.
Security is an illusion. You want security? Call the Navy. Launch a regiment of troopers. We are health care providers. We treat sickness, whether they arise from within or have come from the outside. The longer we wait to identify a disorder, the harder it is to treat the disease.
Yes, and Lesser breathlessly zips through all of his lines, max efficiency, as if it's a sin to waste any time or effort when you're on the Empire's clock. His comparison to their work as treating disease recalls the Grand Inquisitor's philosophy about the Jedi.
But the Jedi code is like an itch. He cannot help it.
But whereas the Grand Inquisitor simplifies this ill as a compulsion that must be stamped out, Partagaz disturbingly views all dissent as a kind of disorder that's treatable with the right medicine, which forces us to ask, what's creepier, an extermination and a purge, or a kind of enslavement and brainwashing? Blevin reports the latest drama from Ferrix and Morlana 1 that we saw in the first 3 episodes and mentions the recovered Imperial Starpath unit, which freaks out Dedramiro because that's her jurisdiction. She's wondering, how did that even get in their hands? Partagaz asks Young about traffic to the Abrion sector.
Proactive measures, sir. There's an increase in construction shipments going to Scarif, sir.
Yes, Scarif. Really the closest thing we've gotten so far to Star Wars major events continuity. Scarif, you should know, is where the Empire moved construction of the Death Star from Geonosis 4 years prior, under the supervision of director Orson Krennic. And while I don't need cameos from Vader or Palpatine, or even Tarkin on this series, I'd love me some Ben Mendelsohn Krennic showing up, please. Onto the planet Aldhani. This is actually shot in the real-world Scottish Highlands, the gorgeous green hills, near the Crookhun Dam and its power station. It's an actual dam. You can go visit it. Cassian chooses the name Clem as his alias, which was the name of Marva's partner, and we think Cassian's foster dad who was hung on the street in Ferrix. Luthen gives Cassian a down payment.
It's a Kuati signet, blue Kyber, Skystone, the ancient world. Celebrates the uprising against the Rakatan invaders.
So Kyber crystals are, of course, the energy crystals from Ilum and other places that are used to power lightsabers, but Luthen says this is a Kuati signet. Kuati refers to an ancient merchant family from Kuat, a core world run by a matriarchal society. They kind of refer to themselves by the collective pronoun of we. Much of what we know about Kuat has until now been considered legends, non-canonical, from titles like the Old Republic stories, ever since the 2015 Disney buyout. But lately, Star Wars titles have begun to recanonize certain legends elements. It's really started with Thrawn in Star Wars Rebels, one of the coolest characters from the legend stories, and it's continued on in these Star Wars Disney Plus shows with things like the Witches of Dathomir mentioned in Boba Fett. Similarly, the Rakatans were created for the Knights of the Old Republic game and were later established as the original creators of hyperdrive technology. They were an ancient race of conquerors who were wiped out by the Republic over the ages. So with this one little crystal, Andor just brought back into Star Wars canon huge sections of Star Wars lore. I feel like Tony Gilroy probably just asked Pablo Hidalgo to write a story behind this crystal, and Pablo was like, yes, please. Luthen tells Vel Sartha, leader of this mission, that Clem is joining the team whether she likes it or not. And he starts out nice, but I love how he loses his patience with her.
You'll take him in and lie about how it's come to pass. You plug him in as a replacement for anyone who goes down along the way. In the next 3 days, if for any reason— Look at me! You wanted to lead. This is what it comes to.
Luthen is clearly desperate for this mission to succeed and for Cassian to be a part of it. They just do such a good job in this episode establishing the stakes of this mission as a painfully arranged, timing-sensitive plot with a lot of moving parts, as if there's a number of off-screen Bothans who died to give us this information, and the window is about to close. Now, I notice Cassian has now shaved his beard using a blade, but leaving a sexy length of stubble. Now remember, since his mugshot was clean-shaven, I assume he's just worried about the recent looks he got on Ferrix, and I'm sure it has nothing to do with the actor needing different facial hair when they shot the Scotland stuff. Imperial inspectors escort away the Primor folks, and one has to clear their trash, including a carton of what I assume contains some blue ramen, into a bin. Seriously, what is wrong with these people for leaving their workspaces a mess like that? Blevin reprimands Cyril Karn, Linus Mosk, and Chief Hine. Now before we mention how Karn tailored his uniform, you can see how there's some orange trim around the edge that aren't on the uniforms of the other two, and standing next to Hine, you can see how Hine's company badge is sewn on crooked. Blevin tells Karn,
"You've rung the final bell on corporate independence. As of this morning, the Milana system is under permanent Imperial authority."
Rung the final bell, especially cutting as it recalls the time grappler bell on Ferrix, the temporal epicenter of the town, and the root of how they all clanged on metal to communicate their grassroots reckoning. Vel talks about Luthen.
He is something we will never discuss. When we get to camp, we're going to tell them this was my idea and we've been planning it all the while. We never mention him.
Now, I assume this is a form of deniability among the rebel factions in order to protect Luthen in case any of the rebels get captured or if they flip, but this also feels a little personal between Vel and Luthen, like they might have a history. Maybe she is his daughter. She has the same hair color and the same frosty blue eyes, after all. Patrolling TIE fighters buzz past. Their iconic engine scream is dampened at first, but then roars as they cross over the ridge. I love the sound design and everything Lucasfilm. Dedra reads about the Starpath unit in the report.
Ensign retrieved a sealed Imperial NS-9 Starpath unit from the site. That
is our box from Steerguard. Has to be.
Yeah, Luthen said that the Starpath unit had been on Steerguard, so there is more to the story of how it was stolen and who Luthen's Steerguard contact might be. Despite the muted color tone of all this, Dedra keeps a small bonsai-like tree in her office, maybe a sign that there might be some goodness in her that we have yet to see. Luthen opens a hidden compartment on his ship where he changes into his wardrobe, including a wig, some beautiful purple clothes, and rings on each finger. Stellan Skarsgård just takes his great beat to emotionally reset himself. Tony Gilroy said Stellan told him it was all in the hands, and he could see that specific hand gesture that he mentioned in the interview here, which he drops and magically his character melts away. Vel's team includes Karis Nemec, Alex Lothar from the Shut Up and Dance episode of Black Mirror and The End of the World on Netflix, and Arvel Skeen, actor Emil Moss Backrack, Richie from The Bear. Skeen catches Nemec sleeping.
You ride with Mossy, Garbish, Saul Guerrera, fall asleep on watch, they're gonna put your head on a pike for a laugh.
Yeah, he mentioned Saw Gerrera there, leader of the Rebel Partisans, our favorite from Rogue One, who will appear in a future episode. The others on the team include Teramin Barcona and Cinta Kaz. They're posing as shepherds, and they keep a pen of sheep with horns curved like bantha horns, and several of these horns per sheep. I'm so exhausted to count all the sheep stuff. Did my yawn make you yawn? I bet some of you yawned, didn't you? Cyril Karn lands at a spaceport where the announcer says over the PA, Tel Gordo Travel is a shipping company from the Star Wars role-playing game. Hosnian Prime, of course, the core world that will later become the capital for the New Republic until the First Order makes it go boom boom in The Force Awakens. Plexus was a sector also mentioned in the role-playing games, and Euphorus Major was a planet mentioned in a junior novel companion book to Star Wars Rebels. So Cyril's home world must be one of these three. Cyril takes the elevator down since the spaceport and the metro would be on the top levels of this cityscape, and the living quarters would be lower and lower further down. But it also just mirrors how this guy is pretty much rock bottom in his career. His mother, Edie, slaps him and takes him in. She's played by actress Catherine Hunter, Fig from the Order of the Phoenix, and played the witches in the tragedy of Macbeth last year. Senator Mon Mothma visits Luthen's store, Genevieve O'Reilly returning from Rogue One after first playing the role in a Revenge of the Sith deleted scene. Of course, the character first played by Caroline Blackiston in Return of the Jedi. This store is an intricate revolving door. This whole area is just bright and strolled by these rich women, making it seem like Coruscant's Rodeo Drive. Luthen tells Mon Mothma,
"Free your mind, Senator. This is a place where time stands still. It's hard being surrounded with this much history and not be humbled by the insignificance of our daily anxiety. We often refer to the gallery as Coruscant's unofficial temple of patience."
So yeah, in addition to being a front for rebel activity, this also might be Luthen's way of holding on to the past in an era when the Empire would want to tear down all other vestiges of culture, as they did with the Jedi Temple. Now, in his shop is a Kel Dor breathing apparatus, much like the one worn by Jedi Master Plo Koon. Who knows, maybe the same one. Making me wonder, Luthen, are you really gathering trophies from dead Jedi? Are you really gonna go to that extreme to keep up the facade? I think people believe you already. You're good, you're good. I also assume his Kuati Signet Kyber crystal might have been something from this collection. He also singles out an Utapan monk cudgel, Utapau being the planet from Revenge of the Sith, where the Grand Inquisitor originated from. There's also some armor that might be old Mandalorian Beskar armor, but I don't know, Beskar would be pretty hard to come by. There's also a Twi'lek Kalikori. This is a traditional totem carried by all Twi'lek families. There are some stone tablets that have the same symbols as the keystone that Ezra got from the Loth Wolves in Rebels. There's also some Gungan shields, you know, like the ones that Jar Jar and the other Gungans used in the Battle of Naboo and Phantom Menace. And then I think that is the helmet of the Starkiller armor from Force Unleashed. But Luthen takes her in the back to talk about another artifact.
Two-faced divinity, sun goddess, and a serpent from the overworld sharing the same mouth.
Yes, this stone art reflects both Luthen and Mon Mothma as people. Both of them are two-faced figures in a way, one persona in the sun, one in the underworld, but both having to speak out of the same mouth. Mon Mothma says,
"I found someone I think can help me."
Someone who? To bring into the circle? No.
She may be referring to Bail Organa, but I would think Bail might already be part of this inner circle. Could be Bail's daughter, Leia, who would be currently working as an apprentice senator under Mon's mentorship. I don't know, maybe Mon Mothma wants to use the girl as a money mule, a way for her to move some credits back and forth. Now, the 7th member of the Aldhani rebel team arrives via speeder bike. This is Lieutenant Ghorman, an Imperial defector. There were men on the inside. He mentions an Imperial engineer arriving from Coruscant who might be Galen Erso. Maybe this is a period where Galen is being moved from Coruscant to Eadu and his Force Death Star super laser research. Mon Mothma's husband, Perrin, added some familiar names to the dinner party guest list.
Ars Danga Sly Moore from the Vizier's private chamber?
Yeah, Ars Dangor was first mentioned in the Tarkin novel and was implied to be one of the goofy-hatted men from Palpatine's entourage in Return of the Jedi. Sly Moore is that creepy-looking bald Umbaran female aide to Palpatine first seen in Attack of the Clones and often at his side. And that chick is a Force adept. You do not want to be sitting across from her at a dinner table trying to hide stuff. These are Mon Mothma's main political foes.
These people are fun,
Oh, are they? Are they fun? Oh, we should find some Ghorman guests for tonight and see how amused they are. Your fun friends just cut off their shipping lanes yesterday. Do you know how many will starve?
Ghormans. Ghormans are the oppressed people who will fall victim to an Imperial massacre 3 years from now. And speaking out on it will actually make Mon Mothma have to leave the Senate, turn fugitive, and publicly head the rebellion. Back in Aldhani, a model shows the dam in the valley when the Empire dammed up the Sacred River. We learn that Nemec actually made this by hand.
Obviously, it's not to scale.
Who is this guy? Doc Brown? Take some credit.
Excuse the crudity of this model. I didn't have time to build it to scale or to paint it.
Gorn describes this astronomical event that they're going to use as cover.
Once every 3 years, the Aldhanis gather in this valley for a celestial event they call Mak'ani Bredani, the Eye of Aldhani, but like a curtain being pulled across the sky. Until the eye, the window to the galaxy, forms over the horizon.
A curtain pulled over the sky. Sounds like a classic George Lucas wipe edit, doesn't it? But it's so meaningful to use this sacred mystic event as their escape path, as if the mystics who were driven from these lands can finally have a victory over the Empire. In addition to the mission having practical stakes, it really just gives their mission deeper spiritual stakes. Dedra and Blevin take their case to Partagaz.
Sir, it is my feeling that this is part of an ongoing effort to steal proprietary Imperial equipment in anticipation of an organized rebellion. I have 3 previous case files on my desk that begin to suggest a pattern.
Yes, she's probably onto something, but for now, Partagaz dismisses her concerns, yet compliments her detention numbers from Sev Tak. Sev Tak is a Midrim planet mentioned in the Darth Plagueis novel. Cassian is handed a garrison map and an Aldhani phrasebook with an Orabesh alphabet and corresponding Aldhani letters, which she's got to learn by morning? Now, since Cassian spoke Kenari for the first decade of his life, do we really know if he can read Orabesh that well, let alone translate to Aldhani? I mean, something tells me that Luthen totally lied about those 3 languages that Cassian could speak. I don't know, maybe I'm just reading into that Leah Michelle look on his face. This is a breakdown of Star Wars Andor Episode 5, The Axe Forgets. Composer Nicholas Bertel's music continues to evolve over the titles, episode by episode, this time adding some piano notes to the mix. By the season finale, this better be Bertel's Succession theme. Now, this title of The Axe Forgets comes from the Rebel Arvel Skeens line later.
The axe forgets, but the tree remembers.
He's referring to how oppressors tend to forget their crimes, but the wounded never forget. And despite this episode focusing so much on the victims of the Empire, it's not titled The Tree Remembers, and I think it's because we are all axes and trees in different ways to different people. We tend to remember how we've been scarred, but not the scars that we leave on others. Cassian Andor, for example, totally a victim, a tree scarred in his own ways, but also an axe in others. And one of the victims of his cutting, Cyril Karn, a tree deeply scarred. And that's who we start with this episode. Sunlight briefly beams in before fading on his face. It was implied from that spaceport scene last episode that this Metropolitan world could be Hosnian Prime, future capital of the New Republic after the Empire falls. And if so, a blinding light in the sky of this planet totally foreshadows the apocalyptic end of Hosnian Prime by the First Order. Maybe too, a destined doom for Karn, disguised as a heavenly spotlight. Each storyline this episode begins with a kind of breakfast. And on the table of this breakfast are some fruits that look like Melurun, the fruit popular from Rebels and the Book of Boba Fett, but these fruits are smaller than they are in the Book of Boba Fett. They actually look more like real-world Kiwano melons. His mother, Edie, played by Catherine Hunter, Fig from Order of the Phoenix, and the witches from the Tragedy of Macbeth, pours him cereal with blue bantha milk in this puffed cereal that kind of looks like Oops All Berries. He holds one and stares at it, probably wishing he were on a doomed space station in this shape instead of here with his mom. She nags,
"You're slouching. By the time you've remembered to sit up straight, it's too late. You might as well wear a sign that says, 'I promise to disappoint you.'"
Yeah, this is a real trigger for the moody boys of this episode.
Shoulders back. More.
Don't touch me. If you want something, you tell me.
Cyril spends time staring at Cassian's mugshot, and I think these two are on parallel trajectories. Because if you think about it, the only real prospect available to Cyril at this point, through his Uncle Harlow, might be the rebellion. Something Cyril might try out as a way to get closer to Cassian. We could totally imagine a scenario where these two are on a mission together and then, whoa, because as Vel later says,
everyone has their own rebellion.
Cassian wakes up to find Skeen going through his stuff, including his K-19 Briar pistol, the same blaster used by Kyle Katarn in the Dark Forces game, and that corporate blaster that Cassian got from the Pre-Mor cops in episode 1. As Cassian approaches, his eyes drop to Skeen's tattoo.
Great head.
What about this?
By the hand.
Yes, Skeen's chest tattoo has a barcode, meaning this is some kind of prison registry. And Crate Head is a reference to the Crate Dragon, which might have been Skeen's prison gang. Now, By the Hand could be a nod to the Path of the Open Hand from Tessa Gratton and Justina Ireland's new Path of Deceit from the High Republic series, published literally this week. Wait, no, Lucasfilm probably had outlines of it for months now. This story follows a culty Nihil gang who believe the Force should no longer be used. When it comes to hands, there's also a group of Palpatine operatives from Legends called the Emperor's Hand. Mara Jade, Luke Skywalker's wife, was a member of it, and the Rebels episode Legacy of Mandalore confirmed this group exists in canon, even if Mara Jade remains non-canon for now. It would be crazy for Skeen to be involved in either of these groups. I think he may have just gotten this tattoo as a reference to the Nihil ideology. Skeen asks Cassian how he knows these.
So where were you?
Sipo. Youth Center. 3 years, I was 13 when I went in.
They built a lot of cages, huh? The axe forgets, but the tree remembers. Now it's our turn to do the chopping.
Now remember, Cassian did have a prior mugshot in Imperial records claiming he was from Best, so he likely did some time before he was forced to fight in Mimban. Skeen's reference to the episode title is also him referencing his brother, a pepper tree farmer, and as he walks away, he passes an axe and freshly cut firewood, meaning that it was Skeen's morning chores and brother remembrance that likely caused him to work up this sweat that required this bath. Another breakfast scene shows us Mon Mothma with her husband Perrin.
Driver's here.
Cloris. You know his name?
Yeah, I love the subtextual storytelling there. Mon has a new driver who has been spying on her. But the fact that Perrin doesn't know the new driver suggests that he's completely removed from the spycraft. He's super ignorant. But also we learned they have a daughter, Lita, who changes the routine and says that Daddy's taking me to school today.
The point is, we have a schedule, the driver's waiting, I've planned on this and we're going.
You're only doing it to show off.
What?
Just go.
What would I be showing off?
You're involved somehow.
Yeah, Mon's planned routine likely involved her using this schedule to connect with her rebel contacts. Every move she makes has to be carefully planned, so Lita altering the schedule mucks all that up. Indeed, Mon Mothma is using this girl for show, but for more than just political posturing, but to truly have a convincing cover identity for the Empire who is watching her. It's also pretty sad to think that when Mon Mothma goes on the lam to publicly join the rebellion following the Ghorman massacre, she will be leaving behind a daughter. Nemik pours Cassian his breakfast.
Dray milk. You can live on it. You may question her existence after a few days. But... memorable, isn't it?
Yeah, Nemik is obsessed with memorable, true moments because he believes the Empire is brainwashing everyone. This series has been so concerned with an Imperial Starpath unit, but Nemik shows Cassian an old Starpath unit.
Old and true and sturdy. One of the best navigational tools ever built. Can't be jammed or intercepted. Something breaks, you can fix it yourself.
Hard to learn.
Yes, but once you've mastered it, you're free.
This prop is actually the backside of a Polaroid SX70 camera from 1972. And I love that they use an early 70s appliance to harken back to the beat up analog tech look from the 1977 Star Wars film. They use a super analog camera, something that literally prints the photograph on film in your hand. Basically the oldest type of practical working camera that we'd have in our world. Nemik rants.
There's a growing list of things we've known and forgotten, things they've pushed us to forget. Things like freedom.
Nemik sees oppression everywhere.
Yeah, Nemik explains the psychology of the Empire's fascist control. By using Imperial technology, people have allowed themselves to become enslaved. Also notice during the scene how Cassian observes how Skeen is drinking with his left hand. This is the moment that Cassian registers all of their handedness. Like later when he says Nemik favors his right but shoots with his left, Nemik in this scene holds his star path in his right hand but keeps his true moral compass, his manifesto, in his left. But Nemik goes on.
The pace of repression outstrips our ability to understand it, and that is the real trick of the Imperial thought machine. It's easier to hide behind 40 atrocities than a single incident.
Oof, speak truth. I would love to see Nemik in a speed debate with Partagas. We are healthcare providers. Providers of an opiate to the masses to which we've grown addicted. An addiction willingly subscribed to by alien patients ignored by the cruelties of freedom. Freedoms you have an open invitation to attempt to cure. Nemik says,
our elemental rights are such a simple thing to hold, they will have to shake the galaxy awfully hard to loosen our grip.
Yeah, Nemik is using the same grip metaphor that Leia uses on Tarkin.
The more you tighten your grip, Tarkin, the more star systems will slip through your fingers.
But Nemik sees meaning in everything, including what is currently in his hands.
Two seemingly random objects, and yet This charts an astral path, this maps the trail of political consciousness, both systems based on truth, both navigating toward clear and achievable outcomes.
And I love what this means for Cassian. The path ahead in the stars, through the Eye of Aldhani, is the same kind of thing as the path toward political awakening for him. Now, the sheep livestock is a real-world British breed called Jacob sheep that commonly have 4 horns, but they actually added an additional prosthetic pair to make 6. I've heard some speculation that these might be nerfs, as in, a scruffy-looking nerf herder, but that hasn't been confirmed. Lieutenant Ghorman arrives at the temple.
What's this?
Target practice?
Yes, we learn later this episode that he fell in love with a local woman. His discipline in this case is truly rooted in genuine respect for the Aldhani's sacred sites. Back on Ferrix, Supervisor Blevin oversees a cleanup from Karn's mess back in episode 3, appointing Captain Tigo as the prefect, giving him the hotel as his new Imperial headquarters, which includes this laundry device with a garment bag. I assume it is Willie's, because that guy probably paid an arm and a leg for dry cleaning. An Imperial CPH patrol speeder bike floats up to the left. We actually first saw one of these chasing Han and Kira on Corellia in Solo, a Star Wars story, and as the Imperials march past, the editing perfectly syncs with the Aldhani rebels marching to practice looking like these Imperials. Cassian proves he knows what hand they all shoot with and suggests to switch formation so that their guns are on the outside. I assume next episode is gonna be pretty important on the mission. And then a TIE fighter buzzes past and it reappears over the crest, doing a really low flyover. I love how all the humans duck and cover their ears, but the sheep unfazed. Why? Because Jacob's sheep suck at acting. They refuse to react to VFX on the set. Should've put me in the volume. Mimic says,
They'll soon see. Surprise from above is never as shocking as one from below.
ultimately, this will prove true in the Battle of Scarif. Cassian and his team in that battle will be able to bring down a threat from above, the friggin' Death Star, with an assault from the ground below on the Scarif surface. Sinta quizzes Cassian in the Aldhani language.
Hello.
Narvai.
Again.
Narvai.
Stop.
Nisha.
Nate. It's hard.
Now, Fiona Shaw told us that they created actual functional languages for this show, and I tried to find a linguist on the staff, but so far I've only found Marina Tyndall credited as a dialect coach. Now, in the real world, all spoken languages have a practicality in how they evolve, and I like how in this case, the word for stop has a hard as opposed to soft phonetic pronunciation at the end of the word. Nate as opposed to Naish. At the ISB, Dedra Miro brainstorms in her investigation.
Hosnian Prime?
It's useless. They haven't broken, misplaced, or mislabeled a single military component in the past 12 quarters.
Yeah, Hosnian Prime coming up again, which might be where Karn is located and thus how we could tie back into this. Miro's aide says,
You're onto something. Kessel. Fondor. Targeting consoles from Jakku, proton warheads from Base K, the Steerguard star path.
So these are all the past cases that Dedra Miro's been trying to connect. Kessel could refer to the events of Solo, a Star Wars story, where Han and his crew stole coaxium, that starship fuel, from the pikes on Kessel, which ended up in the hands of the rebel group, the Cloud Riders. One of the Cloud Riders is Benthic Two Tubes, brother to Edrio Two Tubes, member of Saw Gerrera's partisans. And based on a shot in one of the late Andor trailers, Edrio will appear later in the season. Fondor is a shipyard planet seen in Battlefront 2, from which Luthen got his Fondor Hallcraft, which remember is mysteriously equipped with a hyperdrive. Jakku is a desert planet from The Force Awakens, future setting of the Battle of Jakku and where Rey grew up, and decades before this series, Palpatine began an archaeological dig on Jakku, all to prep for his later Sith Observatory, from which he will post-mortem orchestrate his Operation Cinda contingency plan to scorch all planets. Proton warheads go on the tip of proton torpedoes, and of course, Steerguard, where the Starpath unit was taken. Saw Gerrera is at least benefiting from all these incidents, but as someone in hiding anyway, I don't think he really cares if the Empire finds out what he does. He might even prefer it because he's like a terrorist. Instead, I think Dedra's investigation is gonna lead to Luthen, who said this episode that he hasn't really been careful, and I think when he gets exposed, that's gonna force Mon Mothma to cut him off to maintain her deception and her status in the Senate. Gorn reprimands his men.
With an engineering officer from Coruscant arriving today and in our business.
Yeah, another reference to this Coruscant engineer, whom I think we see arriving in that Imperial shuttle later on. Whoever this is, it couldn't be a major wrinkle in their mission, maybe a VIP that the rebels have to choose whether or not to assassinate or stay focused on their mission. Or if they have some bigger booms planned for this dam, a dead VIP that's gonna make this mission an even bigger blip for the Empire. Skeen rages about the crystal.
Kyber, Sky Kyber. Get a stone worth 30,000 credits?
Yeah, Skeen is lowballing it. Luthen said not to take less than 50,000 for this crystal. But Vel quells the feud, yet still, Cassian comes clean to them.
I'm here for the money. You can't live with that? I'm not worth it?
I'll walk away and wish you luck.
So by telling them all the truth, Cassian just lays down their cards so that they know his motives. Perrin challenges Mon Mothma about not telling them about this new charity foundation, which she probably hid from her husband, because this is how she's gonna move some rebel funds around. Skeen reveals to Cassian what his personal rebellion is. His brother was a pepper tree farmer whose land was flooded by an Imperial prefect, and his brother drowned himself. So how's cousin gonna make the Jardinera without some bell peppers? But this revelation also gives greater weight for Skeen to attack this Imperial dam. This dam dammed a sacred river and flooded a valley, displacing thousands of farmers. So in every single one of those farmers, Skeen will see his brother. It might get hard for him to not get emotional tomorrow. Vel splits off with Cinta on a side part of the mission that they won't tell Cassian. As the two women of the group, maybe there's some role to play as Aldhani priestesses, maybe as friends of the Commandant's wife that got mentioned earlier. But remember, there was a little moment earlier where Cinta said that she rigged the charges that they're gonna use in some way in this mission. So maybe they could be on their own suicide mission to blow this dam after Cassian departs it, leaving him as a sole survivor with the payload. And that's why it was so important for Luthen to have him on this mission. And actually, if you think about it, it could be an even bigger deal than he thought when he insisted on piloting the freighter earlier, back when he shamed them for not knowing how to calibrate the weight. Because by moving himself in the pilot position and telling Vel you'll still get the credit for it, he might have accidentally shifted the roles around so that Vel would stay behind. Maybe, we'll see how it goes. In Luthen's shop, on the shelf behind him are some big Easter eggs. And I mean big, because those Jedi and Sith holocrons are way larger than they are when we see them elsewhere in Star Wars titles. So I don't know if these are real holocrons, they may just be enlarged replicas of them. But I don't know why they would have replicas of these things. It's not like they're widely known. But even crazier than these, beside them to the right are the Sankara stones from Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. Now this isn't the only broader Lucasfilm family cameos. The final shot shows 3 carbonite plates. We saw them better last episode in the interior shot. The outermost one shows Indiana Jones' whip. Beneath that, frozen in carbonite, is the golden idol from the Temple and Raiders. And beneath that, frozen in carbonite, are Indiana Jones' famous Alden boots. And there is a long history of Star Wars and Indiana Jones referencing each other. R2 and 3PO are among the hieroglyphics by the Ark of the Covenant. Shanghai's Club Obi-Wan and Temple of Doom. A barrel on the boat in The Last Crusade with a Portuguese word for carbonite. The golden idol cameos among Dryden Voss's items in Solo Star Wars Story. And various shared sound effects from the Lucasfilm archives. Sometimes Easter eggs are just meant to be fun. Like I don't think we're meant to read too much into Luthen having the Lothal tablets or Plo Koon's mask or the Starkiller armor. When it comes to how important these Easter eggs are, it really just depends on the director, because when Dave Filoni includes Easter eggs in his Star Wars titles, I think he wants us to be like Dedra's Aid.
It's too random to be random.
This is a breakdown of Star Wars Andor, Episode 6, The Eye. Seriously, one of my favorite Star Wars anythings. And there are so many subtle details that went into making it so great. I'm gonna break it all down for you. The episode opens with Nemik pouring Cassian some calf. Cassian has to hug his Aldhani coat tight around him because, as we see later, it doesn't really fit him properly. Since he was a late addition, they had to work with what they had. Nemik worries that he couldn't sleep the night before the mission because his galaxy brain was too preoccupied.
Struggling to understand why my faith doesn't calm me. I believe in something. Why am I so unsettled? I mean, you have nothing. You sleep like a stone.
As a story of war from the point of view of those on the front lines, this echoes the quiet rest period in Saving Private Ryan when the soldiers discussed how to fall asleep.
And now he does it.
What's that?
Falls asleep like that. I mean, look at him. The guy's lights out, the minute his head hits the back.
Clear conscience.
Yeah, what's it saying? If God's on our side, who the hell could be on theirs?
If God be for us, who could be against us?
That scene continues with the heartbreaking monologue from the medic, Wade, who says that his trick to falling asleep was trying to stay awake, like he as a kid would do, trying to wait for his mother to come home. Wade and Nemik are parallel figures when you think about it. Young, morally pure, Wade inscribing Carpazzo's letter like how Nemik inscribes his manifesto, both these two young guys becoming sort of martyrs. Nemik says he wrote about Cassian the night before.
The role of mercenaries in the galactic struggle for freedom. My conclusion is simple. Weapons are tools. Those that use them are, by extension, functional assets that we must use to our best advantage. The Empire has no moral boundaries. Why should we not take hold of every chance we can?
And if you think about it, since this would be Nemik's final entry of his manifesto, for anyone who reads this text in the future, it will have a greater significance as his closing statement. That is, of course, unless Cassian were to continue to write in it like Frodo does to finish Bilbo's story, but I really hope he does it. Let this Thomas Paine Karl Marx's message inspire the rebellion unabridged. Really, one could imagine this manifesto enlightening Mon Mothma's Senate mentee, Leia Organa, inspiring her to one day accept the self-interested Han Solo. Cassian tells Nemik,
You'll sleep when it's done.
Yes, a grim foreshadowing of how Nemik will end this episode, finally able to rest. Ghorman's supervisor, Corporal J-Hold Biaz, generalizes the Donnies to his guest, the Imperial engineer from Coruscant, Colonel Pedagar. He says that they've subjugated these pilgrims by overwhelming them with choices, setting up comfort units along their pilgrimage with drinks to stray them off their path. And while that may have worked for many of them, the true believers don't want his pelts. They just go along with this exchange to witness the Eye of Aldhani from their sacred temple. This whole idea of trading pelts definitely mirrors the trade European colonizers would make with American indigenous tribes, pelts for land. But later we learn that this tribe burns the pelts, not trusting them. In the control room, the technician's screen shows the orbit of the planet as it moved into the crystalline belt that causes this shower. And it has the same design interface as the screens in A New Hope that shows the Death Star's orbit into position. As J-Hold and Pedagar sip their cap together, notice how J-Hold's uniform looks like it's been tailored compared to Pedagar's and Gorn's. It's got a wider black collar and black extensions on the sleeves to match with his black gloves. Like Cyril Karn, this guy has custom tailored his suit, but in J-Hold's case to take it out some so that it will fit, as his wife Roboda suggested.
Perhaps you've expanded?
Gorn tells J-Hold,
I've brought in 30 sentries from Alkenzi. I'll have them close at hand to supervise. I've sent our best men to the perimeters for insurance.
Yeah, so Gorn sent away the sharpest guards from the vault to leave it more vulnerable. Skeen tells Cassian about Termin's past.
He was a stormtrooper. Should have been here when Cinta found out. They slaughtered our whole family.
Though, can we really trust Skeen? Especially since Termin seemed less experienced than Cassian when it came to which side to march on last episode? I'm just saying it's possible Skeen might have told Cassian this to create some future division in the ranks that he could exploit. As Vel and Cinta uncover this aquatic propeller, the first crystal shoots overhead. Yeah, I love the sound design. This crystal makes a kind of wail or a song as it burns up in the sky, setting us up for thousands of these to join in a chorus. As they communicate with the rest of the team, they use the code names of Valley 1 and Echo 1, Echo also being the code name of the rebel base on Hoth and Empire. Pedagar fidgets with this nerdy scope.
Has it started?
But the Donnies don't believe it ever ends, so yes, sir, it has definitely started.
Ah, Gorn. As a guy who fell in love with the Donnie woman, he has an insight into their beliefs, and for them, the Eye of Aldhani isn't a one-time occurrence that repeats every 3 years, it's a constant stream that's always part of their lives, which does align with Karl Marx's dialectical materialism, in which social revolutions are not random phenomena that come up every once in a while, they're really the cyclical result of a constant undercurrent of material oppression. Hey, I'm not telling you how to think, I'm just saying for nothing else, read Karl Marx for a hot take on history. And technically, the Donnies are more accurate too, because this isn't a meteor shower of random space particles crashing into the planet. It's a destined part of this planet's orbital path through a crystalline belt that it hits every 3 years. Their planet is always on this orbit, therefore the Eye of Aldhani never ends and it never begins. Vel and Cinta overhear some guards outside having locker room talk.
I had a good look at her. Believe me, patience was not the first thing that came to mind.
Yeah, I think this might be the first time human characters have been depicted urinating in live-action Star Wars, and I love this! The Pilgrim Chieftain tells Gorn,
Pridoli fitaklu. Snofrang. Gwali bdocher.
Yeah, I love the way this is worded. It's a greeting, but it also carries a backhanded subtext. Find some good within you. And I love how Gorn later uses this as a translation of the chieftain's threat to Biaz.
He says, may the eye find the good in all of us.
Yeah, J-Hold ain't smart enough to see the backhandedness of this. Gorn orders the squad into position.
Squad, halt!
Yeah, Skeen totally bumps Tarim in there. They're not the tightest operation, but also remember, Skeen is looking for a chance to bump them each off. So the squad makes their move. They take the family hostage. There's a quick shot that shows Nemik shaking, and Pedagar notices this and pulls a blaster on him. Pedagar demands to release the boy, but in response, Skeen shoves the rifle harder into that kid's head. It's a really quick shot, and they only show it for like half a second, because yeah, that's a pretty insane thing to show. But the fact that it's included at all is just another sign that Skeen is not the nicest guy on this crew. Tarim backhands J-Hold, well deserved after J-Hold's earlier threat to show his son the back of his hand. This whole mission intercuts with the Donnies by their bonfire and their musical chanting, which is their way of welcoming the celestial event, but it also has the effect of raising the tension back in the base with this natural ticking clock. All the music that Nicholas Bertel composed for this episode is just so intense. I feel like all this was his version of Hans Zimmer's docking sequence music from Interstellar. interstellar, so that by the end of it, you're just like, yes, let's go! But the Aldhani chant ends with them covering their bonfire so that they can better see the sky. The lights are being snuffed, paralleling the darkest minutes of the mission inside, and then minutes later, lights flood the sky in the shower to represent the return of hope. Back at the vault, the guards are playing cards, saying words like Hexpa, Hexa, Hoxla. The Hex prefix, I assume, connected to the cards being six-sided. Sabak uses six-sided cards, but those cards are longer. This might be a Sabak variant. Terraman tosses Skeen a DLT-19 blaster rifle. Fateful choice for him, because he later tells Skeen to cover him with this, and Skeen doesn't, despite this rifle actually allowing more rapid fire. Skeen only fires one shot to cover Terraman later. J-Hold says they won't be able to unlock the credits inside the vault because it requires a signal from Alkinzi, but Ghorman is definitely able to blow the locks off the stacks. So this might have been something the authorities from Alkinzi told J-Hold to keep him and his men from trying to steal the credits. Yet still, the blown locks do alert Alkinzi that wrongdoing is afoot. It's kind of like saying, hey, those security cameras totally work, and kind of like psychologically programming your employees to ask for permission, not for forgiveness. I love how Skeen enters this vault and you can just see the greed pouring from his eyes. Let's go! So when the Alkinzi call comes in, Cinta just shuts it off. Reminds me a lot of Han's boring conversation anyway move in A New Hope. And then we cut to the Alkinzi airbase, and I love this. Yeah, this might be my favorite shot of the episode. The practical set, the TIE fighters hanging from above, and a catwalk that leads to each. There's a Lambda-class shuttle parked in the hangar below them, and of course we hear the classic Star Wars klaxon alarm siren blaring. And with that night sky lit up from behind, we see a pilot climbing down to the cockpit. And I think this is so great because so many other Star Wars aerial battles just showed TIE fighters swarming in from out of nowhere like locusts. So instead here, we start the battle with each of these Imperial pilots individually climbing to their cockpits, humanizing this enemy, and they do this in front of the same sky that the rest of the characters are seeing, giving us a sense of their proximity and raising our sense of dread. And throughout this sequence, we continue to intercut with these TIE pilots, including them turning on their targeting displays. Yes, this is the same sound effect used in Vader's cockpit in the trench run. Back in the vault, a shootout ensues. Kimsey shoots Gorn, Cassian shoots Kimsey, Skeen, again, intentionally fails to cover Terraman. Cassian launches a trawler, and those heavy credits injure and paralyze Nemik. And I don't think there's ever been a better Marxist metaphor for the crushing weight of capital. From inside the control room, Roboda and Lennart watch the trawler jet off toward the opening of the eye. And indeed, the sky does look like an eye, the streaming crystals looking like the iris of it. This eye representing the rebels' ability to see the path forward, but also a terrifying eye of the Empire that is now upon them. But on a spiritual level, it does represent a giant godly eye, an eye that judges all of these characters equally. With Nemik injured, Vel has to hit him with a med spike, basically a shot of adrenaline, so that Nemik can breathe off his old school Starpath unit that again is made out of a 70s Polaroid camera. I love it. This is the one that Nemik said could never be corrupted. And we hear more classic trench run sounds from the TIE cockpit. But the sound it makes when it gets locked on target gets stalled because their sensors are glitching from the celestial event. Nemik was right. His untethered navigator saves them here. And notice how his tech locks in.
Climb! Climb!
Yes, climb! Climb is the last word that K2SO will say to Cassian during the Battle of Scarif.
Climb! Climb!
Nemik's able to give them just the right vector so that they're able to evade the shower, the crystals cracking the shielding on their trawler, but completely obliterating the 3 TIE fighters. We end with the scream of one of those TIE pilots. Cinta joins the pilgrims to watch the event from the ground, the Imperial Guards equally transfixed by the sky. Such a beautiful moment that humbles and unites them all in their common humanity, and giving all of us hope. Now, this is not the end for Cinta. Trailer footage showed her back in that valley on Aldhani getting to a hidden speeder bike, then looking up to see a massive Star Destroyer looming over the planet. So yeah, the Empire will strike back. Skeen pushes to go to a doctor.
This kid is the reason that we are here. He is alive.
Sadly, Skeen only wants him to go to the doctor so that they'll have this road stop where Skeen can try to sneak off with the haul. We meet Dr. Quadpaw, performed by Aiden Cook, a puppeteer and past Star Wars performer who played the Mon Calamari Katekin, Lieutenant Admiral Radis in Rogue One, as well as Benthic and Edrio Two Tubes, who will return on this series, maybe as soon as next episode. Now, Quadpaw has 4 arms, but I guess Vel still has to hold the IV drip bag, and it looks like those 4 arms were done practically, with a second actor sharing the costume, kind of like the Helping Hands improv game. His planet, by the way, looks so cool. It's It's a grassy field with a farm windmill in the orbit of a massive gas giant, but it looks like oxygenated and hidden by a kind of nebulous gas cloud. The traitor Skeen offers Cassian to split the 80 million.
Oh, I'm a rebel. It's just, me against everybody else.
Skeen even denies having a brother with a pepper orchard. He made all that up, which also means he concocted the story about his brother drowning himself with stones in his pockets. This makes us reassess every suspicious glance Skeen gave Cassian, like when he first approached camp in episode 4. Skeen must have been thinking, great, someone else I gotta kill off or bargain to split it with. Also, Skeen going through his stuff, Skeen grabbing the Kyber crystal from around his neck. And when Cassian admitted to them that he was doing this for payment, that must have made Skeen the most uncomfortable because he was still keeping a very similar secret for himself. Skeen says there's a moon 8 parsecs away, but Cassian shoots him dead. Cassian goes inside to see Nemec did not make it, and Quadpaw raises his inner set of hands first, followed by his second set. But Cassian's just taking the cut he was promised, leaving the rest and the freighter to Vel. And as a token of goodwill, he gives her Luthen's Kyber crystal to return to him. Vel, in exchange, gives Cassian Nemec's manifesto, which Nemec insisted Cassian get. So Nemec must have concluded that the only way that his spark of hope would mean anything would be if his message could convert the most skeptical non-believer. And that right now is Cassian. Back on Coruscant, Major Partagas tells the ISB,
I want every star sector and planetary emergency retaliation plan in the building ready for presentation by midnight.
Impressive how calm and unrattled he seems. Like he definitely is in crisis mode, but it's also like he expected such a possibility to happen. Mon Mothma speaks to the Imperial Senate about aid to the Ghormans. That's the race that she mentioned in episode 4, setting up the Ghorman massacre that will lead her to leave the Senate. We see that in Rebels. Notice how the Senate chamber is largely empty. Most pods are vacant, and the occupied ones only have 2 seats filled in, from the senior senator and the junior senator from that planet. All the seats behind those 2 are always empty, meaning the Empire has forbidden any extra staff or guests to join them. An Imperial crest marks each pod, and in the central chair is seated one individual seen only at a distance, but they are a pale figure with what looks like a bald head. I assume this is Sly Moore, the Umbaran aide to the Emperor seen in the prequels, who is actually mentioned as one of the dinner guests back in episode 4. The episode ends back in Luthen's shop.
It's a Devon blue.
There's an inscription on that one, in a language no one remembers.
How sad.
No, it's liberating. You decide what it says. Your own secret language.
Teverin is a jungle planet that appeared a few times in Clone Wars. Of course, Luthen loves this idea of a secret language, as this guy often uses these artifacts to speak in his code. These artifacts, by the way, I had broken down plenty of other videos, from Plo Koon's mask to the Starkiller armor, the Lothal tablets, a Gungan shield, some Jedi and Sith holocrons, and then some random Indiana Jones Easter eggs, like the Sankara stones from Temple of Doom, and Indy's whip, golden idol, and boots frozen in carbonite. Our final shot shows Luthen allowing himself, finally, his first genuine smile on this series. It's definitely not the false one that he puts on for show, but just true relief and joy from Stellan Skarsgård, because the rebels just scored their first major win, something so big that the ISB, the Senate, and the media cannot ignore it. This is a breakdown of Star Wars Andor Episode 7. We open back in the home of Cyril Karn, just like the opening shot of Episode 5, except this time there's no ray of sunshine warming Cyril's face. This time you can better see the Imperial action figures on his shelf, evoking the Stormtrooper doll that Jyn Erso has on Lamu in Rogue One. Cyril pours himself more blue bantha milk cereal, while his mother Edie critiques his clothes.
It's a brown suit.
The collar.
What about it?
It's high. You've had it raised.
I had it tailored.
Everything says something, Cyril.
As he did with his pre-Moore uniform, Cyril tailored his suit, and the color brown does say something, because Kyle Solar told us in an interview that for inspiration he looked to the patrols between the wars, referring to the Nazi brown shirts. Cyril sees a televised news broadcast reporting the robbery on Aldhani. News media in the Star Wars universe is not exactly common, but the Empire Day episode of Rebels does reference the Imperial Holonet, a mandatory propaganda broadcast.
Because today is Empire Day, celebrating the 15th anniversary of the galaxy's salvation, when our great Emperor Palpatine ended the Clone Wars and founded our glorious empire.
This news broadcast in Andor could be part of the Imperial Holonet, but this on-screen host doesn't have the propagandistic spin that the announcer in Rebels did. Just like those of us on YouTube who have the balls to show our faces have a bit more credibility, you're welcome. We transition from Cyril to Dedra Meero suiting up, specifically the close-ups of her tugging at her collar. This is a nervous tick that we saw her do in episode 4, and I like this way of showing how Dedra and Cyril both prefer the choking Imperial leash, as if enjoying the thought of Lord Vader giving them the Mahdi treatment. And that whole choking motif comes up in this ISB speech.
Be here this morning and know that the only question we need to answer is how tight to close our fist.
This is Wolf Yularen, the longtime Star Wars figure who first appeared in the background of A New Hope, but the character was given more of a backstory in Clone Wars as an officer in the Republic Navy serving alongside Obi-Wan and Anakin on various missions. But when the Empire took over, Yularen resigned his commission to become a colonel in the ISB, which is what his rank is now. Yularen is also an ally to Grand Admiral Thrawn, explored in Timothy Zahn's Thrawn novels. Yularen will die along with many of these characters on the Death Star, but Thrawn is still alive years after this during the New Republic era in The Mandalorian. The actor playing him probably going to be revealed at some point in the next 6 months. So through Yularen here, we may yet meet a live-action Thrawn. Yularen announces new empire-wide measures, attacks on sectors that harbor partisan activity, revoking local customs and traditions used as cover by rebels, and new powers granted from the Emperor.
The Emperor will be convening an emergency session of the Senate to propose a legislation package of bills and amendments that will free our hands in all matters of surveillance, search, and seizure.
This Public Order Resentencing Directive, or PORD, parallels the passage of the Real-World Patriot Act after 9/11, which critics felt paved the way for the rise of the surveillance state and encroachment on privacy and civil liberties. Dedra realizes this overreaction was the rebels' true intention.
This is exactly what they want. We're treating what happened at Aldhani like a robbery.
What would you call it?
An announcement.
Announcement is the title of this episode. The Empire makes its announcements like Yularen's PORD and the news broadcasts, but the rebels forcing them to escalate dramatically into this putative police state, breaking that illusion of normalization that until then was their true power. Heightening all of this into a more out in the open extreme conflict was really the true announcement of the rebels. Luthen listens to a radio frequency with a robotic voice to mask the person who's sending these messages out.
All military personnel at the garrison have been replaced and are being interrogated by ISB and tracking devices in the escape route, disabled prior to it reaching hyperspace. 134 Aldhani residents have been taken into custody on the suspicion of abetting the terrorists.
This confirms that everyone who worked on that garrison was sacked, and 134 Aldhanis, which includes all of those pilgrims and probably a lot more people who got stuck in those pubs along the way, all of them have been detained for questioning, and you know what that probably means. Clea announces Mon Mothma is here.
Without warning?
Wipe the smile off your face.
Remember, Luthen, when he's in character, is always smiling, but Clea knows the difference between his character smile and his genuine smile, so she's telling him to keep those two separated. And notice how when Luthen faces the window where the driver Cloris can see them, he maintains that phony grin, but when he turns and faces away from the window, his expression drops to his normal cold demeanor. Mon Mothma apparently was kept in the dark on the Aldhani mission, and Genevieve O'Reilly does such a good job conveying the fear over that.
You realize what you've done?
Now, every episode we pointed out all the various Easter eggs in this shop. Check out my past breakdowns for all of them, but I like how front and center you can really see Jedi Master Plo Koon's mask there. But now you can also see a white Jedi Temple guard mask on the shelf behind him. Luthen exchanges the two-faced deity art that he gave Mon Mothma back in episode 4 for the Utapawan monk cudgel that he showed her at that time. And he says,
Has anyone ever made a weapon that wasn't used?
this is a monk cudgel, meaning a peaceful religious figure still made this serrated weapon. Similarly, the Jedi lightsaber was meant to be a defensive tool used by peacekeepers, but of course ended up being weaponized. Luthen is basically saying that when you're at war, the point of your scheming is for it to be weaponized and for people to get hurt. Luthen is essentially echoing Nemik's talking points.
The Empire has been choking us so slowly we're starting not to notice. The time has come to force their hand.
People will suffer.
That's the plan.
Despite Mon Mothma's position as a realist, I like how they always maintain the empathy of her character, like she is now and will always be the woman who mourns the Bothans who died giving us this information. Cyril takes a new job at the Bureau of Standards, a vast field of cubicles keeping track of data in the Empire like weights and gauges, redundancy, verification, fuel impurity. The whole worker bee drone vibe does look like something out of Terry Gilliam's Brazil, but also with siloed data entry in your cubicle, very similar to Severance on Apple TV+. I love that show. Cyril has to move out of the way of a mouse droid, and one of the other workers around him does look like a blue-skinned chiss with light-up glasses. Clea makes her way across town. The metro station reads in Orbesh, "Please mind the gap," as doors are closing. This station actually was shot in the real-world McLaren Technology Center in Surrey, the ground floor of which was used for Cyril's arrival back home in episode 4. Clea passes a few stormtroopers who mutter some code to each other. Yeah, the second one said LUH3417, which was the name of the friend in THX1138 in George Lucas's first film, THX1138. Clea passes a hologram ad with Aurebesh translating to tasty pizzos. Pizzos are the snack food that the woman asked Cassian to go pick up later in the episode. And then that changes to a PSA message from the Empire: carry your chain codes from the ISB. Chain codes is just basically every person's ID, and the Empire is really the one who instituted everyone having to have chain codes on them at all times. Clea notices a chalk marking on the ground, echoing the chalked Jedi sigils marking the path for Jedi fugitives in Obi-Wan Kenobi. Cinta recovers a speed scooter on Aldhani and looks up to find herself in the shadow of an arriving Imperial Star Destroyer. I like how the camera shakes as it passes overhead, giving us a sense of its magnitude. The area where Clea meets Vel has these brickstone walkways and stucco pillars, matching the brutalist architecture built in London during the Margaret Thatcher era, like the National Theatre. Vel is disappointed Luthen didn't show, and she seems annoyed that they aren't doing more to honor Tamerman, Ghorman, or Nemec. Clea orders Vel to kill Cassian. Cassian returns to Ferrix and greets Marva and B2EMO.
Cassian!
Look at you!
B is so excited to see Cassian, and he lets out a little droid purr when Cassian pats his head like a good boy. At her dinner party, Mon Mothma meets with her longtime friend from her homeworld of Chandrila, Tay Kolma, played by Ben Miles, who played Peter Townsend in early seasons of The Crown. Mon's daughter Lita asks to be excused. Now, while Perrin seems to be the more likely of Mon's family to turn on her, his open frustration with her seems more surface level. It wouldn't surprise me if that's all it really is with him, and if Lita could be the one to end up betraying Mon, either by becoming an Imperial cadet, or maybe serving as a mentee to the Grand Vizier, or working in the offices of Sly Moore or the Emperor, kind of like the way he used Anakin Skywalker to spy on the Jedi. Mon catches up with her friend.
I want to tell you something that only 3 people in the galaxy know.
They pass through this wall decor that looks like a spider web, appropriate since Mon is talking about her own rebel web network. And seconds later, Tay asks her if this matter is personal or political. The camera again frames them from behind that web wall. It also makes us wonder, who are the 3 people in the galaxy who know about this? We have to assume Luthen and Clea are 2 of them, so who is that 3rd person? Probably Bail Organa, right? Like they had that whole conversation, that deleted scene at the end of Revenge of the Sith. As Mon and Tay pass the bar, you can see Perrin out of focus behind them watching her talk to him. And she says,
I've learned from Palpatine. If I show you the stone in my hand, you miss the knife at your throat.
I love this. Mon has recognized the political skill Palpatine wielded to get to his high-ranking position. Cassian sneaks into Bix's shop and he does the shave and a haircut knock to signal her.
Hey, and a haircut.
Cassian jogs to stay ahead of a few stormtroopers and then flashes back to this memory on Rix Street.
This is not our fight, Cass. Don't worry, they won't be here long. They're just gonna raise their silly flag and fly away.
The marching sounds are what draw him into this memory, just like the sounds of B calling him Kassa in episode 1 to wake him up brought him back to Kenari then. Some interesting visual trickery here though. In this memory, we see adult Diego Luna shown in close-up, but from behind him and all the other shots in these flashbacks, they swap in a younger actor to play young Cassian, Lucas Bond. So that means Cassian sees himself projecting himself in the past from his present age to relive this childhood trauma, the trauma that stays with him as an adult. Pro-Republic protesters throw rocks at the troopers, which in this flashback are not stormtroopers, but clone troopers. That means this would be set in a very short amount of time right at the end of the Clone Wars when the Empire was still using clone troopers before Tarkin phased all of them out and replaced them with stormtrooper recruits. That also means, unfortunately for Clem and the protesters, that these guys' aim is a hell of a lot better. Marva wants to stay on Ferrix to resist the Imperial occupation, inspired by the rebel successes on Aldhani. She says that she's tired of turning away from Rix Road to avoid thinking about Clem's body being hung up on display, and Cassian abruptly flashes back to that memory, Clem's frozen sleeves and close-up. This is the 2nd time a Star Wars title in a row to show Imperial forces hanging a criminal. After we saw in Obi-Wan Kenobi, young Cassian charges at 4 clone troopers with this pipe, likely what led to his incarceration before being forced to fight on Mimban. Among Marva's hanging plants is this ornament that looks a lot like the hanging pendant over the dashboard of her ship when she extracted Cassian from Kenari in episode 3. We get this beautiful exchange between the mother and son.
I won't have peace. I'll be worried about you all the time.
That's just love. Nothing you can do about that.
And I just have to single this out because it's so rare in genre shows like this to get an honest expression of the actual emotions love manifests as. Yes, it is another way of saying what is grief if not love persevering, but this isn't a synthezoid defining a term for us. It's a mother telling her son that we all have to live with pain if we want to love people. But it's also her non-verbally telling him that whenever he is gone, she will always worry about him and she will always love him, and there's nothing she can do about that. Marva leaves him with,
Stop searching for your sister. It's a fantasy. There were no survivors on Canary.
So it's not clear yet if his sister's survival might have been a story Clem or Marva told him to keep him hopeful, or maybe something she knew Cassian believed but never had the heart to tell him to stop believing it. But episode 1 did prove that there was some Canary girl in that Morlana 1 brothel, and I do not buy the Imperial cover story that the planet is toxic forever and ever. In fact, that giant pit that young Cassian walked up to, I believe we have seen in other shots and trailers, a pit now filled with water and used to build some Imperial construction. So I do think that mystery is leading somewhere. Partagaz orders,
let's have a full audit of all hyperspace lanes leading to Ord Mantell on my desk by this time tomorrow.
Yes, Ord Mantell was first mentioned in Empire Strikes Back.
I thought you had decided to stay.
Well, the bounty hunter we ran into when Ord Mantell changed my mind.
This planet has since been visited in Darth Maul, son of Dathomir comics, and in episodes of Bad Batch. At this point in history, it's being used as an Imperial shipyard. Blevin accuses Miro of overreach, and Miro does admit she used the Emergency Act to access Imperial records without sanction, but reframes the argument to say their jurisdictional boundaries should not apply here.
I'd like to know if anyone here believes the rebellion plans its actions around the artificially constructed boundaries of our sectors.
Major Partagaz created those sectors.
As organizing principles, not personal playthings, do you really think the rebels care about the lines we draw on maps?
Yes, she's saying by redrawing the maps, the Empire siloed its oversight from overseeing how rebel activity might transgress those jurisdictions. And Partagaz, to his credit, can't help but agree. He reassigns Morlana 1 and Ferrix from Blevin to Miro, but he does warn her to watch her back. Onto the planet Niamos, which almost sounds like Miami, both in its name and the jammin' music Nicholas Bertel composed for it. But they actually shot this in the UK coastal town of Cleveleys, using the same stone terraces leading to the water and the rocky seawalls. Of course, they added in these massive resort hotels, and if you look in the distance, a galactic cruise liner. Cassian, now going by the alias Keith Gergo, has a woman companion, Wendy, who asks,
Don't forget the pizzos.
Again, that is a snack food in the Hollow ad on Coruscant earlier, probably something we'll be able to buy at Galaxy's Edge soon enough. Cassian passes this dude with a droid leg playing a handheld version of Dejarik, that's a board game Chewie and R2 are playing on the Falcon. Imperial probe droids fly overhead, and he gets stopped by this stormtrooper, wearing the same tan shore trooper armor as the Scarab troopers in Rogue One.
You a part of it?
Part of what?
Don't play dumb.
If this voice sounds familiar, it's an uncredited cameo by Sam Witwer, voice of Maul in the Star Wars animated series. Witwer even tweeted this line confirming it. This trooper calls over a KX unit who initially walks up the beach all sexy like Ursula Andress and Dr. No. So hot, this droid. But the trooper says,
Hang on to this one for me. I want to check the shelter.
He said hang.
He meant what?
Hang.
No, he means what?
Uh-oh, we get this Imperial choking motif again. And to be clear, this KX unit is not K2SO or will not be K2SO. This one is voiced by Aiden Cook, who also did Dr. Quadpaw last episode. The introduction between Cassian and K2SO is already codified in Star Wars canon. It's explored in the Rogue One Cassian and K2SO comic, where Cassian wipes his memory and reprograms him on the planet Wekako. And then we cut to this courtroom, cooled by this blade fan with an Imperial crest. The judge eats what looks like pistachios and uses this old school manual credit card swiper to print out their Imperial rap sheets. The guy right before Cassian gets charged with walking an unleashed Massive. Massives are the Tusken dogs from Tatooine. This rap sheet actually reads, name, Richard Stevenson, crime, failure to follow Imperial command, anti-Imperial vandalism, sentence 5 years. Yeah, the judge called out 4 months for this guy in different crimes. They just clearly shot close-ups of different rap sheets than what the dialogue says. Cassian's charge used to be a 6-month sentence, but thanks to the new Imperial edicts, as a result of his rebel success, it goes up to 6 years. And his Orbesh rap sheet snuck in another inside joke. Name, Keith Seymour, crime, suspected force sensitivity, assaulting an Imperial officer, sentence 25 years. Keith Seymour is a very talented Star Wars concept artist. The episode ends back with Cyril Karn in the Bureau of Standards, his brown suit swapped out for a gray suit that matches everyone else's. He is unable to stand out, wearing a kind of prison uniform. His eyes scan lines and lines of numbers, again very much like Severance, but he looks up and to the left, as he did in the very first shot. There, he was looking out the window looking for sunlight. Now he looks up at us, at the camera, as if at a security camera monitoring him. He is in a prison of another kind. Cyril and Cassian, both incarcerated, victims of their own ambitions. This is a breakdown of Andor Episode 8, Narkina 5. Composer Nicholas Bertel updates some music over the opening title so that now it sounds like a hammer on metal, echoing the sounds of Cassian and his labor crew assembling this Imperial machinery in prison. Cassian is moved off of Niamos as a tan armored shore trooper barks,
Move it! Don't you look at me. Move it!
Yeah, this trooper is not credited as a different actor, so it's probably once again Maul voice actor Sam Witwer doing an uncredited cameo like he did as a short trooper last episode. The troopers sort the prisoners into transports based on how able-bodied they are. The guy in front of Cassian, Tuck Hybex, is from Galdi and is sent to Belsavis, which is a planet from Star Wars Legends, a 1995 Children of the Jedi novel. In the Old Republic stories, it's a frozen planet used as a hiding place of young Jedi who escaped the Purge, like Roganda Ismarin, who was also made canon as one of the Jedi names on the wall in Obi-Wan Kenobi. This idea of immediately sorting prisoners into labor camps and rushing them off is one of many dark parallels in this episode to Nazi concentration camps. George Lucas has depicted the Empire as space Nazis since the beginning. I mean, have you seen the wings on Dedra's pants? This episode continues the metaphor in the way the prisoners are just so efficiently sorted and shipped off to different labor camps. The focus on the taking off of the shoes, reminding us of the heartbreaking Last Witnesses exhibit at the US Holocaust Memorial Museum, and the way these prisoners are lined up for showers. This whole place is just a well-oiled machine of cruelty. We cut to Cyril Karn in the Bureau of Standards. The first shot is literally what he sees from his cubicle when he looks up. I think he might be playing a game on his terminal.
That man is playing Galaga.
There aren't really any numbers or text on his screen, just flashing shapes. This kind of looks like a 70s game console screen. This whole episode frames all of these prisoners' toilings as a kind of game. The prisoners of Narkina 5 literally competing against each other.
You play against all the other tables in this room. I play against all the other rooms.
Play.
Call it what you will.
Competing for petty food-based rewards or to avoid pain. Cyril Karn playing his games. I mean, if you think about it, all these characters are in a kind of Squid Game. And I guess in Mon Mothma's case, it's a Squig game.
No, I'll have hers.
Cyril's supervisors follow a mouse droid to his cubicle. I'm assuming this is the same mouse droid that nearly tripped him when he walked to his desk last episode. While Cassian's cuffs are magnetically sealed in place, we cut to Cyril's knee bouncing nervously as he waits to be interrogated for filing false inquiries looking for Cassian. Cyril corrects Dedra from 5 to 6 inquiries, showing he's not ashamed of his actions.
One would think you'd want to leave Ferrix as far behind as possible.
One would be wrong.
Yeah, another parallel between Karn and Andor. They both keep returning to Ferrix, despite how stupid it is for them to go back to it. Narkina 5 has floating prison facilities, and if you count, there are 7 of them. 7 is a magic number. 7 bases shaped as 7-sided heptagons. 7 levels, 7 rooms, 7 tables, 7 men per table, and later we find out 7 seconds to return to your cell when the lights start flashing. May remind you of the St. Ives riddle. As I was going to St. Ives, I met a man with 7 wives. Each wife had 7 sacks, each sack had 7 cats, each cat had 7 kids. Kids, cats, sacks, and wives, how many were going to St. Ives? And if you watch Die Hard with a Vengeance, you know that the answer is, of course, 1. Only you are going to St. Ives. Similarly, this facility buries you in this number game so that you lose sight of yourself. Now, 7 is a prime number and has various different meanings to different mythologies and fictions. 7 deadly sins, the lucky number 7. God created the world in 7 days. 7 gods in the faith of the 7 in Game of Thrones. 7 Horcruxes for Harry Potter. Dante's 7th circle of hell houses the violent. But here, I think 7 is less about symbolism than it is just about harmonic balance. Since all groups are kept in competition with each other, 7 groups is a large enough number to keep each group motivated to avoid being last, but to also feel pride if they top the others. Notice how Aquino only cares about being in the top 3 of his level. 7 is also an odd number to prevent mutinous coalitions from forming and to encourage fluidity among the factions. With 7, dissent is overruled quickly and it's just easier to conform. And with the prisoners keeping each other honest and keeping each other motivated, it all plays out like a Stanford prison experiment. Now, as the transport arrives, you see how each base is surrounded by whirlpools at the points. These might come from engines that keep the bases suspended, which doesn't make a lot of sense. Really, my darkest theory for what they are making in these rooms are just machine parts and turbines just to perpetuate the prison itself with no other Imperial purpose, which in some ways would be even more messed up than if they're building parts of the Death Star. Miro produces the Imperial Starpath unit that she recovered from Ferrix, and she pauses for Wolf Yularen to catch up.
My full report highlights the prevalence of this problem galaxy-wide.
I'm listening.
Oh, Wolf Yularen, always charming us since your first cameo on the Death Star in The New Hope. And he's so good at multitasking. I really hope he is reading reports from his good buddy Grand Admiral Thrawn, because if you watch Rebels, you know those two are friends. Miro reveals they have codenamed Luthen Axis. Axis makes sense, as Luthen is a kind of fulcrum upon which the current phase of the rebellion hangs, and fulcrum is a rebel codename used by Ahsoka. But using the word Axis, also pretty ironic when you remember that the Axis powers included the Nazis in World War II. And we learned the purpose of the prisoner's bare feet and the guards' insulated boots. The warden reveals that the floors are made of tungstoid steel. This is a substance from the 2009 novel Fate of the Jedi Abyss. Kudos to Diego Luna and these other actors for their perfectly synced contortions. It looks incredibly painful, especially for Cassian, whose feet and hand touch the floor. Even more points of contact, even more pain. And notice how the warden smiles just a bit, enjoying the sadism of this before catching himself to release them. Karn tells Mira that he didn't get a good look at Luthen. Remember back in episode 3, Cassian held him at gunpoint and Karn was never able to turn around to see Luthen's face. He only saw him as a blur when he passed on the speeder bike. And as Mira leaves, Karn still smiles a bit to himself, comforted that he made an impression on her and that someone is finally investigating the Ferrix incident. As Cassian is brought into his workroom, he clocks where the guards hang their boots, and each boot is stamped with an Imperial crest. He also notices how truly inefficient and easily thrown off schedule these guards are, showing that it's really the design of the facility, not the personnel, that makes it so secure. I think this will all be useful next episode when they escape. The prisoners all wear white creamsicle uniforms and a mostly white facility, recalling the production design of George Lucas's dystopian sci-fi THX 1138. We meet the floor manager, Kino Loy, played by Andy Serkis, who's of course played Supreme Leader Snoke in the sequels, and he says,
"Losing hope, your mind, keep it yourself."
Already, I just get this guy way more than anything we learned about Snoke. Cassian meets his table, Jembok, Zal, Taga, Ulaf, Ham, and Melshi. And Melshi should look familiar. Duncan Powell played Rune Scott Melshi in Rogue One. He was the rebel commander in Cassian's unit who helped Cassian break Jyn Erso out of the women's prison on Wobani and leads the rebel faction in the bunker on Scarif. Ulaf is played by Christopher Fairbank, who played the thug in the 1989 Batman who set up this iconic moment.
What are you?
I'm Batman. Ulaf struggles to keep up during the sudden sprint segment, reminding us of the heart-pounding speed test that Eamon Goethe puts the worker under to make that hinge in Schindler's List. Now, all the workers are totally in the dark with theories about what's really going on. They notice the guards outside are laughing. They speculate that Kino is actually the one in charge. I guess putting them all through this like he's an undercover boss. I feel like there's also a meta joke here, like they recognize Andy Serkis as Snoke and have their own fan theories about Snoke being everything. Now, it is not clear what they're building yet. It does have 6 arms that are bent inward. Obviously, this would be something the Empire would need a lot of if it's being mass produced like this. So if it's not turbines to keep the facility afloat, I did speculate they could be parts of TIE fighter cockpits, like this facility might be part of an Imperial contract with the Sinar fleet systems, or they could be the hexagonal nodes to build the framework of the curved Death Star. Mon Mothma and her husband Perrin drink a Chandrillan drink by dropping squigs that disintegrate and fizz, toasting with the term Sagrona and Sagrona Teema. Mon is trying to secure votes against the Emperor's latest overreach with PORD and remembers Perrin when he was 15 years old.
Remember Perrin at 15?
Oh, let's not.
The Academy Firebrand.
We later learn that Mon and Perrin were actually part of an arranged marriage as teenagers per a Chandrillan custom. Perrin and Tay Colma trade barbs.
Good luck feeding the galaxy. I'm off to feed myself. Charity begins at home.
The look Perrin gives Tay after that. Mon Mothma's daughter Leda interrupts their scheming.
You're here all the time now.
Learning to love Coruscant.
You're drinking squigs.
Oh, I've lost my taste for it.
It's disgusting.
That's the point.
So yeah, it sounds like Chandrillans drink these squigs as a snobby delicacy, and Leda definitely seems to be suspicious of Tay Colma. She might be the one who ends up reporting him and blowing her mother's money-moving operation. On the bridge, Taga uses hand signals with an inmate across the way, so a prison break may already be in the early development, even without Cassian planning it. Mon chats with Senators Dow, Slorda, Tinar, and Yivin, with Yivin defending the Emperor as just doing his job to protect everyone. Someone in this group says
what he means.
Says what he means. Hey, I like him. He says what he means. What? Obviously, commonly said about supposedly populist politicians in the real world who actually don't really say anything and actually don't really mean anything. It's all hot air. Hey, no editor, please don't show an image for that. They all flipped out when I referenced Marks a few episodes back. Jembok shows Cassian his cell where they get food from a tube. It's a lot like an umbilical cord. It's just super infantilizing, isn't it?
Winner gets taste with their food. Top table wins flavor.
Cassian's number is 2180. His sentence was 6 years, which in Earth years would be 2190. So if we assume 10 days on Yamos, it does line up. Now, yes, it does not really make sense for Star Wars years and days to line up with the orbital cycles of Earth around our sun, but you know, it just does, so get over it. Jembok says everyone's number was doubled last month as a result of the PORD, and Taga is shocked to learn no one on the outside knows or cares about this. They speculate that a garrison was slaughtered by rebels, even though it was just a robbery. That's some Imperial propaganda at play there. And Ulaf's cell, it looks like there's only 74 24 days left. That tracks with him being one of the older inmates, but that also implies that A, he has been here for several years and still never moved up the ladder to where Kino is, despite Kino having more days left on his sentence. And B, last month, his number was half of that because it was doubled, remember? So he was so close to release last month. And in this episode, when we shift ahead 30 days to the point where Olaf probably should have been released, this is when he starts to stumble. It's just so heartbreaking because something's probably gonna happen to this guy and he probably would have been free if not for the PORD sentencing increases that Cassian caused. Or not caused, like it wasn't his decision to do it, but obviously his choices led to it. And he's probably gonna feel a lot of guilt for it. Or he should feel a lot of guilt for it, but not that much guilt. You know, it's the Empire's fault. Leda eats a snack, which looks a lot like one of those teal macaroons. You know, not macaroons, the macarons that Grogu snacked on in The Mandalorian. Cassian's number transitions from 2180 to 2150, and we see 30 shifts later. They don't measure their time in days, they measure it in shifts because they don't see the outdoors. They don't know if it's day or night or what. Cassian is eating off of a plate, suggesting that his table won a recent shift because otherwise wouldn't all their food come in the tubes, right? All the prisoners stand naked to get sanitized, echoing the prison shower montage in Shawshank Redemption, and we nearly see our first Star Wars ass crack from Andy Serkis, but the booty never makes it into frame. They retrieve clean clothes from cubby holes, like the Ferrix workers' glove wall in episode 1, and even these prison guards' boot rack. It seems like everyone in this Imperial machine is kept on a routine like children in school. Olaf jams a pin, and Kino comes over in a solid Gordon Ramsay in Hell's Kitchen impression.
Hey! You're just taking a breather. Come on, guys! You got a chance of winning the shift today. Shame to waste it.
Yeah, Kino's smile is totally performative. It's a tool that he uses to reassure and motivate, like LUTHEN's smile, Mon Mothma's smile. Everybody smiling is used as a weapon or a mask. On Ferrix, Brasso walks past an Imperial speeder bike, the kind we saw in Corellia and Solo: A Star Wars Story. He and Bix check in on Marva, who fell trying to open a floodgate on Rix Road to see if a tunnel was open under the hotel so that rebels could catch the Imperials by surprise. Vel and Cinta wait for Andor to show up. Cinta wants to set up for a while to stay and watch, but not with Vel, as that would draw too much attention.
Who would you say you are? Maybe I'm a rich girl, running away from her family.
That's cold. Even for you.
Now, I have been thinking that Vel might be Luthen's daughter because they do look pretty similar, but if she would be running away from her family, in that case, she'd be working for her father's business. So I don't know about that, but it seems like she's gonna be related to someone important. Maybe Takoma, or maybe one of those other senators. Bix calls Luthen's shop. Now, Luthen has a few new items. He moved that white Jedi Temple Guard mask onto a central pedestal beside a headpiece that looks like Padme's Naboo crest headdress from Attack of the Clones, which you can get at Galaxy's Edge. There's also some chest armor that looks a lot like Mandalorian Beskar. Sadly, apparently no one wants to buy the Gungan shield or that Starkiller armor. Clea tells Luthen that he is slipping and he agrees to shut down the Ferrix frequency. Unfortunately for Bix, on her end, the lights stay lit, so she has no way of knowing if the other side is even listening anymore. As that overhead shot of her suggests, she is literally siloed. Another great shot composition showing some cross dissolving from Vel on the Ferrix shuttle to Cinta spying on the Andor home, like Anakin and Padme's longing glances across the city from their windows in Revenge of the Sith. A prisoner named Vimos takes his life by stepping on the red floor. We actually saw him earlier in the shower and he has some scarring on the side of his face. This might not be the first time he has tried to do this. The others say that he railed it, which might be their slang in the way people in underground metros will jump in front of trains or touch the electrified third rail. Luthen takes his Fondor Hallcraft to Segra Milo to meet up with Saw Gerrera's partisan group. Few familiar faces from Rogue One return, Benthic 2 Tubes, and then down below if you look closely, that's Moroff, the Gygorian. They also have a few early model X-Wings. This would be after the Incom Corporation has transitioned away from the Z95 models. You'll notice these X-Wings have the Astromech port. Forrest Whitaker returns as Saw Gerrera, who does not yet need a breathing mask as he does in Rogue One. He is younger and healthier here, though still he has the scar across his face that he has in the Rebels era. Luthen once sought to meet with a rebel named Anto Krieger to give him air support as he attacks an Imperial power station on Spellhouse, but Saw is reluctant to merge their efforts.
Krieger's a separatist. Maepes, a neo-republican. The Ghorman Front, the partisan alliance, sectorist, human cultist, galaxy partitionist. They're lost!
Separatist refers to the Clone Wars era Confederacy of Independent Systems. Ghorman Front, those are the freedom fighters supporting the Ghormans, whom Mon Mothma's been talking a lot about. All these groups are just various anti-Empire political alliances, all of which have failed. Bix gets arrested, and Dedra orders Pot to be left in the room so that Bix can see his tortured body, and then Dedra can pretend that this was a mistake. She's just a very skilled interrogator. I'm really worried about Bix. We end on Cassian's team toiling away as more and more of these parts get assembled. Assuming these are pieces of the Death Star, it's pretty sad to think that these prisoners are once again the instruments of their own destruction. But One question I'm left with, assuming Cassian left his credits above the shower back on Niamos, did he also leave Nemik's manifesto there too? We need to protect that document at all costs. I mean, I guess you could argue a political text in any reader's hand remains valuable so long as that person doesn't want to burn the book, but damn, I am hoping that Cassian stashed it back on Ferrix for Marva to bring to book club with the daughters of Ferrix. This is a breakdown of Star Wars Andor Episode 9. Starting with composer Nicholas Bertel's music in the opening, it takes on a more aggressive beat. This matches the way Table 5 has found a brisk rhythm to assemble their probable Death Star jigsaw pieces, but also quicken the heartbeat as we realize time is running out for them to make a move. This episode is titled "Nobody's Listening!" Exclamation point to connote a shout. And we learn that the Empire does not care to listen to us because it's too busy drowning us out with noise. The auditory torture of this episode takes many forms. The machinery of the Narkina 5 work floor, the shutdown of the Senate pods.
Authority.
And here in the opening shot, Dedra Meero cracking her neck, a chiropractor's dream. Of course, the most traumatic sound of this episode is the one we do not hear, the torture of Dizonite children's death cry. But the horror that's left to our imagination has its own perceivable counterpart with all the sounds of oppression we hear throughout this episode. The idea of the Empire silencing voices echoes back to A New Hope, really the most haunting detail of Imperial cruelty that stuck with me as a kid.
As if millions of voices suddenly cried out in terror and were suddenly silenced.
While interrogating Bix, Dedra says,
"You pull in the net, and the easy thing, the quick thing, is to assume that everything you've dragged to shore is a fish."
Really another way of saying, when you're a hammer, everything begins to look like a nail. This has been Dedra's criticism of the Empire. The Empire's killing ants with bazookas, playing right into the rebel strategy. So Dedra is saying she's more of a scalpel. Dedra goes on,
"But I take a more nuanced view. I try."
Yeah, she leans into whisper, a very intimate trigger. Her way of saying, the way we're gonna get to you is by forcing our mouths into your ear. She introduces Dr. Gorst, who does this little wave. Gorst is the worst. And she recounts Salman Pak's backstory.
Park attended a separatist meeting 2 years ago in Jonborough where he met a woman who suggested that if he was serious about politics, he might like to act as liaison for Ferrix when he returned home.
Attended a separatist meeting 2 years ago and met a woman? This is a lot like how Joe McCarthy would force people to testify for attending meetings in college, often early just to make friends or to hook up. And he used that to label these people communists. A separatist meeting 2 years prior would be long after the Clone Wars, when separatist power was all but snuffed out anyway. Presumably, this woman he met was Clea, Luthen's operative on Coruscant. Behind Dedra and in every ISB interrogation room is a grid of security cameras, which are the same design that Han and Chewie shoot out in the Death Star in A New Hope. Not really an earth-shattering Easter egg, I just appreciate the little continuity details that take us back to that 70s production design. Dedra says,
"The very worst thing you can do right now is bore me."
I love this. I will be using it in every context as a GIF, but there also may be some unintentional wordplay here. Dedra doesn't want to be bored as in uninterested, but she also doesn't want to be bored as in drilled into to form a hole. She doesn't want anyone to bore into her protective shell. And she flashes just the tiniest bit of vulnerability when she realizes Bix won't confess to anything voluntarily.
No. I suppose not.
Yeah, the tiniest muscle in Denise Goff's cheek contracts there. And I love all the transitions back and forth from Bix's torture to the machinery of the prison in this episode, which always sync to sound like Bix screaming. There's a cold but satisfying efficiency to the way the machine parts rise up from the table like a Pez dispenser. You can actually see the next one locked and loaded under the table. So who loads those? One wonders if each level could be an assembly line, passing these parts up to the next level to become more and more complex pieces of this Death Star or whatever they are. Cassian, aka Keith, notices table 2 is shorthanded, but not for long.
"There's a new man coming down, but we can take the ship if we push."
We're already up on 4.
Now, at first I thought Cassian was a converted, institutionalized man chasing those simple rewards, when in reality, he's actually clocking prisoner transfers to gather intel on the guards, because that's the only time guards come in and out of there. Like Luthen and Mon Mothma and Vel, he is wearing multiple masks to survive. He's proven himself a true clandestine rebel. Ulaf struggles to keep up.
What do you say, old timer?
short timer.
Yeah, Zal's correction shows that they don't really measure time in age, they measure it in time remaining in your sentence. And by the way, there is no way Ulaf was labeled as able-bodied recently, suggesting that he might have been in this prison for several years, maybe even pre-Empire, which would be quite an indictment on the oversight of the Republic era. He may be an old-timer who got rotated back into a new level and prefers institutionalization, like the tragic character in Shawshank Redemption. Alternatively, we could also see him as the feeble old man in Squid Game, who, spoiler warning, was the true game master of all of that. But rather than Ulaf as a deceitful undercover boss, I think a darker theory is that he was the original prison architect who built and designed all this, and the Empire imprisoned him here to keep it all a secret. Cassian swaps with Taga's spot under the guise of efficiency and even credits Taga with the idea, but it's actually to give him an opportunity to keep an eye on the room without having to glance over his shoulder all awkwardly. Later, he sees that guard passing overhead and uses that moment to take a break. And remember, last episode, Taga was the one who noticed the passing guards overhead laughing at them. Gorst explains the origin of their interrogation technique, an audio recording from the Dysonites from Dyson Frey.
They make a sound as they die, a sort of choral, agonized pleading.
Specifically, they isolated the sounds of Dysonite children. In real-world biology, humans are coded with a natural trigger to the sound of crying children because we are tribal creatures designed to avoid attracting predators. The Empire has weaponized this instinct, turning our biological empathy for the distress signals of endangered children into an interrogation technique. God, I hope the CIA isn't watching the show. And the moment these headphones are put on her is haunting. The most terrifying moment of Star Wars. The score cuts out and we brace ourselves for the sounds of those Dysonite death screams, but instead, all we hear is Bix screaming. This show is using Adria Arjona's choral agonized pleading to torture us. And the door shuts on us, and instead we follow a guard walking past in the hallway, just like the shot of Leia being tortured on the Death Star in A New Hope. And again, this screen transitions to the prison work floor. The screams of tortured rebels are the same as the screams of their machines, the same as the screams of their TIE fighters. We have to listen to them scream, but when we scream, nobody's listening. Exclamation point! Cassian saws into the machinery in the wall of the bathroom, which is located directly beneath the lift, so this is likely part of the hydraulics of it. You can notice a few past scratches on that pipe, so they have been working at this for quite some time. Cassian and this other prisoner clock the new prisoner arrival, 2 guards, 2 weapons, no boots, meaning the floor of that elevator must not be electrified in this moment.
Believe me now, the elevator's not wide. Nothing that moves can fry you.
The prisoner means no walking platform that moves, but he also implies that the roving humans of this facility aren't the threat, the facility design is. And if you can get past that design, the rest are gonna fall over like dominoes. Dedra sneers as she squeezes Bix's sweaty face, looking a lot like Agent Smith interrogating Morpheus in The Matrix. And later after this interrogation, her captain says,
"And Salmon Park?
I don't care.
I'd like to hang him."
Yeah, these Imperials are truly, sincerely disgusted with their captives. And again, Pac was just a guy who attended a separatist meeting in college trying to get laid. Onto the Senate chamber of Coruscant. Now it has an Imperial crest on the central floor, which it did not during the Star Wars prequels. Mon Mothma speaks, and chairing that central dais is a figure who is hard to make out from the overhead shot. You could see some blue, so I thought it could have been the Grand Vizier Masameda, but a closer shot later makes this guy look more human. In the background, we do hear a male voice shouting, "Order!"
Is to the citizens who have sent us here.
Just as Masameda did in Phantom Menace when they were trying to recall Chancellor Valorum.
Order!
There's a lot like the British Parliament where they'll all kind of yell at each other and the speaker will go, "Order, order!" As Mon speaks out against the PORD, other senators heckle things like, "Long live the Empire," and "We've heard this," and "Boo!" And I know I compared this to the UK Parliament, but that's all done in respectful jest for the most part. Meanwhile, in the American legislative bodies, more and more we're starting to see the president get heckled during the State of the Union, and it's not a good thing. And while there are some supportive shouts of "Listen to her," most of the pods one by one switch off their lights in protest of her words, literally making this room more and more like the dark side. Mon Mothma says,
Those of you who still believe that when we enter this building, we are in a temple.
Yes, Mon likens this Senate chamber with a temple, the way the Jedi see their temple on Coruscant, and both of these temples will end up desecrated by Palpatine. On the bridge, Taga's hand signal partner tells him that something is going on level 2.
What's he saying? What was that?
This power surge was the moment the guards completely fried the 100 inmates on that level 2 bridge. But this also shows that when one large floor area gets activated, power must be redirected from the rest of the prison, which is something that they might be able to use next episode when they break out. Kino yells at Taga, saying that it takes a week for word to get from one level to the other, but that's only for him. He just doubts that Taga's back channel could communicate that fast, and I think he's really just angry that he's the last one to know when things happen because he's just going through proper channels at his network. We learn that Vel is Mon Mothma's cousin, both fighting the Empire from different angles.
I'm starting to think we're in over our head. He's got us spinning out of it.
You took a vow.
A vow? It sounds like these two embarked on this rebel mission after swearing a kind of oath, but to whom? I'm wondering if they could have sworn this vow at the grave of Padme. Cassian tells Kino that the guards don't have to care about what they're saying down there.
We are nothing to them. Melch is right. We're cheaper than droids and easier to replace.
This is true even for the top brass of the Empire. Tarkin replaced efficient but expensive clone troopers and replaced them with stormtrooper recruits, even though stormtroopers don't know how to aim for shit. And Kino switches off his cell light to ignore Keith, the same way the other senators switch off their lights to tell Mon Mothma that they were ignoring her. Dedra updates the ISB about stolen Imperial equipment found in a rebel cell associated with Maya Pei. That was the person who was cited last episode by Saw Gerrera as a past failed rebel leader. Dedra tries to connect Cassian to the Aldhani robbery, and her aide speaks up.
He was clean-shaven. Andor had shaved. The rebels at Aldhani were clean-shaven. And 2 soldiers from the garrison who got a look at him felt there was some similarity to our reference picture.
Yeah, they're starting to close in on all of them, realizing that the simple act of changing one's appearance is reason enough to suspect wrongdoing. Cassian's level learns that 100 men were fried out, and Kino snaps. We finally see Kino realize that the system he has trusted for so long was never trustworthy.
It's just another day, another shift. So let's keep our mouths shut, keep our heads down, until we know what's going on.
Andy Serkis is so good at showing that shift in his eyes. The same shift from defiance to vulnerability, then back to defiance that he brought to the performance of Gollum. I love this actor. Cyril's mom noticed that he changed his hair, just like the Imperials noticed that Cassian shaved, but in Cyril's case, it's likely to impress Dedra. He says,
I've been in my private box. I have ways of knowing.
A private box? Gross! I mean, you know some hand-drawn pictures of Dedra are in there, right? His mom nags.
The shadow of a son, a tenant, a stranger.
Oh, that's new, you want to remember that.
All that time away on Morlana. What if I'd let your neglect drive me insane? Imagine that.
Oof, the sass between these two. But the mom did not even hear him. She just kept going on. And then he does the same thing. He slurps his milk to drown her out. Again, nobody's listening! Exclamation point. Vel tells them that she's headed back to Chandrila.
Yes, the pilgrimage.
I thought she was making a joke about this just being an obligatory visit to relatives, but no, the closed captioning capitalizes pilgrimage, so this must be some Chandrilan custom. Like the Eye of Aldhani, it's another religious custom, something that the PORD just raised the penalties for if you use as a cover for rebel activities. Also, I like how they're eating these large eggs with some blue garnishes sticking out. Looks yummy. Cyril Karn stalks outside the ISB to run into Dedra, and he thanks her for his promotion at the Bureau of Standards. He tells her,
Just being in your presence, I've realized that life was worth living. I realized that if nothing else, there was justice. Perhaps my deranged belief that there was something better fated for me in the future was a dream worth clinging to.
Yeah, he clearly wrote and rehearsed his speech. A legitimately creepy profession of love from an unsocialized loner. Fellas is saying how you do it. And he says,
I want what you want. I sense it. I know it.
Sense it? Cyril, Force sensitive confirmed? I mean, I kinda hope he is, just so an Inquisitor gets him. Dedra's aide reports that they captured a rebel pilot and are holding him on a destroyer outside Steerguard. Now, the rebels don't really have much of a fleet at this point. This really is a pilot who's just piloting transport ships around. Remember, we only saw 2 early model X-Wings outside Saw Gerrera's hideout, but those X-Wings alone were enough for Luthen to go to him asking for some air support. Tay Kolma tells Mon that to cover a 400,000 credit withdrawal, they need a large sum deposit, a loan that they'll have to get from a thug banker, Davos Skulden, someone we'll meet next episode. The ISB puts together that the rebel pilot worked for Anto Krieger, the guy Luthen told Saw Gerrera about last episode who needed that air support on the mission to Spellhouse. Dedra says that the pilot was on his way to Kafrene. The rings of Kafrene was where we first met Cassian Andor in Rogue One. They plan to sabotage the pilot's ship so that it's found by the rebel cell, meaning that Anto Krieger is about to get ambushed and Luthen could get outed this way. Ulaf suffers a stroke right at the end of his shift, and Zal has to cover him so that he's blocked perfectly from the line of sight of the guards up above. The medtech arrives, Dr. Rasiv, played by Adrian Rollins, another actor from HBO's Chernobyl in this cast. He played the character Fomin. He also played James Potter in the Harry Potter films. And we see his feet on the graded lift platform, another reminder that it is not electrified, and this will probably be their means of escape. Now, Rasiv says that he has seen Olaf before, and he reveals that the riot on level 2 was caused by a prisoner who had previously been on level 4 and released just to be recycled back to a different level. Like Melshi suggested, the number does not matter, no one ever really leaves this place. And I love how Kino calls Olaf Uli. He had a nickname for him, proving that he knew this old man for a long time and had some affection for him. And now he might be wondering if Olaf could have also been recycled from a different level, and that's why he's so old. And now, seeing this old man die in prison, Kino realizes that there is no hope and finally answers Cassian's question.
How many guards on each level?
Never more than 12.
Now, if we do some math here, at 7 levels, that also means no more than 84 guards in this whole facility. And probably less than that, because guards are always falling behind but transferring between levels. Like, who knows, maybe there's only like 30 guards in this whole place. But we know for sure there are 100 prisoners per room, 50 shifting from day to night. And 7 rooms per level, that's 700 per level, and then 7 levels, meaning 4,900 prisoners, well maybe 4,800 now. But either way, nearly 5,000 against no more than 84 guards. I mean, always tell me those odds. This is a breakdown of Star Wars Andor Episode 10, One Way Out. The opening music for this episode strips out all the anxious percussion that we've heard in past episode intros and really just returns to hopeful strings. Then we open on poor Olaf being zipped into a body bag. The curved zipper has this odd look to it, kind of like a pouch for food. It just wouldn't surprise me if this is a Soylent Green scenario and those meat hoses that they suckle from is dead prisoners. After playing the thug who set up Michael Keaton to say, "I am Batman," and basically the Luthen Rael of Xandar in Guardians of the Galaxy, Chris Fairbanks really has another iconic role for the books. His gurney hovers through the level as they all wait on program, which almost takes on the tone of a funeral procession with all of them standing in respect. Cassian tells Kino Loy,
"We need to go tomorrow."
Tomorrow.
You heard me? It has to be tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
This repetition of the word tomorrow invokes the famous line from Shakespeare's Macbeth. Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow creeps in this petty pace from day to day to the last syllable of recorded time, and all our yesterdays have lighted fools the way to dusty death. Out, out, brief candle! Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. This is what Macbeth says after learning of his wife's death. He's expressing the futility of life and how all of our actions really amount to nothing in the grand scheme of things. His words, not mine. But this is how Kino Loy might feel in this moment. After losing his beloved Uli, all his toiling signifying nothing. A tale told by an idiot. Kino says the guards still have power, but Cassian counters,
Power doesn't panic.
Cassian has seen Imperial crackdowns before and he knows most of the time it's done as an afterthought, but an overreaction indicates panic, which indicates surrendered power. Kino says on program to Cassian at the beginning of the scene, and when Cassian tells him that the plan centers around the new prisoner transfer, Kino freezes in his tracks, and the scene ends with Cassian telling Kino on program. It's a perfect illustration of this idea of power doesn't panic. Cassian ends his scene less panicked than Kino. Kino has surrendered some power over to Cassian. Now Cassian lingers on the floor.
We will have immediate facility compliance, or we will begin activating floors without warning.
Yeah, the announcer's voice is credited in the credits as Voice of God, and it's actually a longtime Lucasfilm casting associate, Martin Ware. We actually see this actor later in the control room. Cassian waits until the last possible second to clear that floor before the current switches on. Really, he does this to steal everyone's attention and focus it on what he and Kino have learned about Olaf's death, and Kino finally confirms it.
No one is getting out!
Yeah, composer Nicholas Bertel at it again with some tense bass notes here to mark the dark truth, hitting them all with a thud. Dedramiro reports their plan of using a rebel ship as bait to lure in the rebel Anto Krieger and how it is working.
Pilot dead, ship adrift, port of origin unknown. Kathleen Rescue Salvage reports unresponsive GPE 7000. Operator appears to have frozen following hydraulic failure on hyperspace re-entry.
Yeah, they are reviewing a report from Kafrene, the Rings of Kafrene being the location in Rogue One. This is reporting the captured rebel pilot, who's now apparently dead on the ship. Behind Dedra, notice the Orabesh translates to Thand and Kafrene. Thand is the name of the sector where Kafrene is located. She hands Partagaz the tablet, but he doesn't take it. And instead he takes Lonnie Young's advice to check out the ship so Krieger doesn't get suspicious. Dedra suspects something is up, and we stay on Young, setting up that there's more going on with this guy. Cassian watches his day clock shift from 21:56 to 21:55, like someone who woke up too early, watching their alarm clock go from 6:59 to 7 a.m. Kino declares,
"We are done with counting shifts. There is only then and now." There is only one way out. Play it how you want. But I'm gonna assume I'm already dead and take it from there.
Yes, no more counting shifts, only then and now. A powerful rejection of the way the Empire tries to control time itself, and a paradigm shift to reject the past and embrace the present. And he says, assume you're dead, because under the Empire, stasis equals death. Similarly, Luthen considers himself dead. Meanwhile, on Ferrix, Jezzy brings in Dr. Molmoy because Marva is not taking her pills, and Cinta takes note of this. Korv also keeps an eye on this. He was one of Dedra's Imperial officers. Davos Skulden meets with Mon Mothma and Tay Kolma. He's the banker that Tay brought up last episode to help out Mon with a loan so that she can move her money around more freely. Mon talks about her home.
It's state property. The rules are strict on Decor. Our choices for change are limited.
Yeah, the Empire even has rules over how much senators are allowed to decorate their homes. Davo brings up Mon's husband and says Chandrillan arranged marriages benefit from what he calls clarity.
Boundaries can be liberating. They always have value.
He is teasing what he'll eventually ask for Mon, but he's also consenting his overall approval to the boundaries being drawn by the Empire across the galaxy. Davo senses that it's not just money for a charitable foundation. He suggests that his fee will actually be to introduce his 14-year-old son to her 13-year-old daughter. And suddenly it's Game of Thrones, so Mon Mothma shuts that shit down.
It's a lot to think about.
I'm not thinking about it.
That's the first untrue thing you've said.
Yeah, it's come up a few times on this series that our inner thoughts are the one place the Empire can't get to us. So Davo telling Mon what she is thinking in this moment feels especially pervasive. Clea tells Luthen that a spy has made contact by marking a fountain and removing a rail. This whole chat between them is done in a single take. And while it's not the flashy kind of wonder that calls attention to itself, it is the kind of thing that this series does to ground us in moments with characters. Like in Cassian's opening argument with Kino, we stay a long time on Andy Serkis before we cut. Luthen polishes that Naboo headdress that we saw Padme wearing in Attack of the Clones, and in the back of the shop, Luthen has moved the Jedi holocron to be closer to Indiana Jones' carbonite rack. I really think no one actually buys anything in the shop. They just move things around to make it look like it's a real business. Ataga's hand trembles as he loses his nerve, and Cassian gets a tool handed off to him, and he returns to that bathroom to keep sawing at that pipe. As Kino plays his part and barks at the room for being behind, we cut to the guards upstairs.
We have a check on 3. Do that now, we're already behind.
Yeah, the guards are also constantly scrambling, terrified of falling behind on their tasks. Cassian pries to open the water pipe to flood the bathroom, and the men on the floor go on program, each of them tucking tools and heavy parts behind their heads. Cassian joins the others a bit late, soaking wet, and the guards don't even notice. Now, there's a recurring theme with Cassian's wetness on the show. In the opening scene of the series, he was soaked in rain, and the Pre-Mor guards actually made jokes about him swimming over, which one could argue probably was a bit of coded racism there. And I bring this up because I specifically talk about Kenari having dark features, which does seem to correspond with Diego Luna's race. Dedra talked about casting her net to catch fish last episode, fish being also the name given to prisoners their first night into prison. And now in this episode, Cassian gets to freedom by swimming. Here, it's like the guards are so used to seeing their inmates covered in sweat from being nervous or from working that they don't even notice a guy soaked head to toe in water. The plan begins with Ham and Zal, the most naturally angry looking inmates, faking a fight like those brothers in Ocean's 11. Cassian jams the lift. The new prisoner being brought in instinctively springs to action and zaps the warden, giving his own life because he is the first to get shot. Actually, part of what makes this prison escape so gripping is how many inmates we see die. Like, I hated seeing Burnok get blasted when he was hanging from that platform. The whole thing is just messy. Like the Rogue One Vader killbox sequence, it's not a swift, victorious exit, it's a scramble. It's a costly rugby try. The guards use Imperial blaster pistols, just like the weapons used by the crew on the Tantive 4 in A New Hope. Throughout this opening volley, notice Kino plants right near the shock box on the floor, knowing that the water will reach it and that someone down there will need to be standing there for the guards to spark the floor, which is how they short circuit the whole floor, remembering that the wiring of this place is pretty weak when the lights flickered last episode. The losses just continue to pile up and sting, but this episode does a really good job pinging back and forth between losses and wins to keep us engaged. Like Zal goes down, which really sucks, but immediately after, Cassian makes it up to the higher level, kicks a leg, punches a dude's mouth, and pulls off an impressive double play by using that guy's blaster to take out another from an impressively low angle. So now the room is secure. You could actually argue it's because Zal distracted that first guard by throwing the tool at him that gave Cassian the window enough time to knock him down and grab his blaster. See, every sacrifice counts. Kino yells at them to climb, which is also what Nemik screamed at Cassian in episode 6, and K2SO's last word to Cassian in Rogue One. Now, one thing that surprised me about all this is how none of these inmates ever strap on those boots to protect themselves in case the guards ever try to spark the floors, but I guess they covered that that by short-circuiting one sector, and overall, really, speed and stealth are more crucial. It's really a foot race to get to the central control room. Like, notice how they first go for the blasters instead of the boots, which is actually pretty smart because Cassian hears those same clunky boots coming around the corner and gets the drop on them. Cassian urges Kino forward. No, come on! Yeah, another smart move because Cassian knows that Kino is the eldermost voice among them, and he recognized that Kino's real value is to put that deep, snooky voice on the PA to call all levels to riot. So Cassian tosses a gun to Ham to implicitly put him in charge of holding this level. I also love how this episode cuts to the point of view of workers initially detached from the riot, and we see the moment that they get conscripted.
Run way out!
Ham is going ham! The voice of God, we learn, is modulated to make this younger guard sound even more intimidating.
Any deviation
or failure to comply will...
Yeah, Imperial power is a total illusion, casting as big of a shadow as possible. And this guard, again, credited as voice of God, has the vengeance and wrath of an Old Testament variety.
5'5", 5'3", 5'6". Burn a firewall around it. Try the whole level.
Voice of God was ready to electrocute 700 men. You'll see that their screens show floor plans of every level with glowing yellow dots for each inmate. This younger control officer is credited as Apostle, as he blindly follows the voice of God's lead. Behind him, you can see numbers for each level, kind of like open spots in a freaking parking garage. One reads 686, another 504, meaning one level has lost 14 inmates, another 196. Maybe that was level 2 who was already down 100. Cassian tells Apostle to cut the power.
So Hydro.
Yeah, so that explains those whirlpools surrounding the facility. These are apparently turbines that generate the hydroelectric power. Cassian tells Kino to speak to all the inmates over the PA, and notice that microphone is the same two-cylinder design as the microphone that Han Solo speaks into in the Death Star, right before he shoots the panel.
It's Kino Loy. I'm the day shift manager on level 5.
Yeah, with Andy Serkis's voice modulated down, he really does sound a lot more like Snoke. Cassian urges him to put some elbow grease into this. And behind Kino, you can actually see some of those inmates on one level starting to get motivated as they move toward the door. And Kino finds his inner strength.
And I would rather die trying.
Yeah, he actually quotes these same words Cassian spoke to him earlier. And you can feel Nemik's sentiments flowing through Cassian and then flowing into the most powerful voice of the three. This is what a rebellion sounds like. Kino says,
"There is one way out."
An incredible call to arms. Ironically, it was Kino's barking at workers to help each other fill parts quotas that he can now weaponize as an instrument of destruction against the Empire. Kino gets them to chant the rallying cry of "One way out," which he continues to shout even after stepping away from the microphone. Guards cower in absolute fear as the inmates storm past, and I just love the amount of sweat they coated on the guard closest to us. The inmates taste the fresh air, and Ham doesn't even wait. He Leroy Jenkins right over the edge so that they all tumble into the water like lemmings. Cassian turns to Melshi, his future partner from Rogue One. Yeah, you can definitely feel the beginning of a valuable friendship forming between these two. That's why the episode ends with these two sticking together, sprinting through the ashy fields toward the light of 3 moons. But poor Kino doesn't make it.
Can't swim!
At first, it feels like a personal defeat for Kino, but you can see a bit of pride in his eyes as he watches the others dive into the water and swim to freedom. Kind of like the other patients in the facility in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest cheering as Chief breaks out. Neither Kino nor Luthen will see the promised land. And we cut to a high overhead shot of the 7-sided facility, which makes us a little nervous because this is a point of view of the facility one would see from the Death Star, the battle station these facilities are likely supplying parts for. On Coruscant, we follow Young to an elevator where he finds a hidden earpiece with Luthen's voice. Yeah, we stay uninterrupted with Young for long stretches, but now there are real-time jump cuts to slightly different angles of Young's face, creating the slightly disorienting effect in the elevator. Young warns Luthen about Dedramiro and how they're using Anto Krieger's pilot as a trap, but Luthen plans to just let the mission go forward to keep the Empire from knowing there's a leak at all.
50 men. You're worth more than that.
You have to warn them.
Yes, 50 men. Exactly the number of men working in a Narkina 5 12-hour shift. Luthen exhibits a parallel ruthlessness. The elevator suddenly opens up on Luthen down on floor 331, meaning this is hundreds of layers deep in the Coruscant underworld. Luthen's cloak billows, making him look super sinister. And you notice Luthen is out of his antique Steeler costume because despite his trust for Young, he still doesn't want Young to see his alter ego. Like Leo in The Departed, Young wants out because he's a daddy now, but Luthen says,
"We took a vow."
Presumably the same vow that Vel and Mon Mothma were talking about last episode. Young asks Luthen what he sacrificed, teeing up Stellan Skarsgård to give an incredible monologue.
I've given up all chance at inner peace. I share my dreams with ghosts.
The ghosts of whom, we wonder? The rebels he sacrificed? Maybe a loved one? Again, we come back to Macbeth, who shares his dinners with the ghost of Banquo. Luthen goes on.
I wake up every day to an equation I wrote 15 years ago from which there's only one conclusion.
An equation he wrote 15 years ago. Sounds like Luthen was once a manifesto writer a lot like Nemik. Really, Luthen is who Nemik might have grown up to be. He considers himself damned, much like Paul Newman's character in Road to Perdition.
And there is only one guarantee. None of us will see heaven.
And Luthen finishes with,
So what do I sacrifice? Everything!
That echo on the end of the word everything immortalizes Luthen's anguish. It'd be one thing for a rebel to lose his soul and just not have the words to describe it, but Luthen's true curse is self-awareness and a poet's mind to accurately describe how dead he feels. Normally in Star Wars breakdowns, I compare dialogue to like past moments because so much of Star Wars on Disney Plus is just pure crack nostalgia. It's like poetry, it rhymes. But this, folks, is poetry, a truly original haunting insight. This is the moment other future Star Wars titles will be compared to. This is a breakdown of Star Wars Andor Episode 11, Daughter of Ferrix. Liz Bertel's opening music changes ever so slightly episode by episode, and notice here the heartbeat thump percussion is a soft electronic wail over it. And you can compare this to the electronic whimpers of B2EMO, for whom this episode shoots the removal and procession of Marva's body by the Daughters of Ferrix. But we open on Cassian and Melshi clutching a cliff on Narkina 5, their hands and feet chapped and bloody, shoes and gloves, two things that would be helpful right now, and two things the series has depicted regulated as part of an Imperial machine. Even now, the Empire forcing these prisoners to be shoeless is something that they have to fight through. Now, the Imperial vessel that they hide from is actually a TIE Reaper, a ship originally designed for Rogue One. It transported Death Troopers to Scarif, and it's since showed up in Jedi Fallen Order and other places. The idea that Death Troopers could be the ones searching for these escaped prisoners right now makes this all a lot scarier. Melshi says,
I can't climb back up. You hear me? I hear you. My hands won't work. I said, I hear you.
Yes, climb! The recurring order with Cassian. Kino screamed it to the prisoners to escape. Nemik screamed it so they could escape Aldhani. It's gonna be K2SO's final word. And now Cassian encourages Melshi to climb. And Cassian also says, I hear you. An inverse to the nobody's listening deafness of the Empire. Nobody's listening being the title of episode 9. And Melshi goes in the scene from telling Andor to stop telling him they're leaving to
tell me they're leaving.
This is Melshi's way of inviting Andor to give him hope, because that's all he needs to climb out of despair. And we transition from Cassian and Melshi overhead on the cliff to a match dissolved to an extreme close-up of the liquid in the cup resting atop B2EMO as he watches the Daughters of Ferrix work. This transition has the effect of superimposing Cassian and Melshi underwater briefly, a recurring motif with Cassian as an aquatic creature. In these opening seconds, we don't even know really what we are looking at, which is really how grief can feel. The Daughters of Ferrix is a society of women who care for the sick and elderly, I suppose a mix of Meals on Wheels and hospice. We hear their voices discussing moving the sheets, but leaving Cassian's bed as is because Marva would have wanted it that way. It's interesting how these women have a sense of what Marva's will was beyond her death. And since she wanted to be a rebel up until the moment she died, makes me wonder if she could have set in place some deeper plan for her remains. More on that later. But we're seeing all this from B's point of view, closer and closer on his photoreceptor lens as he takes all of this in. Now, yes, the eye close-up does evoke Hal from 2001: A Space Odyssey, but in that case, the central red light connoted soulless evil. But here, it's a red-orange ring around a dark pupil, something closer to the human eye that draws us in instead of repelling us. B vibrates and the liquid in the cup sloshes until the cup falls off and Brasso catches it. B is more than a piece of furniture or a coaster. He emotes his own form of grief for Marva. B sits beside Marva's empty chair with her cane leaning against it and her work gloves hanging behind, the closest representations he still has of her. And we continue to stay inside from B's point of view, watching as the Daughters of Ferrix carry Marva's body out in a procession adorned with plants, which is a rare color for this rust-tinted town. We see Marva through a circular portal matching the shape of B's eyepiece, and we actually see his shell reflected in the dirty window lined up directly over Marva's body, as if his spirit is always staying with her. And towing that cart is actually a newer model ground mech salvage assist unit, which is especially sad for B, because if he was a younger droid, you could say he'd be able to serve as a pallbearer himself. Cassian and Melshi come across some native Narkinians, the Pemular brothers, Duel and Freedy. Duel is played by Matt Lyons, who puppeted Dr. Quadpaw in episode 6. Freedy is played by Liam Cook, who played Ochia Bestoon in Rise of Skywalker. They're fishermen, they talk funny, and it's just nice to see a few more non-humans in Andor. Their ship is a quad jumper, the same type of vessel as the Tug B-13 craft seen in Unkar Plutt's Jakku Lot in Force Awakens. That's the one that got destroyed, so they had to resort to that piece of junk, the Millennium Falcon. Now, these fishermen haven't been very successful. Only a few eels hang from their line, but they ensnare Cassian and Melshi in these sticky nets. And again, we come back to this fish motif. Remember, Dedra was talking about casting her metaphorical fishing net with Bix, and Cassian is often been likened with a fish who last episode had to escape by swimming. Meanwhile, Dedra speaks to her subordinates via video chat, and I just like how what we see on their screens lines up with the angles of where the webcam would be for them. Like for Dedra, it's a low angle pointed upward, and in Dedra's view, you can see the camera is further away to show all three subordinates. And I'm not sure if Dedra's video screen was VFX'd in this shot, but they did add the reflection of the screen on that black surface to the console to the right of it. The officer explains the Ferrix burial custom.
The dead are bricked. They mix your ashes with mortar and local stone dust, put your name on and fire it up. You become a block of Ferrix brick.
And then what?
They find you a wall.
Yes, I love the idea that the dead on Ferrix become part of the architecture of the town. The flat surface that echoes the Beskar bell twice a day and helps echo their 5050 metal ringing anytime they want to alert each other. The Narkinians comment on their catch.
Moisey Moy. Prison here. Escapers. 2Z2. 1,000 each, the offer be.
Yeah, I really love the cultural design with the language there. There's some consistent Ned Flanders-esque prefixes on the interjections. My-zy my, 2Z2. My-zy my, neighborino. And I like how Freedy has the stump arm with an attachable appendage with the blade on it. His other hand is covered in residue. And I like that head plate from an injury, but with long black hair and a bun behind it. There's just a lot of stuff going on with this guy. He's a true feast. But since the bounty is dead or alive, Duel feels mercy for them, agreeing that it was the Empire's fault that the water on Narkina 5 has been polluted to kill all the fish. Clea, meanwhile, is using water to spray dirt off a medallion, another extreme close-up of sloshing water in this episode. Vel enters the shop, and as the scene begins, Clea refuses to drop her antique steel or patter while her face is in the view of the window. Only when she faces away later in the scene is she able to speak plainly. Now, initially, Clea and Vel are framed at the far ends of their frames with lots of room behind them, creating an illusion that they are alone in different rooms, talking past each other, or perhaps spies sitting on back-to-back park benches, speaking in code. I also appreciate how Clea's got the Star Killer armor behind her, backing her up. What you got, Vel? Padme's headdress, a Twi'lek Kalikori? Get the f out. Vel asks Clea what she's done for the rebellion lately, and Clea gives Vel her version of LUTHEN's speech last episode.
I don't have lately. I have always. I have a constant blur of plates spinning and knives on the floor and needy, panicked faces at the window, of which you are but one of many.
Knives on the floor. What an image. One knife on the floor during a fight is chaos, right? Who's gonna grab it? Where's it gonna slide next? The tide can turn in any direction. But several knives on the floor is that amplified. It's impossible to know what's in play at any given moment and which way the war is gonna go. And I love this. The relic that they stand beside is actually a real-world Aztec calendar, also referred to as a sunstone. It shows the previous 4 worlds and how they came to an end. Now, since this shop also contains Indiana Jones Easter eggs, these items are really just set decorator nods and not meant to have continuity implications. But sure, yes, the aliens who helped the Aztecs and Mayans actually came from a galaxy far, far away a long time ago. Our boy, the Time Grappler, returns this episode ringing the Beskar bell. I assume this bell's gonna have some importance in the Ferrix finale next episode. Now, as Brasso prepares to leave Marva's home, a lamp remains lit beside Marva's gloves. This is how they were going to leave her home. Kind of a way of keeping vigil beside this one representation of her in the home. Brasso has this interesting line about Marva moving on, her life continuing, and he's referring again to this brick, how it's bound a wall somewhere. And again, since Marva was obsessed with continuing to be a rebel in her golden years, exploring a tunnel crawl space underneath the Ferrix hotel, hoping to overtake it. I'm hoping that that brick could have been added to that tunnel, like a keystone, so that knocking it out could crumble the whole tower or something like that. It would just be awesome if Marva's brick could be thrown at someone's face, playing some pivotal role in a riot next episode. Bix continues to recover from her sound torture, but interestingly, what echoes in her mind isn't the Dizonite children's screams, again, which we never hear. It's really the voice of Dr. Gorst describing it beforehand.
They make a sound as they die, sort of choral, agonized, pleading. If you're having difficulty speaking, just shake your head. Doesn't take long.
The idea here is that what is even more sickening to Bix than the screams themselves is the calm way that Gorst described them. And we see a close-up of that grid of 6 security cameras, the same type of cameras Han and Chewie shoot out on the Death Star. And Bix sees a hollow projection of Anto Krieger. That's the rebel that Luthen is gonna allow to fall into the ISB's trap. And now it looks like the ISB thinks that he is Bix's contact, the one that they codenamed Axis. Meanwhile, Mon watches as her daughter Leda leads a Chandrillan girls prayer group with some problematic sounding chanting, yielding and acceptance, safe in the braid of the old ways, true and steady and braided and trust. The old ways hold us, safe in the knot, in the binding. The old ways teach us, bound against the wind, tied to shore, tethered in permanence, safe in the braid of the old ways. Cool. You really don't want to just play soccer? But this gives us some deeper context to latest hair braids. They are part of a Chandrillan dogma to bound and confine themselves in old traditions, protect against the wind or the undertow. If this is Leia's way of rebelling against her more open-minded parents, she might actually welcome an arranged marriage with Pavo Skolden's son. Now, Vel is horrified by this, but Mon tells her that this is trending back, showing how Imperial culture is having a neoconservative trickle-down effect on society. Now, philosophically, this also contrasts the more natural tenets of the Jedi Code, at least as described by Luke in The Last Jedi, a balance that embraces the chaos of the weather and the crashing waves. This also makes us wonder if Leia Organa's tight hair buns might be part of a disguise that she wears to feign adherence to the old ways of Alderaan and subservience to the Empire. Notice how in Return of the Jedi, she lets her hair down, free for the wind to catch it. Linus Mosk from earlier in the season calls Cyril Karn in the middle of the night. Mosk is now working as a smelter, still in Organa 1. I like how Cyril waves his mom out of the room. Shut Mom, I'm on the phone! And later, when he steals some money from her safe, it's clear that all the characters are headed back to Ferrix for the finale. Back on Niamos, a few blue birds fight over food on the seashore. I find it interesting this episode as compared to last episode, no one is hanging out on the beach this time. I'm thinking it's because all the shore troopers kept finding bogus excuses to arrest people and scared everyone off. And structurally, I like how this season is really retracing its steps back. We went to the bottom layer of hell on Narkina, and now we're heading back to Niamos, and then in the finale we'll head back to Ferrix. Cassian sneaks into his hotel room while new guests are sleeping to find his lockbox with credits, blasters, and Nemik's manifesto.
Tyranny required.
Yes, that was Nemik's voice there, saying tyranny requires. That comes at the end of this Orabesh that you can briefly see on the screen. It translates to control is so desperate because it's so unnatural. Tyranny requires, and I like this idea, control is desperate. It's the opposite of what Cassian told Kino last episode, power doesn't panic. But both are true. Real power does not panic, but the active attempt to control is really an act of desperation. Luthen visits Saw Gerrera's camp and runs into Benthic Two Tubes, whom he just calls Tubes, one of the Two Tubes brothers who shows up in Rogue One. Also in the camp are two early model X-Wings. These are not Z-95 starfighters anymore because these have astromech droid ports, and the Z-95s did not. You can also see Morloff from Rogue One patrolling in the background. Saw tells Luthen that he now wants to join Krieger on the Spellhouse mission, but Luthen tells him that he is letting the Spellhouse mission fail and Krieger to get caught. It's interesting how Luthen is showing his cards to Saw, which signals to Saw, one, how ruthless Luthen actually is, but more importantly, brings Saw into the inner circle of trust. He's training him.
It's your decision. But know the choice. Will let Krieger go down and play the long game, or do we warn him and throw away a source it's taken years to cultivate?
Yeah, this is a sly test by Luthen on Saw, trying to get Saw to take a leadership role. Because Luthen knows that his days are probably numbered, but if he can get Saw to just start thinking strategically, to make these kind of hard decisions, he'll have a new leader among the rebel extremists to rely on. I like how Saw at first just gets paranoid, wondering who among his partisans might be Luthen spies as well. But Luthen mockingly says it's Tubes, just to prove this point to Saw that this exercise is a waste of time. Saw at first says,
"There's no way out alive."
Yeah, he's referring to the base right now, but this also echoes the one way out chorus of last episode. For these rebels, really their one way out is death. Luthen and Kleia have a coded conversation about losing an antique to another dealer, but it's actually referring to Cassian. But Luthen gets stopped by an Imperial cruiser.
Arrestor cruiser. Cantwell class.
This was actually designed from artist Colin Cantwell for the 1977 Star Wars. It was rejected, but was later brought back in the Imperial recruitment video on Solo Star Wars Story. A nice tribute to Colin Cantwell, who passed away earlier this year. Luthen and his Fondor Hallcraft send an active Alderaanian transponder ID, and the fact that they use an Alderaanian one might lead the Empire to increasingly distrust Alderaan for having some rebel connections. They use their tractor beam on the front of it to draw in the Fondor Hallcraft, but after the Hallcraft can calibrate that beam, Luthen then hits the thrusters a bit, which gives the Imperials a tug, like a surprisingly big fish on a line. Again, fishermen and fish. But Luthen intentionally pulls harder, knowing that these Imperials will have to escalate the tractor beam in order to reel him in. This is part of his genius strategy. He's using this to spring his trap, basically pulling back a slingshot. Because when he unleashes that spray of shrapnel, now that the tractor beam is up to 5, it turns that shrapnel into bullets that slingshot it all into the beacon dish and chews it up. So then the cruiser releases 3 TIE fighters and a double pod TIE shuttle, which is first shown in Empire Strikes Back. I know, I thought it was a TIE bomber at first too, but if you look closely, it does not have that lower bomb deploying appendage. Also, why would you release a TIE bomber in this particular scenario? But Luthen proves he is one hell of a pilot. He shoots the shuttle first, and then takes out one of the fighters, and then he activates these 2 side lasers and destroys the other 2 fighters doing a barrel roll, the kind of move that Anakin Skywalker loved to do.
I'll try spinning, that's a good trick.
Cassian calls Zanwan, who tells him that Marva is dead. Now, if you look closely, Zan has a bunch of screens showing a bunch of familiar ship schematics. On the right, that is a Utilipede transport, which is actually created for Galaxy's Edge in Disneyland. If you go to Disneyland, you'll notice this thing has boxes marked 70, 80, and 83. These are for the release years of the original trilogy films. And then over on the left, that's a Corellian YT 1930 light freighter, similar but not the same model as the Millennium Falcon. Cassian and Melshi decide to split up so that more people will find out what the Empire is doing on Narkina 5, and Cassian is left alone, looking out over the water as the sun beams through the clouds. This visual echoes his future death on the beach, with Jyn Erso as the Death Star beams down onto the Scarif base. This is where these two, like Luthen said last episode, burn their lives to make a sunrise they know they'll never see. This is a breakdown of Andor, episode 12, the season finale, Rix Road. An incredible season of Star Wars storytelling ended in a finale packed with hidden details and deeper layers of meaning. We open, as always, with Nicholas Bertel's updated music. Over a steady drum beat, a mix of horns come together. This is the music of Marva's funeral march that congeals into a battle charge this episode. Every episode this season has really been the sounds of Marva's Ferrix funeral band getting into tune and eventually playing the same theme. A really awesome parallel. Now, in this episode, the product of this music is what looks like the earliest open revolt against the Empire in Star Wars history. Now, obviously, Saw Gerrera and Luthen and Anto Krieger were involved in all kinds of criminal plots, but like the Boston Massacre in 1770 leading to the American Revolution, this is one early instance where blood was shed and average folks rose up on their own. We're rioting now? We're rioting now! We start with this close-up of Wilman Pox soldering the fuse for the explosive that'll later throw in this riot. This mirrors the close-up of the tinkering droids in the post-credit scene where they fuse the Narkina 5 parts into the Death Star. Each side, Rebellion and Empire, building weapons to kill the other, recalling Luthen's line of being damned to use the tools of his enemy to destroy them. But really, these sparks and whiffs of smoke are lighting the fuses for much more explosive fireworks later on in time. Wilman Pock is the son of Salman Pock, whose appearance here glows in remembrance on Wilman's desk. Salman is the parts shop owner who hid the radio for Bix to use and was arrested in episode 8 and last seen post-torture until Captain Van Estigo took care of him off-screen in episode 9.
I'd like to hang him. What's left of him, anyway. Make sure they know who's in charge.
As you wish.
We cut back to Wilman repeatedly in these opening minutes as he gingerly assembles each piece of the device, plugging in cables and twisting them into place. Each piece is covered in dirt and grime and rust, a recurring theme in this episode.
People don't look down the way they should. They don't look down, they don't look past the rust.
There is a darkness reaching like rust into everything around us.
But Wilman looks past the rust to innovate something to hurt the Empire. He finally dials up the charge, and the ascending lights give this the feel of Wilman's own handheld Death Star, which would charge up and light up in a similar way before it would bring utter destruction. Wilman, you may fire when ready. Dedra Meero's Lambda-class shuttle lands on Ferrix beside this larger four-winged vessel. This is actually a Zeta-class cargo shuttle, first seen in Rogue One over Jedha, and later landed on Scarif. As she walks on the deck, she's flanked by Death Troopers. These are the troopers that accompanied Krennic in Rogue One's opening scene. In Bix's cell, the security camera pivots to face her. Again, this is the same 6-grid design as the cameras Han and Chewie shoot out on the Death Star, but it's so unnerving to be alone in a room with a stationary camera that suddenly turns to face you. What, was your lens not wide enough? Do you really need me to be centered for your shot right now? Zan connects with Brasso, and at first we don't even notice Zan in the out-of-focus foreground blending in with the bricks. It's implied that these bricks are all composed of dead Ferrixians, and Zan will become one of the casualties of this riot. As they goss, Nurchi watches them from the shop where a speeder is being dismantled. It's painted green and orange or yellow. I thought maybe it could be Anakin's speeder from Attack of the Clones, or maybe a pod racer. Tony Gilroy did let his art department go crazy with background references, so I'm sure it's something. They also pass a shop where a man in a bucket hat tinkers with the droid. I just love how busy everything feels on Ferrix. Nurchi buys Zan some drinks trying to get info from him because we learn he is a snitch for the Empire. But remember, he needs this money because he previously loaned money to Cassian and Cassian never paid him back. So really, Nurchi was a product of Cassian's own mistakes. Mon Mothma opens her collar to breathe, which is a recurring theme on this series. Characters being smothered and choked and otherwise bound, either by the Empire or by themselves, but all of it a result of the Empire's tight grip. A grip that as it gets tighter, more star systems slip through its fingers. But here Mon confronts her husband Perrin about his gambling, knowing that her driver Chloris is eavesdropping on them. So was Perrin actually gambling? On one hand, she wasn't surprised when Pavo Scold in last episode said that he knew Perrin, suggesting that Pavo was a loan shark to Perrin in the past. But think about it, Mon is smart enough to know that Chloris is listening in. I think she she's throwing Perrin under the bus to have a plausible cover story for the missing credits from her account when the Empire eventually checks it, which would justify why this honorable senator would marry off her daughter to the family of a notorious crook. Because later, as Cloris reports this all to Blevin, Blevin says,
"They've made some odd banking moves recently. This would certainly explain it."
I think that's why, rather than fully shutting down defensively, Perrin has a valid counter-argument.
This is wrong, Mom. This is people trying to take you down by coming after me.
And notice how it legitimately hurts Mon to hear Perrin try to explain where these gambling rumors are coming from. Deep down, she knows she is the one betraying him here. And you probably noticed Mon referencing Canto Bight, the casino planet from The Last Jedi. You know, as we mentioned it, Rian Johnson's amazing tracking shot over the tables of that casino was an homage to William A. Wellman's tracking shot of the 1927 film Wings. One of my favorite practical shots in which tables and chairs were pulled apart right as the camera passed over them. Also, incredibly, I noticed there is a same-sex couple there in 1927, and we have come so far. Cassian finds Clem's brick on the wall covered in moss and in roots, suggesting that all the other memorial bricks are tidied up by loved ones, but since Marva has died and Cassian's been gone, no one has really cleaned Clem's brick. The Orabesh on that brick is the same font as the scrapyard sign, which reads Zorbies with the letters distorted, so it's kind of hard to tell. But here, the same font translates to Clem Andor, but the birth date above and the death date below are worn off. We cut to a flashback seeing young Cassian only from behind, as we did in the flashback before, but we never see young Cassian's face. Because think about it, adult Cassian only remembers these from what he saw, not from how he looked, which is how we all see our memories. Clem says,
"The man that sees everything is more blessed than cursed."
and he says how most people don't look past the rust of something, but with just 2 minutes of cleaning, you can find a diamond in the rough. This is the gambit that Cassian poses to Luthen at the end of the episode. Look past the rust of me and see how valuable I can be to the rebellion. Cassian again runs into the Corellian hounds in the scrapyard and reunites with Pelgo, back from earlier in the season, played by Kieran O'Brien, aka Jamie Tartt's dad on Ted Lasso. And what follows is yet another amazing speech on the series, Nemik's full manifesto passage, which we only heard a piece of last episode, but we start with Bix and with Luthen.
There will be times when the struggle seems impossible. I know this already. Alone, unsure, dwarfed by the scale of the enemy. Remember this. Freedom is a pure idea. It occurs spontaneously and without instruction. Random acts of insurrection are occurring constantly throughout the galaxy. There are whole armies, battalions that have no idea that they've already enlisted in the cause.
This idea of freedom being the natural state and control being an unnatural act comes from the political philosophy of John Locke, who wrote that the fundamental purpose of government is to enshrine liberties from tyranny that humans can impose on each other, which is why the American Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments, is a list of freedoms as opposed to an enumeration of government powers, which the rest of the Constitution was. So is Nemik a libertarian or is he a Marxist? Psst, both can be true, folks. Classic political theory doesn't have a modern voter registration. So, maybe don't ban books. Luthen looks out over the Ferrix town, which is illuminated by lightning in the distance. I love the visuals here. It's like natural forces are charging this town to the point of explosion. And Luthen observes how all of his plans of an organic uprising are coming to fruition. Nemik's voice continues.
Remember that the frontier of the rebellion is everywhere, and even the smallest act of insurrection pushes our lines forward. The Imperial need for control is so desperate because it is so unnatural. Tyranny requires constant effort. It breaks. It leaks. Authority is brittle. Oppression is the mask of fear. Remember that.
Yes, this is the section that we heard a snippet of last episode. Oppression is the mask of fear. It invokes the mask of Darth Vader, a symbol of oppression, but a facade masking the fearful, brittle, broken soul underneath. Fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, hate leads to suffering. Also, Imperial control being unnatural, words spoken by Palpatine himself, because after all, the dark side of the Force is a pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural. But notice how Cassian tosses the manifesto aside, no longer reading along as Nemik finishes the passage.
The day will come when all these skirmishes and battles, these moments of defiance, will have flooded the banks of the Empire's authority, and then there will be one too many. One single thing will break the siege. Remember this. Try.
Try, a philosophical counterpart to Yoda's teachings to Luke and Dagobah. Do or do not, there is no try, which is an eternally puzzling statement. Is effort wasted if it doesn't have a result? No, I don't think that's what Yoda's saying. His point is really to stop focusing on your own inner hurdles and instead focus on your impact on the outside world. Envision the change you will inevitably enact and bridge your present with your future. But I like that Nemik counters Yoda, because these rebels don't have the luxury of enlightened Jedi philosophy. They don't have the luxury of future. They burn their decency for someone else's future. They burn their lives to make a sunrise they know they'll never see. Trapped in their present, all they have is try. The ISB celebrate their successful trap on Anto Krieger.
But it was over before they started. Prisoners. Not today.
And remember, Young is a rebel spy who tried to save Anto Krieger's group, but Luthen let them die to preserve Young's status as the spy. And I like how he twitches his mouth as he says, "not today," a little subtle masking of his true feelings in this moment. And by the way, Anto Krieger's hollow projection last episode was designed using the likeness of Andor graphic designer Barry Gingell. The screen behind Partagaz shows the spellhouse surface. The Orvesh reads Imperial Saturation, which could mean those red circles are where stormtroopers are located, clearing out Krieger's group. Korv watches over the Andor home and sees B2EMO leave with Zan wearing Brasso's clothes. What? They give him the slip! So Brasso meets Cassian and gives him Marva's final message to him.
Tell him none of this is his fault. It was already burning. He's just the first spark of the fire. Tell him he knows everything he needs to know and feels everything he needs to feel. And when the day comes that those two pull together, he will be an unstoppable force for good. I love him more than anything he could ever do wrong.
First spark, you say?
No, we are the spark that'll light the fire that'll burn the First Order down.
But to know everything you need to know and feel everything you need to feel, those two pulling together, that, in a sense, is do or do not, there is no try. Know what you need to know is your destined impact in the future. Feeling what you need to feel right now is your present struggle. So merging the subconscious with the conscious, our future with our present, is how we become unstoppable. And fittingly, notice how Marva calls the fusion of the conscious with the subconscious a force. Whatever words these characters are using to talk about it, they're talking about the same thing. On the transport, Mosk gives Cyril his orange hat. They swap hats. Back in episode 3, Cyril and Mosk's pre-Moore uniforms included orange build caps for the officers of this unit, while the others had blue build caps. So this is Mosk signaling to Cyril that he is the commander of this duo. The Time Grappler straps the anvil early, and we cut to the marching band warming up. Their instruments look like modified French horns and flutes and trumpets. On the brick wall beside the Daughters of Ferrix is Orbish graffiti translating to Andor, likely in honor of Marva Andor. They start the funeral early to clear more men from the hotel to leave Bix less guarded. This idea of using a funeral as a cover for a plot is something that we've seen before from the Joker in The Dark Knight and from the 7th Cavalry and HBO's Watchmen, and this sequence has similar tension rising beneath as we cut from character to character. It's also something uniquely prohibited by the PORD, using a local cultural custom as a cover for rebel activity. Brasso presents Marva's brick, and again the Orvesh is distorted in the font I mentioned earlier, but it translates to Marva Andor. And above, the numbers 7895.330.9, that is her birth date, and below 7972.216.4, her date of death. And I know it's rude to do the math here, but that would make Marva 77 at the time of her death. But these numbers are hugely significant because this is the CRC dating system instead of the BBY and ABY system that we've typically used, and what this series used in its first episode's on-screen title. CRC, or Hosnian Reckoning, was first used in Pablo Hidalgo's 2018 Scum and Villainy, Case Files on the Galaxy's Most Notorious, and Hidalgo said that they used this dating system on the brick because these characters would not know the Battle of Yavin is coming. So Marva died in 7972, and Princess Leia gets arrested in 7977, 5 years from now. I really love this attention to detail. Cassian listens to the music here. A gentle breeze flows past him, which you could read as Marva's essence comforting him in this moment, another way that the Force is seen as being tied with the natural world. Everyone chants Stone and Sky, which seems like their way of invoking this transition of the deceased spirit from the brick to the heavens. And that is literally what happens here as Marva's post-mortem recording is played. B beams it up from his head, explaining why he was so insistent to stay at Marva's home last episode and didn't want to be moved, and why Marva's body was shown so closely from his point of view. Her essence was staying with him in that moment. Also, when her corpse was taken out, we saw B's translucent reflection on the window hovering over her body. Now it's reversed. Her translucent form hovers over B. She says,
"Where you stand now, I've been more times than I can remember. I always wanted to be lifted. I was always eager, always waiting to be inspired. I remember every time it happened, every time the dead lifted me."
This is taking place on Rix Road, the title of this episode. This is a street that Marva previously said she used to avoid because it's where Clem was hanged, and she didn't want to be reminded of that. So in her pre-death moments, she is pondering, feeling like she was already dead, lifted up beside Clem. Her speech is beautiful and it cuts deep.
The Empire is a disease that thrives in darkness. It is never more alive than when we sleep.
Yeah, casting the Empire as a disease echoes the way Partagas described the rebellion.
We are healthcare providers. We treat sickness. We identify symptoms. We locate germs, whether they arise from within or have come from the outside. The longer we wait to identify a disorder, the harder it is to treat the disease.
And Marva closes.
It's easy for the dead to tell you to fight. And maybe it's true. Maybe fighting's useless. Perhaps it's too late. But I'll tell you this. If I could do it again, I'd wake up early and be fighting these bastards from the start. Fight the Empire!
All right, 2 things about Fiona Shaw's delivery there. 1, her read on bastards. And 2, the profanity she said that you didn't hear. Because look closely at Fiona's mouth on fight the Empire.
Fight the Empire!
Yeah, she did not enunciate the word fight there. The teeth do not come down to make the T. It was a back of the mouth consonant there. She definitely said the Empire. It looks like they dubbed it with fight and they used the projector glitch in a little bit to mask it. Just think about it. B's adorable stutter helped cover Marva's potty mouth and the Disney censors shut it down by knocking over the projector. And knocking over this precious droid breaks the dam. Brasso uses Marva's brick to smash the guard. So if you think about it, Marva herself was literally among the first punches here. Willman throws his explosive and it knocks over a bin of grenades, causing a devastating chain reaction that kills Nurchi, and the blast blows out Bix's windows because before she was reluctant to leave herself because she was so traumatized, but that deafening blast finally cleared the sounds of the Dysonite screams from her head long enough for her to leave. Tivo orders the stormtroopers to fire at will, and it's so hurtful to see all these people get gunned down, including an elderly daughter of Ferrix, and Zan in a rage jumps on a stormtrooper and gets shot himself. And the camera stays on him for several seconds, forcing us to take it in. The time grappler continues to pound the anvil to call more people to join the mob, and that stormtrooper who tries to stop him gets a full Leonidas kick. This is Ferrix! And a reminder that this time grappler is played by Neil Bell, who played the badass starter car leader in Denis Villeneuve's Dune. Cyril saves Dedra from the mob, and I love how Denise Goff plays this moment, terrified, overwhelmed with emotion, trying to keep her cool, and thank God these two do not kiss. I don't think I could handle that. Cassian and Bix meet up with Brasso and Jesse, B and Willman and Pelga, planning to retreat to Ganji Moon.
Stay low all the way to Farsight Sea. The moment you get over the water, you climb.
Ah, there's that word again. Climb! Nimic's order to Cassian to escape Aldhani, Kino's order to all the prisoners to escape, in K2SO's final word to Cassian on Scarif and Rogue One. And notice the ships in Zorby's shipyard include the cockpit of a Y-Wing that's painted yellow, but its back engines are not fully intact. Maybe it's mid-transition from the earlier model BTL Y-Wing Starfighter. On the right, painted blue and white, is the same model as the Bestoon Legacy, that's Ochia Bestoon starship in The Rise of Skywalker. And then the back on the right is a BCX 100 light freighter that's the same model as the Ghost, Hera Syndulla's ship in Rebels. Mon Mothma and Perrin hand off their daughter Leda to Pavo Skolden and his son, and that little culty girl is into it. Notice how Mon now wears blue and gold, the colors of House Skolden, to mark her consent to this gross union. Cassian gives Luthen the option to shoot him.
What game is this?
No game. Kill me or take me in.
And Luthen smiles because he's reminded of what he told Cassian in this same spot back in episode 4.
Wouldn't you rather give it all at once to something real than carve off useless pieces till there's nothing left?
The post-credit scene confirms what we suspected about the Narkina 5 parts. They are loaded into place as joint pieces to assemble the Death Star. Like the prisoners of Narkina 5, these droids are grouped together to load each one into place. Part of the same exact assembly line as all those prisoners were. As was the case in Rogue One, they use scale so well to convey the immensity of the Death Star. We start small and close up to give a sense of each individual part and pull back more and more and more to show each of these massive pieces coming together to form the Death Star's focus dish, a piece that we'll finally see lowered into place in one of the early shots of Rogue One. Now the planet in the background is definitely Scarif. You can see the same exact landmass in the water where the Scarif base will be built in that movie. So it is confirmed that Cassian helped build the weapon that will one day be used to kill him. But the riot he helped orchestrate did help delay the Death Star's construction just long enough for the rebels to get their hands on the schematics that they can use to bring this battle station down. When I'm hosting a video, I'm usually wearing a graphic tee from our merch partners at nerdriot.shop. I love the L Lives design inspired by the Hellfire Club on Stranger Things, or the Open Your Eyes disguise design from that incredible Cyclops shot in the Avengers Doomsday X-Men trailer? When I'm off camera and in our chilly office, I'm usually in a Nerd Riot hoodie. Most of their t-shirt designs also come with long sleeve and hoodie versions like the Weyland-Yutani logo or the MDR design inspired by Severance. Grab one of these in a Future Foundation mug to sip your hot cocoa and you're all set for a cozy winter binge session on the couch. Buying something from Nerd Riot is a great way to support our channel and rep your favorite fandom. Check out all of the new designs at nerdriot.shop or click the link in the description below. This is a breakdown of Star Wars Andor Season 2, Episodes 1, 2, and 3. The episodes of Andor this season open with the typical Lucasfilm bumper lineup of droid heads and helmets. This lineup is Darth Vader, then BB-8, then C-3PO, Kylo Ren, R2-D2, a Rebel pilot helmet, an Imperial Stormtrooper, a First Order Stormtrooper helmet, and we end on our beloved B2EMO, whose eyepiece gets the brightest flash because he probably still has some of Marva's the Empire rage still in him after projecting that posthumous message that led to the riots on Ferrix that ended Season 1. Little recap here, Cassian Andor was a smuggler on Ferrix who ended up with Luthen Rael, who daylights as an antiques dealer on Coruscant with his rebel assistant Clea, while moonlighting as an elusive rebel mastermind codenamed Axis by the Empire. Cassian joins a mission on Aldhani with Vel and Cinta, meeting the manifesto-toting Nemec and Arvel, and escaping a beautiful meteor shower and getting away with some loot that Cassian immediately blows in Niamos, where he gets arrested and then imprisoned on Narkina 5, a psychologically tortuous base that actually is building pieces of the Death Star. There's a thrilling escape led by Kino Climb Loy, who cannot swim, and throughout the season we also meet the ambitious Imperial officer Dedra Miro and her attempts to impress Major Portagaz. We also meet a nerdy Imperial cop, Cyril Karn, who blows it and ends up having to move back in with his mom as he simps big time for Dedra. Senator Mon Mothma deals with Luthen Rael while trying to balance an estranged husband and an annoyingly traditional daughter, whom Mon arranges into a marriage with the shady Skulldun family in a scheme to cover up the funds that she had diverted to a rebel cause. Saw Gerrera shows up and does his thing, revealing how fractured the rebel cause still is in 5BBY, and Luthen definitely wins the season with one hell of a monologue that you all should know by heart by now. But Cassian makes it back to Ferrix where Marva had died, and during her funeral march, Luthen, Vel, and Cinta actually plan to take out Cassian to avoid him possibly exposing them as rebels. Dedra attends the funeral while Cyril stalks her and ends up saving her. B2EMO projects Marva's posthumous speech, which sparks the riot. Cassian saves Bix, who was being tortured by Dedra, and sends her off on a ship with fellow Ferrix buds Brasso and Wilman. Cassian ends up joining Luthen formally as a rebel. We are now 1 year later in 4BBY, and we open with the sound of the Ferrix anvil gong. This is the metallic clang that opened the show and really gathered the marchers on Ferrix, and that bold march continues now. We open in the Sinar Test Facility 73. Sinar Fleet Systems has long been known as the company that manufactures TIE fighters and their various other forms. The way Sinar appears first here makes it seem like they might be saying this whole planet is called Sinar, but the Sinar Corporation was really named after the Sinar family. Numbering at 73 could be a reference to George Lucas's American Graffiti coming out in 1973. This hangar houses the TIE Avenger, and it's fitting that this is our opening shot because this thing's gonna be the home and asset most important to Cassian, at least in these first 3 episodes. The TIE Avenger model was originally developed for the TIE Fighter video game. The manufactured prototypes of the TIE Advanced X1 inspired future models like the TIE IN Interceptor and this TIE Avenger. The TIE Avenger was one of the first production starfighters to break away from the Imperial doctrine of quantity over quality with the inclusion of deflector shields, a hyperdrive, and warhead launchers. Yes, most of the TIE fighters that we've seen in Star Wars before have to stay local to some other Star Destroyer that has the hyperdrive in it. This one has its own hyperdrive in it that allows it to jump into hyperspace. Nia, a Sinar technician whom Cassian has apparently flipped, wearing a patch with the Sinar symbol, warms up the TIE Avenger and leaves it open for Cassian. Cassian, in disguise as a test pilot, waits in the mess hall as 2 Imperial range troopers pass. These types of range troopers show up during the train heist in Solo, and one of these guys is probably the one with the rocket launcher later. Nia says,
"The password tonight is Kafrene."
The rings of Kafrene are where we first met Cassian on screen in the Rogue One film. Kafrene is a military mining colony in an asteroid belt. Nia is nervous, saying that she's had fun here at Sinar and everything's about to change, but Cassian tells her that being nervous is good because it keeps her awake. And you can see how 1 year after joining Luthen, Cassian has now taken to heart Luthen's messages of sacrifice and a bit of Nemec's manifesto of staying awake to what's going on in the galaxy. And now Cassian is able to use this to recruit others to the cause. Cassian says that she made this decision long ago.
You're coming home to yourself. You've become more than your fear.
Again, Nemik's words about the Empire being an unnatural perversion of the natural state of things plays out so beautifully here. Cassian, as an orphan, has never really had a home, and so he had to create a home out of the connections of his found family that he met along the road. Cassian freaks when he doesn't see a stick or a wheel in the TIE Avenger and just starts hitting buttons blindly, activating the weapons, and then finally the engines warming up is what activates the sphere that accelerates and steers, and a set of rings through which his arm must go through to reach the trigger. I assume to hold one's arm in place as like the guns are moving it. It kind of reminds me of that movie, The Flight of the Navigator, where the kid David has to steer the ship just by moving his hand naturally, and because it's so intuitive, someone used to clunkier hardware like Cassian doesn't really know how to work it. Cassian dramatically readies to take off, but just reverses into the wall, and then messily struggles to steady the TIE Avenger so that it bumps into everything. Just the wire work and the ship movement on this prop with all the sparks showering down, it looks so chaotic. It's like a Rebels episode in live action, and I love it. The heavy repeating turrets on the gun kind of seem like a mounted Z6 rotary blaster cannon, and Cassian randomly fires it thinking it's part of the steering, I think, and then he figures it out and uses it to mow down a row of stormtroopers, and then has to dodge the rocket launcher of the range trooper. As the trooper reloads, the targeting locks on him, and the ship's turbo laser warms up, but then shorts out for a second, and then Cassian squeezes it repeatedly, and then boom, no more range trooper, just a hole in the wall. It's kind of like that gag in Ocean's 11 when Danny and Linus have to replace the batteries in the trigger, and then when they do, they're like, Cassian zips the TIE Avenger through this ice canyon, pursued by two TIE Advanced V1s. This is the same ship that the Grand Inquisitor was rocking in Rebels, and it's the predecessor to Vader's X1. Cassian uses the missiles to collapse a glacier to trap the pursuers, and I love the camera effect of the rapid zoom to spot Cassian escaping the ice, like it's a KTLA helicopter camera finding someone in a police chase and be like, oh, there he is, there he is. And we saw George Lucas use the same type of camera mover when he's tracking the pod racers on Tatooine in The Phantom Menace. On the planet Mina Rao, which is a new grassland outer rim planet created for the show, we get this creepy point of view tracking shot leading into the home of Bix, Brasso, and Wilman. We pass Wilman sleeping in a hammock, B2 Emo sleeping in his charging station, and then this horror-like sting, similar to Michael Myers' point of view shot that opened John Carpenter's Halloween. And we see in the mirror, Gorst. Yes, Gorst the worst. Gorst was the Imperial doctor who tortured Bix in season 1 using the recorded screams of Dizonite children, which traumatized her and clearly still affects her. Apparently, Tony Gilroy got this idea from a real thing law enforcement did during the Waco standoff. Yeah. As we go through the home, though we see it better later, there is a photo of Marva that they pinned up in this place. I feel like the wind chimes might have also come from their homes on Ferrix. On to Chandrilla, the homeworld of Mon Mothma. The first time we are seeing it in live action after it was first introduced in Chuck Wendig's 2015 Aftermath book. It's a beautiful mountainous world with the shape of a gas giant in the horizon that this planet must orbit. In preparation for Leida's arranged wedding to Stickon Skuldoon, we follow Mon Mothma in an impressive wonder that lasts several minutes as she greets various wedding guests, starting with Perrin's Uncle Sordo and Aunt Squidna, who says,
Looking younger every season.
How effortlessly you lie.
Yes, how easy Mon Mothma makes lying look, but not easy for her to actually do. This wonder is just a masterclass in acting from Genevieve O'Reilly as she switches from warm and inviting to everyone she passes, and then when she's alone, panicked and anxious. Her anxiety is really beginning when she looks out over the balcony and sees who we later realize is Luthen Rael. Mon's attaché Erskine Samaj appears. He had a minor role in the animated Rebels season 3 as one of Mon Mothma's servants, and his name is an anagram of James Erskine, who works for Lucasfilm. Mon passes her cousin, Vel Sartha, and on her way to Luthen, she passes Takoma, her old flame, who already looks like he might have had a few to drink and will totally make Mon's wedding celebration pretty difficult, as we will see. We see that Luthen has some secret arrangement with the father of the groom, Davos Skolden.
Oh, he's terrible at keeping secrets.
Oh, I've been practicing.
Another example of these spies speaking in code to each other. We will see later that Luthen, as an art dealer, has procured an ancient Rakatan artifact. Maybe the coolest Easter egg from these first few episodes, and we'll talk about it later. Back on Mina Rao, we see 436 carved into the terraced farm mound. We later learn how this planet is sectioned off into grids based on the hundreds. So like the 500 block, 600 block, 700 block, 800 block.
Right now they're focused on Council 500.
So it's kind of like street addresses on a 100 numbered block. Bix warns Wilman about cozying up with the local woman.
It's a long walk from the silos.
And we will see how this long walk on foot screws them over when the imps show up for inspections in this area in episode 3, and how Willman, being so thirsty, ends up getting Brasso killed. Bix and Willman work as toolies, whom are apparently looked down upon by others on Mina Rao who have shares and visas, which definitely feels like an undocumented immigrant parallel that especially underscores Bix looking at an Imperial transport like an ICE SUV rolling in. And specifically the coded language they used throughout this episode, referring to them as undocumented. I think they wanted that parallel to be pretty evident. Cassian lands the TIE Avenger on a jungle planet that we'll learn at the end of episode 2 is a very important location of the rebels. Cassian calls out for Porco, which at first I thought could be a reference to Jek Tono Porkins, the rebel pilot whom we know will fly in the Battle of Scarif and the Battle of Yavin, while Porkins went by the nickname Piggy at some point, as we learned in the 2017 Biggs Darklighter Certain Point of View short story by Pierce Brown. It's not clear if Porkins had been assigned to Yavin 4 by the time of 4 BBY. He kind of had a different story than being in touch with Cassian Andor, though it would be fun if it's confirmed on the series that Porkins was the original intended pilot of the TIE Avenger. He originally could have been the hero of the Battle of Yavin for all we know. Gertis is played by Sam Gilroy, Tony Gilroy's son. Gertis and Barty immediately bicker over Gertis telling Cassian the exact number of them, and they argue loud enough for Cassian to hear, so really this crew is just hilariously naive and inexperienced. Cassian later realizes they're part of the Maya Pei Brigade. Maya Pei was a name mentioned by Saw Gerrera with a lot of skepticism in season 1, a group of neo-Republicans.
Maya Pei's a neo-Republican. They're lost!
Now, some of this group thinks Maya Pei is dead, but we learn that their cell had been ambushed, that they lost 6 ships and 40 people, and it kind of sounds like these neo-Republicans are political idealists who think that there's still hope to reinstate the Republic rather than fight the Empire even if it means burning everything down. Institutionalists trying to preserve the status quo in some form, not hardened tactical fighters. It seems like they just lost their first major battle, and Barty's brother assumed command when they didn't hear from Maya and dropped them off at Yavin 4 and then went back to look for other survivors. I think they are an example of how revolutions in our world are composed of some factions of well-meaning idealists who just get completely overwhelmed when shit gets real and they end up turning on each other. Onto the Malthine Divide. Now, there was a city in Legends named Malthi in the grand homeworld of Kenyan, but this mountaintop location reminds us of the Summit Raven's Peak base on Iriadu in the Bad Batch Plan 99 episode. There's just something about these imperialists who love having compounds like Hitler's Eagle's Nest. Ben Mendelsohn returns as Orson Krennic, the director of the Death Star project in Rogue One, and someone who made vocal cameos in Bad Batch as his character. He tells the room of gathered Imperial officers that this meeting is top secret and says known Imperial leaders to us, Yularen and Tarkin, don't even know about this, and he says they'll be informed when the Emperor decides, which kind of feels like Krennic trying to keep this project away from his 2 biggest rivals in the Imperial ranks. Dedra Meero is here, along with her superior, Major Leo Partagaz, and seated at this table is an Imperial science officer with a patch that matches the one Galen Erso had in Rogue One. So this guy might lead that Tarkin Initiative secret think tank, or maybe even oversee Galen Erso's division directly. We see a promotional film about Ghorman and their tradition of blowing bagpipe-style Ghorman Valley horns to wake up spiders to spin their famous Ghorman twill, which is a valuable fiber used in apparel. Ghorman is the site of major events to come on this series that you know about if you watched Rebels, and you should. And if you don't want to, we did some recaps of them on this channel. It's a famous event connected to Ghorman that Mon Mothma speaks out about a few years from now in the Imperial Senate that actually leads to her showing up with the crew of the Ghost in the animated Rebels series. So this season is setting up that famous Ghorman event. Krennic says Emperor Palpatine is focused on an energy initiative.
Stable, unlimited power will transform the galactic economy.
Ah, saw what you did there. Krennic says Ghorman has a mineral called calcite, which they need to coat the reactor lenses. So the Death Star super laser is actually powered by Kyber crystals, the minerals from Ilum that power Jedi lightsabers. So calcite must be a kind of quartz used to focus the plasma beams that emit from the Kyber that go through the lenses, I suppose. In addition to the Neo-Republican front of Maya Pei, Saw Gerrera also mentioned the Ghorman front to Luthen in season 1. So it sounds like there's already some resistance group on the planet of Ghorman pushing back on these calcite demands. An engineering officer warns that gouge mining the calcite from Ghorman could stress the planet's core, which could endanger the 9 cities and 800,000 Ghormans. But already you can see how Krennic does not care one bit about endangering an entire planet, especially since he's building something that nukes them in one blast. Krennic introduces D. Shambo and Nisus Osar from the Ministry of Enlightenment, a name that feels like a nod to the Ministry of Truth propaganda department in George Orwell's 1984. We've actually seen examples of Imperial propaganda before, like in the Rebels Empire Day episode. D and Nisus describe a pretty disturbing but very sadly true account of how propaganda works, how to demonize the Ghormans as arrogant and selfish, rather than, the peaceful weavers they obviously are, by planting stories about an Imperial naval officer dying due to Ghorman shipping lane conflicts, and specifically using the spiders to dehumanize the Ghormans as spider-like, similar to Nazi propaganda, comparing Jewish people to rats and vermin. Admiral Daysar, chowing down on the spread, asks,
why not have a plague? Or stage some natural disaster?
We've actually gamed that out. It gets unpredictable very quickly.
I wonder if they're referring to Palpatine's extermination of the Geonosians. While the film Rogue One unfortunately left Krennic to be a stymied man of ambition, bested by a CGI Tarkin and Vader's force chokes, I appreciate how we now get to see Krennic's skill, recognizing Dedra as the smartest plotter in the room and realizing that Dedra has an even more devious plan than propaganda is.
You need Ghorman rebels you can depend on to do the wrong thing.
After what happened on Ferrix, Dedra sees the value in exploiting an insurgency to justify absurd overreach. We also see how the Empire auditing all of their resources also creates an issue for Brasso and the rest on Mina Rao, because now the Imperials will be checking visas there. Luthen makes small talk with a guest and a son in the Imperial Navy.
I've been training on Steerguard, but we're all being transferred now. Really? Where's everyone going?
The Imperial Navy Yard at Steerguard came up in Season 1. Luthen had stolen stuff from there, and Cassian had stole that Starpath unit, which led to Dedra Miro's investigation. So now Luthen is trying to learn where the next Imperial tech vault will be. Vel chats with Clea.
Are we pretending we just met? No, you've been by the shop.
It's gonna be hard for them to keep track of their double lives, but Vel did meet Clea when Mon Mothma brought her cousin to Luthen's shop on Coruscant in Season 1, and there were other people watching. So if someone were to hear them say, "Nice to meet you," that would raise a red flag. And I just love all the attention to detail in the writing of the show. Like Clea, Tay-Koma's been putting them back at this Night 1 party and tells Mon that he and his wife Barty are living apart, something that he was surprised that Mon didn't know yet.
So much for the gossiping biddies of Chandrilla.
I like this line because it also tells us that Mon Mothma has not been staying attuned to the small talk and the gossip among Chandrillan highborn families. She's been overly focused on Senate duties and, of course, all the funding she's been doing for the rebel cause. And this is a sign of distance between her and the rest of Chandrillan society, including her daughter. Runai, Devo's wife and Stekan's mother, tells Mon that Lita and Stekan had their first fight. First, as in Runai expects that all of these Chandrillan arranged marriages are gonna be filled with fights and tension. Lita cries that Stekan won't hold her hand, and Mon apologizes, knowing that she was the one who pushed Lita into this marriage. Maya Pei's group begins to fire on each other, and Cassian runs for it, but gets grabbed. And our final shot of this episode is a red blaster bolt firing over Cassian's head and blinding the frame. I was reminded of what we know will be Cassian's final moment alive on Scarif, engulfed by a blinding light. And Diego Luna has confirmed in interviews that Cassian deliberately kept his eyes open for that. On to episode 2. This opens with the two warring sides of Maya Pei's group, both in the blind, bunkered in the two vessels that Cassian brought to this jungle, sending scouts to crawl in the mud looking for Rika's body. Rika was the female pilot who had gotten shot by Crab, and Gertis suspects
it's a trap.
So it's illegal to talk about a Star Wars show and not point out that every time someone says those 3 words, it's an Admiral Akbar reference. Snee finds Crab's severed foot in a boot, while Nazi finds Rika's goggles, so they must have gotten eaten by that big ol' reptile that we see at the end of this episode. Snee yells at Nazi. Ichuta is a classic Star Wars profane slur that we first heard directed at C-3PO in Cloud City in Empire Strikes Back.
Nice to see a familiar face. Ichuta. How rude.
All of Maya Pei's group have names like Gertis and Snee and Nazi, Plug, Crab, Bezo. And the fact that there are so many of them, I think, is meant to suggest that they should be rando red shirts easy to forget, like the mechanics in A Midsummer Night's Dream, that are just kind of here for comedic effect and obviously to give that reptile a lot to eat. But I'm also hoping for redemption, that these dopes will help hold down the Temple of Masasi with Jan Dodonna's group and turn it into one of the most important rebel bases. Dedra and Partagaz return to the ISB on Coruscant, and I just love the overcast muted colors reflected in the mirror glass and the brutalist diagonal angles. This show is just so beautifully shot. Dedra doesn't want the Ghorman job and says she'd rather continue chasing Axis, but Partagaz says,
next time, catch them first, then make them famous.
Yeah, I'm getting some vibes as Dedra Miro as Jessica Chastain's character in Zero Dark 30, like she was pressured to give up the hunt for a terroristic boogeyman that she helped mythologize. On Chandrilla, Luthen carts in the big statue that we'll see later, while Mon's husband Perrin tells her that while she was busy playing Mom Who Gives a Tay Kolma had too much first night punch and had to be taken home, which sets up the discreet way that Luthen deals with Tay later. Kellen tells Brasso and Bix, it's been 10 years since the last audit, which would mean 14 BBY, just 5 years into the Imperial era, which would have been when the Empire probably first took stock of Mina Rao to set all this up. So since then, no one's really been poking their nose in there. The Yavin 4 group count meal bars. Now the blue labels translate to beans, the blackish green label on the right translates to TOV, the reddish label I had trouble translating. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fog, the Thai Avenger group have to rely on rotten melons. There was a mention of a koyo tree that grew on Yavin 4 that bears fruit, mentioned in the Poe Dameron flight log. We cut from Barty taking a big old bite of the seeds to the ordered array of pods in the Imperial Bureau of Standards. This was Cyril's new job that he got in season 1, and now Syril Karn gives actually the same speech he was given when he joined this place.
There are no small jobs here at the Bureau of Standards.
Cyril brags to the new initiate, who kind of looks like a copy of Cyril, and Cyril drops names like Varnesian and Kovarn charging rods, and these things are not anything in Star Wars, so it kind of comes off to us like he might just be making these things up, but he has the dead seriousness of Dwight Schrute, and you do not dare question him, especially since he apparently did uncover a pattern of thieving cabals across 4 sectors, which shows how Dedra's thinking is working for Cyril, because remember, Dedra told the ISB that they should be looking for patterns across sectors since the maps are arbitrary lines drawn by the Empire, and it's pointless to stay within those confines when they're conducting investigations. A soldier asks Kellen for Pizos, which is a legal stimulant that Cassian's friend on Niamos asked him to pick up from the store. Lieutenant Kroll drops in on Bix, and the fact that he's alone and sounds like hasn't even met his unit yet should make us a bit nervous. Bix does everything she can to blow him off, releasing some steam in a way that seems to be to keep him out of that machinery den. Bix lies and says that she is a husband, and Brasso shows up at just the right time. On Chandrila, the families take a traditional day 2 wedding hike to a summit where Mon says they'll gaze upon the lands, children will sing, and an elder will wave her hand and they'll all be purified. We learn that Vel and Cinta have cooled a bit and haven't seen each other in a while. But the reason Luthen won't tell Vel where Cinta is that Luthen is using Cinta as a backup assassin and maybe didn't want Vel knowing because Vel is too close to these Chandrilan socialites. On Yavin 4, Cassian's group sent Plug out to scout, and they're worried he's gonna flip for food because remember in episode 1, the one thing we heard that guy say was, "Is there any food in there?" But he runs back to report the other group is dragging the TIE Avenger around so that the guns are pointed at them. And we see that Dedra Meero and Syril Karn have moved in together. Dedra listens to opera music that I assume came from the Galaxy's opera house on Coruscant. Cyril is trying to get out of dinner with his mother Edie, but Dedra refuses to cancel. We later see because she is eager to tell his mom to f off and show him some respect. At Mon's Night 2 party, guests greet each other with a traditional toast of Sagrona Teema. This toast was first mentioned in 2009's Clone Wars coming up at a banquet attended by the Jedi and Hondo Ohnaka, and the toast has been featured pretty much anytime characters have toasted at fancy events in Star Wars titles ever since. Tay tells Mon,
"No one's seen anything like this for a long time."
Well, perhaps there's good reason for that.
Mon is suggesting maybe these super traditional arranged marriages are kind of problematic and modern simpler weddings are less toxic. Tay threatens Mon, implying that he's aware of her money's connection to the rebellion and shakes her down for a payout. And I love how Genevieve O'Reilly plays this, and really how she plays everything in the episode, but particularly here. She has to keep smiling and looking like she's making pleasant small talk, but not too pleasant because she knows her husband Perrin is watching for any signs that these two could be flirting. But Tay doesn't hide anything, and Luthen across the room sees it all go down. Back on Coruscant, Clea returns to her and Luthen's antiques shop, which still has the Easter eggs that we saw last season, including the Naboo headdress from Attack of the Clones, the Kel Dor mask belonging to the race of Plo Koon. We see an elaborate Twi'lek Calicori. We see the Star Killer armor in the back room. Also on the far wall, as you walk in, the World Between Worlds tablets from Lothal that Ezra finds in Rebel Season 4, which, like many Easter eggs in the shop, makes no logical sense because Ezra will find these tablets at the end of Rebel Season 4, which is like 3 years after where we are currently in Andor Season 2 of 4BBY. So those tablets still would have been on the ruins. They would not have been removed yet. In fact, they were probably never removed. But also, you know, there's like Indiana Jones Sankara stones from Temple of Doom somewhere in this place. So, you know, we can't just take any of these Easter eggs too seriously. They're just there for fun. Perrin makes a wedding speech, translating Sagrona Teema as a toast to your health, and then adds Sagrona Teema Solom and Solom Sena, which I think means beyond a toast to your health, and also my wishes and my hopes for you. Hope, obviously an important word to Tony Gilroy into Star Wars, as the final word that ended Rogue One. Perrin's speech is all about how pain will find you, and his hope is that they learn to reach past that cloud of sadness to find the hidden things of gaiety and amusement, what he calls the music buried beneath all that noise. He says that joy has no wind in its sails and it must be actively pursued and contained in positive memories. And I find it fascinating that such a true sentiment can come from a character like Perrin at such a superficial event. But folks, sometimes the most poetic wedding vows come from couples you know are going to be divorced in 4 years. But truly, joy is not a natural given as we get older. Life keeps giving us more reasons to feel anxiety, and joy has to be actively sought. It's the same kind of sentiment Pixar's Inside Out 2 stated so eloquently. Maybe this is just what happens when you get older. You lose your joy. And I love that we cut to Luthen during the speech. He is unable to take any warmth from this because he isn't really listening. He's eyeing Tay Kolma the entire time and noticing that there's no room for sunlight in Tay's heart either. Never forget what Luthen said in his haunting speech.
Calm, kindness, kinship, love. I've given up all chance at inner peace. I made my mind a sunless space. I share my dreams with ghosts.
The Yavin 4 groups finally face off, applying what they call Rusky rules, which at first you think is going to be like a Jets versus Sharks weapons-free fistfight, until it's just basically Star Wars rock, paper, scissors. This is great. And like Andy Dufresne escaping Shawshank, Cassian waits for a thunderclap to kick open a drawer where he knows there's a blaster since this was his ship, and he ties up his captor, he sneaks around, and the others hear a growl in the brush, and... Three of them get swallowed up in one bite. According to the subtitles, this reptile is called a Dudar. Cassian reboards the TIE Avenger and flies away, and kudos to Cassian for not mowing down these guys, even though he totally could, because I think some part of him knows that despite being assholes, they could end up being useful one day to the rebel cause, especially since this episode's epic final shot shows Cassian soaring past the iconic Massassi temples toward the red gas giant of Yavin, confirming that this jungle planet is indeed the very same moon of Yavin 4, where we will spend a lot of time in A New Hope and in upcoming episodes of Rebels. This is very fun, but according to the Rogue One visual guide by 5 BBY a year before this, Jan Dodonna was supposed to be already leading the Massassi group rebel cell out of these same temples. They're already supposed to be here. My guess is that Dodonna's group hasn't yet set up here, or that Maya Pei survivors are just too dumb to hike a couple clicks to a temple where a large, very organized group of rebels are located. Maybe this group becomes Dodonna's group and they just need the right leader of Jan. You always need a Jan. But we also know that by 2 BBY, 2 years in the future from now, Yavin 4 will become the principal base of the rebellion. And Rebels Season 4, Episodes 3 and 4 are in the name of the rebellion. Mon Mothma and Saw Gerrera get into it via holocall on Yavin 4, and they were voiced by Genevieve O'Reilly and Forrest Whitaker, as this episode aired in October 2017, and it was after Rogue One came out. The events of Rebels Season 4 are set in 1 BBY, so I think future episodes of Andor might approach that moment, and I think it'd be pretty fun to see Saw's end of that same call, similar to how Clone Wars Season 7 showed us the other end of a call among the Jedi that we saw in Revenge of the Sith. And then on to episode 3. This episode opens by turning to the right from the Andor title in the Starscape background to show Cassian floating aimlessly from a nebular cloud. He makes it worse by trying to hotwire the Avenger and looks as dumb floating in space as he did bumping around the Sinar hangar. On Mina Rao, B2EMO plays an adorable game of keep away with these kids.
You'll never catch us now.
We hear a droid saying, "Behind you, B," which is either the sprinkler droid or the other one, and it's captioned to be named AGR9, which I assume is abbreviated for agricultural. We also see one girl playing with a toy bowcaster. In the wide shot, we see one of these kids just runs directly into the sprinkler and doesn't react at all. Maybe another kid peed his pants and he's trying to make him feel better. On the left is a creature that looks like the Mina Rao variant of a bantha with sharper horns, and I love that they seem to have used a practical puppet for this. We see this guy throughout the episode and he's always just like, and I want to work for Lucasfilm and just be the guy who just does this. I think that'd be awesome. We begin this episode with this sweet Norman Rockwellian tableau of humble agrarian life as these farmers laugh over a family dinner. Kellen warns Brasso that they're next on the inspection schedule and gets him some transfer paperwork. And this girl next to Bix plays with a string puppet of an ATST. It's like, kid, there's better toys than like instruments of war trying to kill you. But maybe that's all they got. Maybe the mom's like, here, play with this Nazi toy so that the Nazis don't drag us away. Mon has one final chat with Leda before she gives her daughter way to marriage, telling her about her own wedding day in the same room, how her mother was drunk on the day of that arranged wedding. Lita responds,
"What are you doing?"
Yeah, Lita has never had a mother heart-to-heart like this, let alone a mom getting cold feet after pushing so hard for this marriage for political and financial reasons. Mon doesn't understand her daughter enough to know that Perrin's poetic speech the night before would connect with Lita far more than Mon now offering this vulnerable exit ramp to some unknown path that Lita in her sheltered existence would never understand. So all she really says is this:
"I wish you were drunk."
Oof. Lita wishes she just had a normal, traditional Chandrilan mom like her grandmother was, even if it means an alky. And this informs Mon pounding him down for the rest of this episode. The Chandrilan wedding rituals are a fascinating mix of details from our world. Lita wears a white gown, and there are some Japanese-inspired motifs in the costume design of the wedding party. Lita steps over a ceremonial branch held by Stekan's parents, which might be a nod to jumping the broom. Also, trees and branches seem to factor into a number of spiritual traditions in the Star Wars universe. The Jedi, the Tuskens, the Witches of Brendok. Stekan offers Lita to join my circle, which we see as a disc of grass covered in white flower petals, which might connect to that day 2 hike to some specific sacred summit, because they seem to be all about connecting themselves to the terrain and the nature of Chandrila. And here it involves the betrothed to be standing on natural Chandrilan grass for this sacred moment. You may have also noticed that Lita had one shorter braid and one longer one, so that Stekan can cut the longer one. Maybe the first one had already been cut when the proposal was made, and he uses shears carried by the father of the bride, Perrin. So this pretty clearly symbolizes the severing of the tie between the bride and the family she was born into, the way like the father of the bride gives his daughter away. But Perrin saying, "Do with it what you wish," from our outsider's point of view, almost feels like it's a Chandrilan custom to be totally okay with these arranged marriage couples also stabbing each other in the back if they wish. As we transition away, I love how we cut from Stekan cutting Lita's braid to Dedra setting the table with a knife, because she is basically about to do the same thing with Cyril and his mother Edie. Sever the proverbial umbilical cord to tell the parent, "Your kid is mine now." While all of the fits on this show have been fine as hell, I love seeing Dedra and Cyril play fashion show with the colors only within the Imperial neutral palette. Dedra alternates from white to black and chooses black because she's gonna go black hat in this dinner and put on a Diana Spencer black revenge dress. Cyril chooses dark gray because while he's leaning Dedra, he's still kind of caught in the middle between Dedra and his mom. I also love how Cyril adjusts the fondue fork on his mother's plate, paranoid that she's gonna find something to criticize. Indeed, when Edie arrives, she rudely doesn't take Dedra's handshake, but only because she's caught up criticizing her son for taking so long to introduce them. Cassian frantically calls Clea, saying he wasn't trained to fly this TIE Avenger.
"I've been upside down for 2 days.
I know he means I've been confused for 2 days, but I like the idea that at some point the gravity controls of the TIE Avenger might have gotten screwy and he was like stuck on the ceiling of it, like Nathan Fielder in The Curse. While this call with Clea starts with panic over the drop-off being screwed up, Cassian merely learning that Mina Rao has a signal blockade is enough to lock him into gear. So he's now able to pilot the TIE Avenger with confidence and cranking that lever we all instinctively know how to do whenever we're in the pilot seat of Smuggler's Run. Jump to hyperspace. Now we don't see the classic from behind star stretch shot, but we do see the stars stretching in the background behind his hand on the crank, which puts the focus on the crank itself, and I love that. Edie says,
"Children have so much to teach us. It's a lesson that never ends."
Now, she means this condescendingly, how she never understood her son Cyril, and that misunderstanding was his fault, not hers. We can imagine Mon Mothma feeling the same way about Lita, but taking the blame herself in that instance. Edie brings up Cyril's uncle Harlow again. We heard about him in season 1. He took Cyril under his wing, and he's kind of a bad guy. And when it's finally Dedra's turn to speak, she says her parents were arrested, and she was raised in an Imperial Kinderblock. And Kinderblock, I know it's like kindergarten, but we get the term kindergarten from a German root. And I love how they use the German root word of kinder, meaning children, kind of like how everything in Imperial culture is like vaguely German, or at least European, with recurring English accents of the high Imperial officers. During dessert, Edie smashes the not too sweet Coruscant cake, ruining its impressive presentation and making it just kind of a pliable mush, just like she does to her son. Cyril excuses himself after Edie again dismisses his work on Morlana 1, and Dedra finally unleashes.
This game ends now. You want Cyril in your life, you will think before you speak.
Get her! She also threatens Edie over mentioning Uncle Harlow this much, since Uncle Harlow has an ISB rap sheet, and when Cyril returns from moping on his bed, he finds that Dedra's aggression worked. Edie is more respectful of Cyril's 2 promotions at the Board of Standards. Not to be rooting for a fascist torture couple, but men, get yourself a woman who goes to bat for you against your toxic family like she does. At the wedding, they unveil the Chandy Merle statue that Luthen had brought in as a wedding gift from Davo.
It's a temple figure, one of 12.
that was stolen 25,000 years ago when Chandrila was sacked by Rakatan invaders.
Whoa! So back in Season 1, Episode 4, Luthen also brought up relics from what he said was the Rakatan Empire.
It's a Quati signet, blue Kyber, Skystone, the ancient world. Celebrates the uprising against the Rakatan invaders.
The Rakata were an ancient species introduced in the Knights of the Old Republic game, believed to have invented hyperspace technology, who back in their day enslaved much of the galaxy and ruled in what was called the Infinite Empire. But since Knight of the Old Republic predated the Disney buyout of Lucasfilm, the Rakata were deemed to be legends and not officially part of the canonical ancient world of Star Wars. Indeed, on Ahsoka, Dave Filoni seemed to suggest that migration from Peridia was part of the origin of the civilization of Star Wars, and the Jedi Survivor games suggest that the Zepho were part of that origin story, but the Rakata seem to be one of the Knights of the Old Republic details that Lucasfilm's story group as a whole are okay keeping as part of the mythological backstory of the canonical universe Star Wars. It's also possible, though I hope this isn't the case, that in-universe, the legend of the Rakata is seen as a sort of apocryphal mythology akin to Noah's Ark and the Garden of Eden, and Luthen hypes up these legends to make his relics seem more valuable to wealthy buyers. At the very least, I think Luthen totally overcharged Davo as much as he could to get some extra cash to fund further rebel efforts. Now, the exact look of this statue kind of reminds me of the wills that we saw at the Wellspring of Life in Clone Wars. Like, if we're talking about the ancient world, couldn't it be possible that the Chandrilan Society might have had some kind of artistic display of the things that started everything? Luthen chats with Erskine.
My father's Chandrilan. I was born in Naboo. My mother's Ghorman.
Oh.
He was married. There was a scandal.
Huh, interesting. So Erskine would have been born on Naboo, probably sometime during or after the Battle of Naboo that we saw in Phantom Menace. And since he was born out of wedlock from an affair, I'm gonna spread the rumor around that this Ghorman mom actually was knocked up by Senator Sheev Palpatine from Naboo, and she blamed it on an affair that she was also having on the side. Erskine Samaj, aide to Mon Mothma from the animated Rebels series, will be watching your career with great interest. This also sounds like how Luthen is gonna get an introduction to the group of Ghormans who are going to be part of the Ghorman uprising later this season. Luthen watches a particularly sauced Tay Kolma getting increasingly bold around Mon Mothma, saying he's going to start standing up for himself and talking to Deva directly, and Tay leans in to start to say something to Mon, but he leaves. She never finds out what profession of love he's probably going to say, and I love how we stay in this shot, twisting around Luthen on the dance floor, having to smoothly adjust his demeanor and welcoming Lita and Stekon to the dance floor. Brasso breaks the news to B that he's staying behind with Talia to wait for Cassian to arrive on Mina Rao. B is still where they were all feasting earlier, so I assume that when Brasso said he's still playing with his friend, he actually was saying, B's still playing with that bantha thing that just munches on grain nonstop in the background. And it's super fun to think that B would just bump into that thing over and over again, saying, play. 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 Brasso and Bix are ready to leave, but they realize Will had darted away to say goodbye to his local honey, Bila. Big mistake, as it bogs Will down with a speeder at the trading post. Lieutenant Kroll also eyes Bila here, showing he's not just into Bix, he's a straight up predator looking to get off with any of the local women. Seriously, this guy. Luthen tells Mon that Tay's gotta go.
You know the number.
I'm not sure what you're saying.
How nice for you.
The bitterness Luthen feels for someone who doesn't share her dreams with ghosts. Why do I think this is all gonna end with Lita going on an ill-fated girls trip to Alderaan? Ugh.
No peeking.
A DJ droid floats out on the floor with lights and speakers looking like a jukebox. Get me one of these. And the younger guests go wild. Stekon's mother gets Mon to take a shot and join the dance because you know at weddings, the moms and aunts have the most fun. But for Mon, the drinking is her really numbing her pain over what she knows Luthen is gonna do to her childhood flame and what she has done to her daughter. So she's just kind of turning back into her mother to get drunk at a wedding. Cassian radios to Bix saying stone and sky, which is a code phrase they got from the chant of sky and stone during Marva's funeral march on Ferrix. Willman runs back on foot. Brasso has to take the speeder bike out to find him and gets arrested while, Lieutenant Kroll creeps up on Bix. Like many undocumented workers, Bix finds herself vulnerable to an authority figure who exploits her for sexual favors, which is disgusting enough, even when it's just at first verbal, but this scene doesn't pull any punches and it just keeps escalating the assault. Now, depicting a violent sexual assault is new to Star Wars, to be sure, but this is what Andor set out to do, to depict the violent realities and ugly truths of the oppression that fascist regimes inflict on marginalized groups. This is really the kind of thing that all occupying armies in human history have done and tried to do when their power is essentially unchecked. Like, if the Empire was okay with global genocide, don't you think a lot of them were doing shit exactly like this. Like, I don't want to break down the exact choreography of the fight, but I just say kudos to the actors and to the production for committing to the brutal honesty of these kind of attacks and not even shying away from Bix using the R word. And yes, I have to say the R word because YouTube flags that term, which is insane in the context of media criticism. I just feel so bad for Bix to go from the trauma of the Dizonite audio torture nightmares from Gorst to this. Brasso gets brought to Kellen, and Brasso goes into this routine where he rages at Kellen for selling him out and then gives Kellen a knowing look. And it's so sweet to see Brasso covering for Kellen, knowing that Kellen was a Mina Rao farmer fired up as a rebel sympathizer wanting access to know what Imperial occupation was doing to this planet. But now Brasso clears Kellen of any wrongdoing for now and saves his life. Meanwhile, back at the party, Mon Mothma lets loose. So Niamos was the name of the beach resort location that Cassian went to in episode 7 of last season where he got arrested. And this music is a banger track from composer Nicholas Bertel that was actually remixed a few times in season 1. Niamos Galaxy Mix, Niamos Morlana Club Mix, and Niamos Coruscant Lounge Mix. This song that we hear during the wedding is another remix, and since they got the name Niamos from Miami or Miami, all of them chanting Niamos is kind of like us at a wedding chanting Fireball. Mr. Worldwide. But I hate to dance right now because the juxtaposition of this mindless drunken dancing just hurts so much when we cut back to the ugly violence with Bix. And it ends with Lieutenant Kroll actually looking pretty shaken, keeping his distance as he realizes that Bix is way more hostile than he expected. And she gets the last strike as he staggers outside and drops dead. Tay goes to the valet, and Vel finally realizes where Cinta has been in costume as Tay's new driver, clearly on assignment from Luthen to kill this man. Cassian's TIE Avenger swoops down over the grain fields, and we hear the classic Star Wars targeting sound on Cassian training his missiles on the Imperial transport headed for Bix. Again, Cassian having the focus of his loved ones being in danger sharpens his senses and empowers him with confidence and expertise that he didn't have before. He's now closer to an ace pilot. I know, not technically an ace because he hasn't shot down enough ships, but like, he's on his way. Cassian sees Brasso fleeing on his speeder bike and brings the TIE Avenger around, but sadly, we see one overly calm stormtrooper raising his blaster. The one stormtrooper with good aim, apparently, and we know what it means. So Cassian opens fire and does the same move that he used on the pursuing TIEs on the Sinar planet, blow something above them to bury them. Cassian finds Brasso dead, and the three leave his body behind in the TIE Avenger as Cassian and Bix share a devastated look while the Niamos party music and Mon's frantic dancing plays over it. While you could say that Brasso died needlessly going out to find Wilman, it's actually not true, because since Lieutenant Kroll already suspected them, Brasso did save a life with this sacrifice, Kellen and Kellen's entire family, because had Brasso not performatively lunged at Kellen and told the imps that Kellen snitched, all of those good people at the feast likely would have been annihilated. Yeah, even the cattle. Alright, we pick up with episode 4 in 3 BBY 1 year after Cassian and Bix lost Brasso on Mina Rao, and as with episode 201, the new year is welcomed with the chime of the Ferrix anvil gong. The clang that Basso and the others marched along to in Marva's funeral is the same sound that denotes the path that all of these rebels walk as we count down to BBY 1, the explosive end of Cassian and Krennic on Scarif, but also the explosive end Luthen dreams of in the Battle of Yavin. We open on Dr. Gorst's audio torture soundboard that he used on Bix in season 1 to force her to listen to the Dizonite children's screams. All of the tech we see in the series is analog with a series of plugs and jacks, but in this instance it just means we more vividly feel the torture of what Bix went through, even though we never hear those Dizonites. The fact that we never hear it is kind of what makes it the creepiest, right? Because our mind just goes to what is the worst sound we could ever hear, and we fill that in. And knowing this is how she will ultimately get vengeance on Gorst at the end of episode 6, we see how this period is really marked by Bix dreaming of doing this every night. Bix grabs her blaster and sees someone on the other side of the glass in her apartment and rounds the corner to find Dr. Gorst wrapping up a torture session with an unknown figure, but based on the helmet Bix sees, this is an AT-ST pilot.
I know you wanted him to live, but Cassian said he'd seen your faces, so...
This is the Imperial soldier that Bix brings up with Cassian later from some recent mission that they were on that involved an AT-ST that ended with Cassian having to kill this guy against Bix's wishes. Bix's PTSD is taking her own guilt over that incident and using this ghostly form of Dr. Gorst to taunt her over it, to make her feel that she is as inhumane as the Empire is.
They'll never find his body. His family will never know what happened.
As Gorst talks, the red light from the focal button on that console illuminates his face in an evil glow. Cassian wakes Bix from her dream, and we see how they are living in an apartment safe house on Coruscant. We cut from this ugly, brutalist cityscape to the bright, beautiful Ghorman. The city of Palmo sits atop several terraced layers, and I may be wrong, but I think each layer is composed of an 8-pointed star, which I assume is a reference to their silk spiders. Spiders adorn the shelves of Cyril's apartment, and he combs his hair slowly, catching a worker staring at him through the window. I think this is Dylan, a member of the Ghorman Front, whom we will meet later, and Cyril is currently playing dumb to let the Ghorman Front try to lure him into their operation. He ties string on his door to confirm that they are bugging his apartment. The culture of Ghorman seems somewhat based on France, and specifically Nazi-occupied Paris during World War II. Cyril passes a chef, and I assume there's Remy the rat under that guy's hat. And in the Palmo Town Square, we see a group of school kids in uniform marching in a line, reminding me of Madeline. And there's a cafe table with pigeons. This would make the Ghorman Front something akin to the French Resistance, though far less successful and far less cool than the French Resistance was. The Ghor spoken language was created by dialect coach Marina Tyndall, but since it's not really aligned with the written language of Orbesh, you can only translate it if you know its spoken component. They created two versions of the written Ghorman language, Gorel or High Ghor, and Dixian or Low Ghor, named after the graphic designers who built these languages, L. McKee and Lauren Dix. There's some linguistic differences between what sounds like spoken French, with some harder front-of-mouth Germanic or Slavic, some certain dialects you hear in Switzerland, or perhaps some Portuguese elements, but I think they just did this to make the culture generally European, and not too on-the-nose France or any of these other specific cultures.
They based it on an existing language, which is French, the French phonetics. And then they ended up creating word by word a whole vocabulary. The
costume designer Michael Wilkinson said he pulled fashion influences from both France and northern Italy cities like Milan, which is of course also a fashion mecca, from the 1930s and 40s. Edie's voice from their call tells us that the imperial propaganda from the Ministry of Enlightenment is working. She sees Ghorman as too good for the rest of us and arrogant, while saying Cyril's assignment isn't a promotion, that he's being played, all of which is kind of true, and some of which Cyril knows because in his mind he and Dedra are in on this together, but he doesn't yet realize Dedra, Partagaz, and Krennic's full plan for Ghorman. Edie also mentioned seeing some Ghorman mockery of Emperor Palpatine, which tells us that the Ministry of Enlightenment also must have produced some anti-Sheev propaganda and then blamed it on the Ghormans. And I just like to imagine Palpatine giving some notes on it, like, that mockery is appropriate, but you went too far with that joke. But the defense Cyril gives of the Ghormans here seems to be a performance for the Ghorman rebels he knows are listening, read by Rylance. But everyone is listening to everyone. Everyone's trying to outplay everyone. It's kind of like Scorsese's The Departed, or the Hong Kong film that it's based on, Infernal Affairs. Cassian and Bix shop at a place called Samo's Bodega. Cassian picks up a tube of Pizos, according to the Orbesh there. That's a stimulant that's been brought up a few times on the show. The vendor says that he has fresh melons from Yukio. Yukio is a planet in the Abrion sector that will actually be part of the route that Captain Antilles takes on the Tantive 4 after the Battle of Scarif, jumping first to Yukio, and then to Rune, and then to Tatooine, where Vader catches up with them. The jars at the top left look like they say fung, or maybe fungus of some kind, and then on the left the snacks say fried medley instant. The packages are upside down, and to Cassian's right is OJ. And there's this little red guy in the cage who looks like he just wants to die. In the Palmo Town Square, Cyril passes protesters of the new Imperial building, which we know is an arsenal. Sam, the young Ghorman rebel from Rylance's group who later shoots Cinta on accident, passes Cyril a spider with a message inside. Considering the other Cyril already has, they seem to have already tried to get to him. On his way home, he nearly gets run over by a honking Imperial carrier. This is part of the rotation that the Ghorman rebels will later target. Later, back in his office, the security guards actually watch pod racing footage from Tatooine. It really does look like footage from the Phantom Menace film, because at one point we cut to the point of view from the pilot, and I don't think they would have put cameras there. At the ISB, Partagaz is back in his comfort zone of dressing down his underlings. Legret, who reports arrests of 34 rebels and 200,000 credits, and Hirt, who's now in charge of the Axis desk, and they say that they failed to process any data from these arrests because, as Lonnie Young, who remember is Luthen and Clea's mole, bravely points out that they're arresting more people than they can process. And this is actually a similar issue that Luthen and Clea are suffering by bugging so many objects. There's just too much noise to make any sense out of it. Since Lonnie did a favor to Hirt and Legret, you get a sense that he's trying to gain leverage over his colleagues in case he ever needs them to look the other way, as he is playing this role of Luthen's double agent. Mon Mothma lobbies over senators to vote on her measure to stop the extension of the PORD, that's Palpatine's crackdown on Ghorman. Ghorman's own senator, Dasi Oren, sides with Palpatine out of fear. Mon's measure would be to establish boundaries between Imperial forces and the outer planets to try to secure their local traditions. Mon talks to this bearded senator, who I think is Lenever Villacham. That's the Tarsant senator whom we see on Hosnian Prime when it gets destroyed in The Force Awakens. I mean, that guy would be really old. At the Ghormani meeting, citizens rant about how Imperial restrictions are killing their family businesses. One citizen, Lizine, gets particularly fired up about how they can't even sleep at night because of the transports, which sets up his run-in with Sam in episode 6 that leads to Cinta getting shot. An older woman complains about the shadow being cast on the memorial for the Tarkin massacre. We also see this same old woman later on the night of the transport heist. They turn her away. Now, we've seen this memorial in other shots. It has 4 pillars with water pouring down the middle, kind of as a fountain, reminding me of the 9/11 memorial in New York City. So, the Tarkin massacre. In Legends continuity, from a 1990 Rebel Alliance sourcebook, the Ghorman massacre used to refer to an incident in which Moff Tarkin landed his cruiser on protesters who refused to move from the plaza, killing 500 of them in the year 18 BBY. But in the animated Rebels series, the Ghorman massacre then referred to a different incident that happened on Ghorman in 2 BBY, an incident that this season of Andor is building up to. So here, by reincorporating this history with Tarkin, this show is making both canon and Legends versions of the Ghorman massacre part of the official history, with the previous incident now being referred to as the Tarkin massacre, something that happened in 19 BBY, literally the same year as the Purge, the first year of the Imperial era. I'm glad this is the case, because what Tarkin did is horrific, and it sets up why that dude is so okay blowing up Alderaan. Cyril signals his support for Rylance by doing the customary Ghormani gesture, which seems like it might be based on like the opening of a cloak to show that you're unarmed, which I would find interesting because it's also how our handshake gesture came about. I learned that by rewatching Contagion, which is something I do every month because, you know, I want to be depressed. Wilman Pak has been sent to Saw Gerrera's group of partisans on Dakar, a planet that we've seen in Star Wars before. It's a planet that we'll later see the Resistance use as their base in The Force Awakens and The Last Jedi. And in the Lost Stars book, in the Poe Dameron comics, and in the 2017 reference book, The Rebel Files, we learned that the location of Dakar was important to the Rebels during the Imperial era, and that's what we're seeing now, and I think that's cool. Benthic and Edrio Two Tubes, partisan members who we meet in Rogue One, guard the hills. Beyond them, we see the X-Wing T-65B Cavern Angels that are piloted by this group. We also see Moroff lumbering about. Remember Moroff from Rogue One? Love that guy. Now, I think the black woman we see with this group might be Megan Soon, who is a lieutenant from a Vandal squad who reminds Saw of his sister Steela, but we don't know for sure if this is the same woman. Wilman has this special valve to siphon Rhydonium pipelines. It's an apparatus with 8 variations and 6 gauges. Saw sniffs it. In episode 5, we learn his awesome history with Rhydo fumes, and Rhydonium is starship fuel. It's come up in a number of Star Wars titles, specifically episodes of Clone Wars and Rebels. But already here, we get a sense that Saw's inhaling of these Rhydo fumes is how he's going to end up needing a breathing mask in Rogue One. As Cassian heads out on assignment to Ghorman, Bix takes a liquid dropper drug that I thought might be death sticks, but death sticks tend to be smoked. And we'll see what getting high like this leads her to do. Okay, episode 5 opens with some radio sounds with the violins of the Andor theme actually playing through the same diegetic speakers that the audio does.
Right off 748.
Maybe you'll find your husband.
Basically hold him in that room and say, right, stay there, stay in that corner forever, yeah?
Corellia 222.
Yes, we heard mentions of Ryloth and Corellia in there. Ryloth is the home of the Twi'leks, and maybe we're hearing Hera's father, Cham Syndulla, or one of his allies in the Ryloth Resistance. Corellia is the oft-mentioned planet known for its industrial shipyards that we saw Solo start his story in, and in Ahsoka episode 2. In Luthen's shop, we see another Naboo headdress that's different from the one Padme wore in Attack of the Clones that we see on the higher shelf a bit later. This one looks like the royal crown worn by Queen Amidala in The Phantom Menace, but it is slightly different. Clea listens through her fractal radio to the various devices she's bugged, and hears that Davos Skolden is furious that another item in his collection was a forgery. She eats some toast with some blue butter or cream on it, presumably churned from the same blue milk that we've seen before in Star Wars. And behind her, the Indiana Jones Temple of Doom Sankara stones are once again visible on the shelf. Cassian goes to what seems to be a travel hookup with a yellow sign reading Nikki Bon. Nikki and Bon are the woman and the man who run this business. Nikki and Cassian do the coded rebel exchange that we hear on Ghorman later.
Visiting friends?
Why do you ask?
Who cares by nature?
I have friends everywhere.
Cassian gets a briefing on his cover story that he hears through his earpiece, kind of like Ethan Hunt getting his mission through sunglasses. Name, Varian Sky. Born in Tahini. Now, in the Andor pilot episode, there was a mention of a Tahina when Cassian was on Morlana 1 looking for his sister. Attendant Grimish from ISB Tech sweeps Cyril's office, and Grimish is played by actor Kurt Egyawan, who plays Archmaester Orwyle on House of the Dragon. One worker discreetly moves her hand to alert the Ghorman front to shut it down on their end, and we cut from here back to Kleya, and I just love how much this arc embraces the World War II era radio spycraft themes of everyone listening to everyone having too much noise to sift through, and everyone trying to outplay each other. It's kind of like the movie The Imitation Game. And we're also reminded of Ezra Bridger's inspirational radio broadcast in Rebels, which would have been a year before this in 4BBY, so it kind of makes sense that radio would be the way these two warring sides communicate and eavesdrop on each other. As Kleya listens to Skolden, we see him talk from the point of view of the bug that Kleya placed on the bottom of the Trinian Codex in his showroom. Davos says,
I want everything vetted once and for all.
Everything?
Everything!
Huh, is that a Leon the Professional reference?
Bring me everyone. What do you mean everyone?
Cassian's voice briefing says Varian Sky lives on level 4888 of East Narcine Coruscant. Not that we should be surprised, but that's nearly 5,000 vertical floors to these buildings. The Ghorman front pull up Cyril's file from Morlana 1, where he worked for Priox Morlana, that's the private security company there. These were supposed to be sealed, but I assume Dedra, using ISB clearance, got them leaked to make it look like Cyril holds a grudge against the ISB for firing him, which would make him potentially vulnerable to flip to their cause. But if the Ghorman front were smarter or more experienced, they'd be suspicious of how easy it was to get this information. While Cyril made a big stink about getting escorted out of his office and angry that it was bugged, it was really just a big show for whoever of his employees bugged the office, and hoping that they would send word back to their superiors that he was again humiliated by the ISB. Rylance tries to play things in a way to Cyril that isn't entirely anti-Empire, because he would worry that that might scare Cyril off, but just really anti-ISB overreach, saying that he thinks the Emperor has no idea what's being done on his behalf and that the ISB is running a shadow government. Cyril plays right back into it with a tease of his own.
You don't know the half of it.
Luthen visits Bix at the safe house.
No, not that.
Aw, Bix default assumes that the only reason Luthen would be there would be to report that Cassian died. Instead, we see his house call, and Luthen sending Cassian to Ghorman alone without Bix is really just so that he can check in on Bix's status to see if his rebel network has a weak link that needs to be taken out. Luthen warns about her drugs.
It works for a while, but the dreams come back worse when you stop.
This coming from a man who said he shares his dreams with ghosts. I wonder if he tried to self-medicate away his horrors at some point, and it just made it worse. Wilman teaches Pluti the different variations to hack the Rhydo pipeline, and the device sparks, which would ignite the Rhydonium fumes and blow them all up. Pluti asks who taught Wilman these variations, and Wilman just stares back without reply. He learned this from his mechanic father, Salmon Pack on Ferrix, whom the Empire hanged to send a message, which then led to Wilman building a bomb that ignited the Rix Road riot. So part of Wilman's confidence and steady hand around this type of hardware is that he has been ready to explode ever since losing his dad. Cyril packs up his office and, to another assistant, calls ISB idiots, clearly wanting everyone in his office to think he really hates them, again not sure which of them are the source of the bug. Cyril passes off to Sam a file that he and Dedra are using to make the Ghorman front feel like he is playing ball. Back at the shop, Kleya and Davos' assistant talk beside a statue that looks like it might be topped with a statue of a meditating Togruta, the race of Shakti and Ahsoka. Cassian arrives on Ghorman under the disguise as fashion designer Varian Sky. Since we now know Ghorman is a fashion mecca, I feel less bad thinking that these two little doggies that he passes are based on the look of Edna Mode from Pixar's The Incredibles. Cassian learns from the bellhop more about the Tarkin massacre, again an event 16 years before this that's adapting the Legends version of the Ghorman massacre, in which Tarkin landed his cruiser on top of the protesters. Now it makes me even more scared for what the show version of the Ghorman massacre will be, something that's gotta be even worse, something awful between Tarkin crushing people with his cruiser and what the Death Star is about to do to Jedha. I assume it's just going to implode the city of Palmo. But damn, I hope some of those spiders attack someone in a white uniform. By the way, we should be on the lookout for Magva Yarrow, who will join Saw Gerrera's Partisans group in 2BBY after surviving the Ghorman massacre. In Rogue One, she was played by Sabine Crossan, but I don't see that actress's name anywhere in the credits. Cyril returns home to Dedra and learns that despite being discreet, Dedra didn't trust him and had him followed. A little sign that she isn't actually looping him in on everything.
Now we're
Turn out the lights.
I think Dedra got some ideas when she saw this guy lying on his stomach on the bed, if you catch my drift. Rylance's daughter, Enza, approaches Cassian too early in the cafe, and he schools her, saying he could be a snitch or an ISB double agent. She doesn't know him, and she was careless by not vetting him from a distance at first. Throughout the scene, we see Enza with Cassian's reflection facing her in the background, which is a cool way of showing how she's not talking to the real Cassian, but rather a reflected mirror image with a different name, a different identity. While Cyril had people tailing him without him noticing, Cassian whispers to Enza to call off her tails, showing that Cassian is just better at noticing when he's being followed. But also, you know, these Ghorman spies just kind of suck. Cyril visits with his mother Edie again, back in that same breakfast nook booth, and like before, he slurps his cereal to her chagrin. We see a TV program called Good Morning Coruscant, which is like a GMA sort of mix of goofy small talk and political discourse. And we see how they flip Senator Investiture Week into Vesti Week to focus less on the actual political leaders getting sworn in and making it more of an entertainment spectacle based on what people are wearing and who's going with whom. There's a reason this feels like Capitol broadcasts and Hunger Games, and it's the same theme. Panem et circuses. Keep the masses focused on entertainment, not the politics. Both hosts of this program are played by comedian Ruby Wax. As Cassian meets Rylance, we see how the Ghorman front really has no chance. By their culture, they have to be authentic and open-facing in their business dealings and cannot afford to cut loose from their families and businesses and sneak around using aliases and double lives because their Twilleries are so ancestral. They literally didn't move when Tarkin landed his cruiser on them because psychologically they're so planted in this home turf. So Rylance will never be comfortable with just dealing with Luthen's disembodied voice of the radio, and when Cassian hears they have an Imperial mole, he knows to call bullshit because this group is just too naive to properly vet a mole. This show is just so great in the nuance. Like, it's tragic to see this group that's so well-meaning and decent in their efforts, but just not good enough at spycraft to survive. Cyril reports to Dedra and Partagaz how to slow play his support of the Ghorman front to make them bolder and attract outside agitators, and he is so smitten when Partagaz compliments him.
If I say this is the greatest day of my life, does it spoil everything?
But poor Cyril doesn't realize that normally Partagaz operates by withholding compliments and dressing everyone down. So by approving Cyril's plan to his face and complimenting him, it means Cyril is also being played. Krennic's plan isn't to lure in outside agitators like, you know, an Axis or a Saw Gerrera and like throw a net on them. Krennic's plan is to just manipulate this into like a false flag attack and make that an excuse to plunder this planet, even if it means destroying its cities. On Dakar, the partisans roast a Massif on a spit. Massifs are the reptilian dogs that we've seen on Tatooine and Geonosis. So yeah, they're eating dogs here. Pluty asks Saw to tell him which station they're hitting so he would know which variation memorize and would then no longer need Willman. And from this moment, Saw knows that Pluty is a traitor spying on him and just trying to get their next target from him so he can report it back to the Empire. The shift on Forrest Whitaker's face in this moment is so perfect. Saw tells Pluty a decoy location, the Marquez Moon, Neen Valley, Station 4 Junction. Leia similarly tells Tarkin a decoy location to try to throw him off the scent, Dantooine instead of Yavin 4. Luthen and Kleia argue about the bug on the Trinian Codex, and Kleia says this process worked when they caught Yularen lying about the Holo News buyout when Skaldun courted the Grand Vizier. The Grand Vizier is Palpatine's business leader in the Senate and chief deputy, and this tells us that Wolf Yularen conducted a government acquisition of the news media, which might be why it's now filled with Good Morning Coruscant puff pieces. Once Willman's valve is loaded up, Saw raises his blaster, and we think he's asking Willman if he's expendable, but he's really asking if Pluty was serious in his efforts, and pew pew Pluty. Tubes finds a bug on Pluty and swears in Tognath, and Saw tells them that they'll never be back this way again, though of course the Resistance will several decades later. And I love the music and the mounted shots of Saw's Cavern Angels as they jump into hyperspace and leave the base behind. Cassian schools Rylance on how bad their plan is, how they'd be unable to run, and how it would just be a meaningless demonstration. It's because Cassian isn't much of a revolutionary. He's a rebel, but Rylance doesn't realize that the greatest revolutionary moments in history come after a group of people have died as martyrs. That will likely be the role Rylance plays ultimately. We end this episode on the real pipeline the partisans are targeting. Forrest Whitaker gives one of the best monologues of this series, recalling his youth as a work camp prisoner in the Onderon jungle. This would have been before Anakin and Ahsoka showed up on Onderon in the Clone Wars, when we first met Saw Gerrera and his sister Stela Gerrera. They were the ones who taught Anakin how to disable droidekas by rolling grenades under their shields, and it's one of the best arcs because we learn a lot about the nature of the Separatist versus Republic conflict. Saw says that one day while working in these camps, everyone started to itch and you could feel your skin coming alive, and it was due to a fuel leak in the Rhydo line. And while everyone else fled, young Saw stayed because he liked the feeling. He repeats that by breathing in the Rhydonium fumes now.
I have always loved you. Because she's my sister, Rhydo, and she loves me. That itch, that burn. You feel how badly she wants to explode?
Whoa, so Saw likens the smell of Rhydonium and the itching sensation it gives his skin with his sister Steela, who died in that Clone Wars arc and became a martyr during the Clone Wars, and many feel was the true first spark of what would later become the rebellion. Saw always felt like the other one, and it really should have been Steela leading the rebels. She would have been better, but the good die young, and it's never who it should be. It's who's left, who survives, who shows up to carry the torch. With Forrest Whitaker using the term explode and associating the Rhydonium fume with his deceased sister's ghost, we've reminded of Langston Hughes' poem A Dream Deferred, which takes us through the different things that can happen to an oppressed people denied basic rights and opportunities, and it ends with an italics, or does it explode, as a warning that if you defer or deny a dream forever, it will end in violence and revolution. Willman, who began his rebellion building a bomb, was destined to join Saw Gerrera's group of unhinged fighters.
You're here! You're not with Luthen, you're here! You're right here, and you're ready to fight!
Willman, craving to feel that burn, removes his breathing mask and his goggles and breathes deep, feeling his flesh ignite.
We're the Rhydo, kid! We're the fuel! We're the thing that explodes when there's too much friction in the air.
So it wasn't any specific injury that resulted in Saw Gerrera needing a breathing mask, it was countless baptismal ceremonies just like this. Like the Oracle of Delphi breathing in toxic vapors and seeing the truth. In Saw's case, to reunite with his dead sister, to bathe himself in explosive fuel, to remind him that he is the cannon fodder. And I cannot think of a cooler way to justify what made an old crusty freedom fighter so asthmatic. Bravo, Tony Gilroy. All right, episode 6 opens on Port Steerguard, the Imperial Navy Yard mentioned in past episodes. Among the giant parts here, we could see the bridges, engines, hull pieces, and shield generators of Imperial Star Destroyers. Cassian boards Luthen's Fondor Hullcraft, passing a few Corellian hounds tailing a Quarren worker. Cassian tells Luthen that Ghorman is a lost cause, but Luthen already expected this, planning to let Ghorman burn since its wealth and status will scare other wealthy planets like Tandrilla and Alderaan to joining the cause.
It will burn very brightly.
Luthen and Clea's phone call after suggests that they already expected Cassian to back out of helping, but Luthen helped that Cassian loving the Ghorman culture and maybe learning of its past Tarkin massacre, that might make him want to help their hopeless mission. That would then stir something to Cassian. I think Luthen is looking for a successor in the rebellion, knowing that eventually Axis is going to be found, or at least someone who has the maturity and the heartlessness to balance his bleeding heart with a cold strategy like this. So Vel goes in Cassian's place as the consulting operative. Perrin and Mon tried to schedule 3 nights and investiture banquets showing how all the incoming senators are eager to network and play ball with the Imperial brass during this era. After Luthen made his house call on Bix, Cassian crosses a huge line and visits Luthen, no hood covering his head, at Luthen's shop. Very dangerous to do this. We get a close-up of what looks like the spiked gauntlets that go with the Starkiller armor. They look a little different in the game, more metallic, less bony, but they are very similar. Luthen reminds Cassian that he said, "Kill me or take me in," when he asked to be fully integrated into the Rebel network at the end of season 1. Cassian says,
I give you everything. Is this everything?
Even the word everything is loaded for Luthen because it's a word he punctuated so heavily to Lonnie in his big speech last season.
What do I sacrifice?
Everything! Luthen would prefer Cassian alone with no damaged side piece weighing him down, but Cassian still needs some vestige of Ferrix to ground him. Luthen, meanwhile, is completely alone, having burned all of his joy out of his life. Partagaz tells Lonnie and Hirt that Dr. Gorse is being expanded into a whole torture program, and I love how Partagaz snaps at Hirt, the Star Wars equivalent of act like you've been here before.
An honor, sir. Really? It's an assignment. Calibrate your enthusiasm.
Yes, sir. Cinta tells Vel that she had some accident, but doesn't tell her more about it, and that it's been a long year of resting up for a while. Since we last saw her at the end of the 4 BBY arc, taking Tay Koma away to do something to him, I wonder if her execution of him was just particularly messy and might have involved some collateral damage. Partagaz asks Dedra for an update on Ghorman as the Ghorman front's attack is imminent.
Cyril must never know what this is all really about.
poor Cyril, thinking it's a trap for future rebels, when really it's more of a smash and grab, and Ghorman. Vel and Cinta consult the Ghorman front over their Doc Brown Hill Valley Town Square model of the street where they plan to strike. Vel states that they need to have a fixed countdown smaller than the average response time to cut and run, but Sam is still fixed on getting as many weapons as they can for their armory. Vel asks about the neighborhood because she knows what messes up these operations are random walk-ups, and indeed, that's what screws them later. Vel says that only she and Cinta are supposed to have blasters, but of course Sam later ignores that order and brings his own weapon that messes everything up. Bix, meanwhile, high as a kite, sees a flashing light in the distance and says it's her mission calling to her. She might be associating it with the red light on Gorst's torture soundboard. In the Imperial Senate, we see the Senate repulsor pods now have the Imperial logo on them, different from how they looked in the prequels. This is the first time we're seeing the Oathkeeper on screen. Incoming or re-elected senators likely went through this investiture process before, but now it has the vibe of a Pledge of Allegiance or an Imperial loyalty oath.
Peace and bounty.
My full allegiance. A galaxy of worlds. A galaxy assembled. An empire.
Peace and bounty. Just the idea of being obsessed with abundance, of claiming bounty from conquered places. And notice how we do not see Mon finishing that part of the oath, clearly disgusted with having to echo Palpatine's big speech after his scarring.
Galactic Empire!
My resolve has never been stronger.
I liken this with how during the Cold War, American classrooms added Under God to the Pledge of Allegiance. Yeah, that's right. The Pledge of Allegiance wasn't always mandatory and didn't always have Under God in it. That's just a specific thing that America did to separate us from those evil communists. Mon and Perrin arrived at the party and meet this sort of familiar face.
Senator Organa.
Perrin. Bale,
How are you?
I'm free. That was my last investiture party of the season.
Oh, don't tell me you've left poor Brer up there all alone.
Bail Organa was recast this season of Andor from Jimmy Smits to Benjamin Bratt, which might be a little odd considering Jimmy Smits came back for the role in 2016's Rogue One and in 2022's Obi-Wan Kenobi series, which was actually set several years before this in the Star Wars timeline. I like Benjamin Bratt, and I think he's a great casting choice as someone familiar from a number of other roles, and I will always prefer Lucasfilm casting a new actor in roles in the event of unavailability as opposed to using like CGI recreations. Jimmy Smits doesn't have any known health issues. We love that man. So it must have been a scheduling issue. In the party, there's a paparazzi droid who knows all the senators' names, presumably part of the Holo News service designed to show all the senators happily getting along in this puppet government. Luthen audits some jewelry.
Recarvian, third millennium.
I think this race is a Bufapel. That's a species that we saw in Canto Bight in The Last Jedi. He mentions it's from the Lost Empire, which could refer to the Infinite Empire of the Rakatan invaders, something that could get explored actually in James Mangold's Dawn of the Empire film. ISB officers Hirt, Young, and Legret meet at the party and down some Cali Cooler cocktails since Partagas cleared them out of the control room for the Ghorman operation oversight. With Davo gathering some elites to the showroom, Clea drags Lonnie in with her as a kind of human visual shield to remove the bug. Davo has also gathered Orson Krennic, who helps secure this lost Tarn. Mon says it's nice to see him free of the witness stand, suggesting there have been some past Senate hearings over war crimes that Krennic had to testify on. Not going to be many more of those in the next few years. The Ghorman group disables the carrier, and Cinta does a crazy parkour flip off the transport, so badass that, you know, she's not going to last much longer. We learn that the Trinian Codex was forged 2,000 years ago on a planet where sight was considered a disability and blindness was a blessing, so written communication was based on touch. It's a book telling a certain story in the form of a series of concentric circles, and you can just imagine George Lucas loving this concept, the way some of the runes line up with each outer ring, forming a kind of poetry. It rhymes. Clea flips open a key to jimmy the microphone piece loose, and it gets stuck, so she has to draw blood from her palm to try to pry it loose. These elites discuss a battle of Carmine after a grand conflict, which Mon argues was a bit of historical revisionism, that it was actually more of a systematic execution, a war crime. So these relics that Krennic recovered are something that she is saying are akin to plundered art after a genocide. While Clea struggles, we hear these elites discussing how history is really a story told by the winners, and how that's not a bad thing, because because Krennic argues that the losers lie. It's kind of like negating a people's history of the galaxy. Krennic and some of the people aligned with him saying amounts to sore loserism. We hear them say the Sheridan word for memory is almost identical to their word for revenge. And these jerks are too dense to realize that's the point. Some civilizations have been so oppressed that their history is really just a story of a dream deferred. This recalls the saying in our world, the axe forgets but the tree remembers. Krennic just boils this down to kind of an intellectually dishonest simplification.
My rebel is your terrorist. Something like that.
Lizine walks up and tells Sam to get the chob out of his way. Love that line. And Sam pulls out his stupid blaster and blam, a single blaster bolt not only rings out through the silent street, but of course it hits the most talented parkourist among them. Poor Cinta. We'll never know what really happened to her a year ago. It's Lizine who carries her body away. Of course, he's the most cynical salt of the earth amongst them, but also the truest Ghorman we're probably gonna meet on this series. Vel shames Sam on the ride away, telling him Cinta's death is on him now.
This is like skin.
There's that word again, skin. It's a similar baptism that Saw put Wilman through. You're giving the rebel initiate a new flesh that they cannot shed, but this time it's baptism by blood.
She was a blooded, fearless warrior.
Somehow I feel like this is gonna activate Sam in the wrong way, feeling like he has to overcompensate to make up for Cinta's death by firing the first shot that will lead to the Ghorman massacre. We end with the ghost who's been haunting Bix this season, Dr. Gorst, who chillingly brings in a little takeout cake that kind of looks like the impressive pastry that Dedra and Cyril served Edie. Of course, this psycho loves sweet treats. Bix waits for him and straps his Dizonite audio torture headphones on his ears.
It will only feel like forever.
We do not hear what he hears, only silence as he screams. Really, the most torturous aspect is that he truly will not know how long this will last. Didn't we see another Imperial scientist suffer a similar form of torture on The Mandalorian Season 3? Just kind of left there for hours on end, being tortured to the point of insanity. But Cassie and Bix seemed to kind of let him off easy by bombing the whole floor. Presumably this whole office where Gorst was going to set up his interrogation department. I assume Lonnie at least knew about this because he pushed oversight of this department onto Hirt. But did Luthen authorize this? Is Cassian going rogue to rebel in a selfish, vengeful way to serve Bix more than serving the cause? Or is Luthen letting this happen because he knows he's about to disgust Cassian Andor with what they're about to let happen on Ghorman? Okay, episode 7 opens once again with the customary Ferrix anvil gong sound. We are now 1 year after the earlier spycraft intrigue on Ghorman, 1 year after the Senate investiture day, and 1 year after Cassian and Bix took care of Dr. Gorst. We're in 2 BBY, which is when things were really cooking over on the animated Rebels series, around season 3 of that series, when Grand Admiral Thrawn was heavily in pursuit of the crew of the Ghost, and Captain Hera Syndulla was leading the Phoenix Squadron. So when you're seeing the various rebels on and around the Yavin 4 base in these episodes, it is worth remembering that they are all being hunted by this guy. Over Black, we hear
Shadow 6, you are clear for open pad 1.
Shadow 6 is Wilman Pock's call sign. The Shadow Squadron was the name of a different group in the Clone Wars series that was involved in the Battle of Kamino. The name is now being used by some groups in the Rebellion, along with other squadrons that we know of, like the Phoenix Squadron, the Gold Squadron, Green Squadron, Blue Squadron, and Red Squadron, and we'll soon see the Rogue Squadron. Wilman's ship is flanked by 2 X-Wings flying over a river toward the temples of Massassi. I think this might be the River that in the jungles of Yavin 4 are kind of like its very broad Amazon River. In the wide shot of the Yavin 4 base landing pad, we only see a handful of X-Wings and a single Y-Wing. It's not yet the heavily populated airfield that it will be by the time we get to the events of Rogue One. We also see some trees have been cleared over on the left because this base is still being built out. By this point in the Star Wars timeline, 2 BBY was when the Yavin 4 base was still in the process of becoming the largest rebel cell under the leadership of Jan Dodonna, who founded the Massassi group, but the main rebel base was at this point still on Dantooine. And a year from now, Dantooine will be evacuated and everything will move to Yavin 4. I love all the grounded world details showing this transition and attempts at organization within the rebel ranks. As soon as Wilman deboards, the arrivals are barked at orders for meal vouchers, being forced to go through medical to get approval, and we see a green astromech droid rolling around, and the parked X-Wing has a gold tip. So this is part of the Gold Squadron, and actually this is a squadron that will later escort Senator Mon Mothma to Dantooine, mentioned in episode 9 of this arc. That's seen more fully in Rebels Season 3 episode 18, secret cargo, though they do say in these episodes that she's headed to Yavin. I'll talk about that later in this video. Wilman walks out toward the jungle, passing a blue squadron pilot and a red and a gold squadron pilot. Cassian and Bix share a treehouse, maybe after they were stuck in the cramped Coruscant safe house. General Jan Dodonna and General Davitz Draven allow them their own living quarters outside of the rebel barracks. Cassian has a shoulder wound from a recent past mission. Episode 4 also opened with a reference to a Cassian and Bix mission that we didn't see. In that case, it was a psychological wound being carried by Bix over that killed ATST pilot. This wound will also carry kind of a spiritual significance for Cassian, and the process he undergoes to heal it speaks volumes on the path that lies ahead of him. In the city of Palmo on Ghorman, a plume of smoke rises in the distance from what the Imperial authorities and Imperial-owned media are calling a terrorist strike, but it's hinted later when Cyril talks with Dedra that this attack was actually a setup, really done by the Empire themselves as a false flag to blame on the Ghorman front and these outside agitators. Now, yes, Wilman has been on this planet and he loves blowing stuff up, but Senator Orem later makes it clear that this was indeed a false flag, which must really piss off Wilman, because you know if he's going to be blamed for a bombing, he's going to want to have actually been the living righto to do it. The newscaster mentions 2 other cities on Ghorman besides Palmo, Kore and Jelnovi. In episode 8, Cyril mentions another area of the planet called Aliqua. The floating camera droid has Orbesh reading news. Now, camera droids were actually first introduced in the prequels, seen floating around the Galactic Senate when they were all yelling about Chancellor Valorum, but in this case, they built these practically, which is really fun. And the reporter comes right out and calls it the Naval Terminal, telling us that in the past year, the Empire isn't even trying to hide the fact that this building is a military armory, and it's now casting a huge shadow on the Palmo Plaza, including the memorial of the Tarkin massacre. Luthen and Wilman want Cassian to return to Ghorman to assassinate Dedra Miro. The datapad with their photo shows text that looks like the letters of D-E-D-R-A and M-E-E-R-O, and it's kind of a mix of Orbesh and English, and I think I'll never understand the inconsistency of visual text across Star Wars series, so honestly, I'm just kind of giving up. Bix has a quietly angry reaction to Dedra's photo, recalling that Dedra was the one who arrested her and stuck Dr. Gorst on her in season 1. Partagaz calls Dedra.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Yeah, he says a similar thing in his call to her later in this arc.
Apologies, I know you've been waiting.
And it feels like a kind of power move by Partagaz to make Dedra wait for him in this skiff while he prepares to drop some difficult news. Partagaz says the Emperor's taken an interest in Ghorman and that there's no alternative for the calcite mineral for the reactor lenses buried beneath Ghorman, so they're just gonna start mining. He also says,
Krennic's had the lab in Edu working overtime all year. I don't know the science, but it's bad luck, Ghorman.
This is a reference to the Imperial Science Division lab on Eadu that we visit in Rogue One, where Galen Erso is working on the reactor and Kyber crystal beam for the Death Star super laser. Partagaz not understanding the science shows how compartmentalized Project Stardust still is. Partagaz says that the fleet is on its way for forced resettlement and that they're going to declare martial domain, which sounds like a mix of martial law and eminent domain, which in our world is what the government would do to suspend civil liberties to maintain a strict military order during a kind of crisis or disaster, and eminent domain to seize private property in the name of some stated national security issue. Partagaz has assigned to Dedra Captain Kaido, a crisis specialist he calls him, and when Dedra begins to speak up, Partagaz tells her to calm her tone, similar to how he snapped at Hirt to act like he's been here before. You can see how Grand Moff Tarkin has set kind of a cultural standard of very calm, you may fire when ready type of talking among these Imperial officers, and how Krennic, with his big bold gesturing in season 2 episode 1, doesn't really fit in that culture. Mon Mothma's driver Cloris returns from season 1 asking about Mon's schedule, making it very obvious that he is working for the ISB. In the first arc of the season, Clea and Vel at the wedding said that they had to act like they had met before, at least just once, and it's a good thing they remember to do that, because Mon's driver Cloris was the other person who was in the room in that moment in season 1. We see a long walkway with the reflection pool and security gate, which tells us not only how tight security is, but how long it's going to take anyone to run out of here, which becomes especially important scenic geography in episode 9. Gorham Senator Oren thanks Mon for the public bravery she has shown, knowing that he's probably going to be arrested at some point soon. The Ghorman front argues about their next steps. It was confirmed that the spoken Ghorman language was based on French, but they built upon that with some Germanic consonant sounds, which you can really hear in this scene when they are shouting. It really just sounds especially German when it's shouted. Lizine, who previously scoffed at the Ghorman front and tussled with Sam that led to Cinta getting shot, and the guy who carried Cinta's body away, now joins their meeting as a member of the front. He stops the arguing by telling them, "We are the Ghor," which sets up him singing the cultural anthem later. later, Bix brings Cassian to a Force healer. So the concept of Force healing was really coined in Star Wars in late 2019 as a plot point both in The Mandalorian Season 1 when Grogu did this and in the Rise of Skywalker film, but it was actually later established that the Clone Wars 2011 Altar of Mortis episode was actually the first instance of Force healing. This was also explored in High Republic books and in an episode of The Acolyte, but it's really just that, using the Force to heal things. In this episode, we see a different kind of healing, something that happens beneath the skin, something that could even address issues in the soul. Really, this episode of Andor might be my favorite depiction of Force healing because it's a proper amount of sus holistic medicine that kinda works, but also something that even the healer herself isn't that confident in. This Force healer, played by Josie Walker, seems to sense Cassian's importance as he approaches.
Who are you?
She also knows that his wound is on his right shoulder, and after she touches it, she thanks Cassian.
The clarity, that feeling. It's been a very long time. I thought it had gone for good. So easy to lose faith.
While Cassian has the typical Han Solo skepticism of all kind of spiritual concepts like the Force, we can see how this will set up his relationship with Chirrut Imwe in the events of Rogue One. The healer tells Bix that while most patients show up to be healed, and sometimes it works, Cassian is the first patient whose strength of spirit gave the healer such clear insight that it really restored her faith entirely.
I sense the weight of things. Things I can't see. Pain, fear, need. Most beings carry the things that shaped them, they carry the past. But some, very few, your pilot. They're gathering as they go. There's a purpose to it. He's a messenger.
A very interesting cryptic way of foretelling Cassian's destiny in Rogue One. Like on one hand, he's a messenger who along with Jyn Erso will help deliver the message of the Death Star battle plans from Scarif, a message that many rebels will have to die carrying along, but it also paints him as a destined hero who isn't forged by his past as an orphan and smuggler, but really as someone forged by a future purpose that hasn't come yet. It's this destined calling that makes Bix want to get out of Cassian's way. The Force healer ends this exchange by briefly touching Bix's hand, and then she leaves without saying anything. Did the healer see something in Bix's past or her future here? Did Bix feel her healing presence as she realizes she is a weight on Cassian? Bix tells Cassian that she has felt this before, that she said dreams that he was this kind of messenger. I guess you could interpret this as Bix having some kind of Force sensitivity, but there are several examples of characters in Star Wars just getting dreams as a way of the Force guiding them or speaking to them. Actor Alistair Petrie returns as General Draven, rebel leader and Cassian's superior in Rogue One. He passes a blue and orange astromech, go Gators, by one of those Gold Squadron X-Wings and calls out Cassian for loading his U-Wing to go to Ghorman. Cassian says,
"The day I need permission to come and go, I'm gone."
That day is near.
Actually, the very last time that Cassian leaves this base, he and Jyn Erso will also leave without permission as part of the Rogue One crew. Kaido brings in Lieutenant Bloy with a young, inexperienced group of Imperial cadets, and we hear the TIE fighter screaming overhead. Cassian and Wilman arrive on Ghorman, and Cassian flies low and fast through one of the Tuileries valleys like he's in Top Gun Maverick. Wilman is freaks, but Cassian, after that chase through the Sinar ice canyons, has seen worse. Vel meets with Bix and says she was sent to talk with her by both Draven and Dodonna, clarifying that Jan Dodonna is around somewhere on this base. She says Cassian is on the verge of being promoted, but he keeps getting denied because he keeps running off to places like Ghorman. Cassian checks into the same hotel that he stayed at the year prior. This hotel clerk was the bellhop that Cassian talked to in episode 5, showing he too has moved up in the world. He takes a tough stance with Cassian while the elder clerk is beside him, but when that woman leaves, he hints to Cassian that he remembers him from the year prior when he was under a different name, and that his fellow clerk will actually follow through in reporting this journalist's name. The other clerk also mentions the Alderaan group having their shuttle canceled. Now, it's not clear if this is a group currently staying with them whose shuttle leaving for Alderaan was canceled, or if they had a booking for a group from Alderaan whose visit to Ghorman was canceled, but in either case, I'm wondering if this was Princess Leia Organa, who you could imagine was also a kind of bleeding heart who would take a diplomatic mission to speak out on the Imperial crackdown on this planet. It actually might have been canceled by Bail or by Luthen, because both of those guys would have wanted to keep Alderaan out of any of this kind of drama this early in the game and would have saved their intervention until it was absolutely needed. The clerk sets up Cassian with the room facing the plaza. It's pretty clear that as a member of the Ghorman front, he knows why Cassian is here and probably gave him the best room for assassinating. The rifle that Cassian will assemble is a black Blast Tech A280 CFE convertible heavy blaster pistol, the same weapon that he nearly kills Galen Erso with on Eadu in Rogue One. The credits of this episode end with an opera singer singing what I assume is an operatic version of the traditional Ghorman song, similar to what Lizine starts singing in episode 8. And that brings us to episode 8, which opens with a different female Ghor singer singing in the Ghor language over the Andor title card. This is the episode of the Ghorman Massacre, and since it is an inevitable outcome being forced by both the Empire and the Rebels via Luthen, this Ghorman singer's already mourning the death of this culture. Cassian assembles the pieces of his sniper blaster that he smuggled in, but realizes that Lieutenant Cloy is ordering his men to remove the barricades from the Palmo Plaza. There's an ominous shot of Captain Kaido through the pillars of the Tarkin Massacre Memorial, craning it downward, recalling the downward movement of Tarkin's cruiser when it crushed over 500 protesters. We're gonna see history repeating itself on this day. Cassian recalls Willman to ask if he's seeing this, and I love the detail that Willman picks up the call with Drina, the Ghorman from woman he was making eyes at in episode 7, waking up next to him. So clearly Willman got a late start because he missed a weather report of Imperial activity because he was up late being cannon fodder in Drina's Pour Collect. Once again, because Willman can't keep his eyes off of one of the local ladies, he screws something up. Now he's the last person in this group to find out about the barricade removal, and the Ghorman front has already been whipped up into a frenzy to storm the plaza without anyone having a chance to take in Cassian's intel from the bird's eye view that they're actually moving those barricades around the IOC building to form a fortress. They are setting a trap. Dedra informs Partagaz about the Imperial mining rigs having arrived in the Ghorman countryside, and Partagaz says that there's no need to hide what they're doing anymore since the Ghormans are guaranteed to freak out.
Threats. The inexplicable resistance to Imperial norms.
It's sad but accurate to see these talking points regurgitated almost word for word by the reporter a moment later.
The continued and inexplicable Ghorman resistance to Imperial norms.
Sam, Dylan, Willman, and the rest gear up before Enza's father Rylance even had a chance to encourage caution. He says the classic Akbar line, and he warns his daughter Enza, tragic words considering how Enza will end up this episode with a deadly throw that ends with the camera staying on her for several silent seconds. Lizine joins a protest march with a somewhat amused expression with his brown trench coat and his hat. He rather looks like Eponine from Les Miserables, who also sings the show-stopping number in the musical from the story that depicted the 1832 June Rebellion in Paris based on the Victor Hugo novel. Though, arguably the way he sings to get the crowd going, he's also kind of a mix of Grantaire singing with Marius, "Drink with me." Also, from his build alone, he's a bit of a Javert, but also from his heart, he's a bit of a Jean Valjean. I don't know, he's kind of like all the Les Mis characters rolled into one. If it feels like I'm forcing Les Mis into this, part of it is these Ghorman's language being based on French, but there's just an undeniable thematic parallel with the banners being waved to the doomed fates of these revolutionaries, yet their message living on eternal. The protesters chant, "We are the Ghor, the galaxy is watching," a very on-the-nose take on "the whole world is watching," a phrase that has been used in a number of protest movements over the past several decades, famously during the anti-Vietnam War protests outside the 1968 Democratic National Convention in Chicago, which is another good historical parallel to how the Ghorman massacre is being depicted here. Rising tensions over a valid issue, fraught disagreements within the leadership of the protest groups over how aggressively to protest, and then inevitable explosive riots and accusations that the authorities, like the FBI and the Chicago police, pushed those protesters into overreacting to justify violent crackdowns. And most importantly, the way the media and political parties spin that event. The right ultimately won the battle by painting the left as unruly and violent, and Nixon won in 1968, but the left ultimately won the war, some might say, as the real story of the events came out and public sentiment against the Vietnam War shifted to side with the left, and Nixon's administration was ultimately brought down. And this Ghorman operation is deeper than he realized.
What kind of a being are you?
This kind of sets up Rylance being the one to kill Cyril by the end of the episode, the one thing Rylance can sort of do to amend his past mistakes. Kaido smiles as he tells Dedra that all he really wants is a safe ride home. Not only is he indicating that his work here is essentially done, as the people of Ghorman are unruly enough as they are, but he's also taking cues from Partagaz to keep a calm demeanor as you do these terrible things. And by saying, "All I wanted was a clear path through the plaza," he could justify opening fire on the protesters. The hotel clerk tells Cassian that he never logged him in at the hotel with a knowing nod and says this,
"Rebellions are built on hope."
Yes, the great line that Cassian Andor will remember. We hear him say it to Jen Erso in Rogue One,
Rebellions are built on hope.
And Jen Erso will later repeat it to the rebel leadership on Yavin 4 before the Battle of Scarif.
Rebellions are built on hope.
The protesters use smaller versions of the horns that we saw the bagpipe player using in the promotional video. These kind of work like vuvuzelas in this sequence. As Cyril moves through the crowd, the sparks of some kind of firecracker go off in front of him. This whole gathering feels like a Rido tank ready to blow. Cyril is placed in a safe room where 6 KX security droids are waiting to be unleashed on the protesters, and that tells them that they are ready to escalate. We saw these on Niamos in season 1, where the one who arrested Cassian was actually voiced by Maul voice actor Sam Witwer. One of these 6 will become K2SO by the end of the arc. I wonder if it's the one who kind of stares at Cyril for a few extra seconds. Kaido orders the exits of the plaza to be sealed off and tells Cloyd to send his inexperienced cadets out into the crowd, knowing what that will result in. Men in the crowd pass out bombs. The hotel clerk will later use one of these in the lobby. Lazine sees this and begins singing "We Are the Ghor," the Ghorman planetary anthem that unites all cities in all terrains. He senses that the temperature of the crowd is coming off too hot, so instead he sings this song to unify all of them in their native language that hopefully will reframe their sentiment in front of the journalists as a non-violent people defending their homeland and their traditions. The chorus of the song is "Valley, Highland, we are the Ghor." All terrains of this planet are equally important in their chief industry of silk twilleries and fabric production and sale. Cyril, realizing that Dedra had played him, confronts her, and this scene gets uncomfortably violent, starting with this.
How long?
We can discuss this later.
Cyril chokes Dedra, which is just an ugly reminder for anyone who started to meme this couple and ship them from the first act of the season. Any relationship structured within a fascist power structure, especially one based on deception and manipulation and career opportunism, is nothing close to wholesome, and in fact, one bad conversation away from the worst kinds of abuse. Dedra confesses that the Empire wanted the mineral in the ground, and they've been planning this for years, and throws back in his face that he didn't mind the promotions, which tells Cyril that the career advancements that they bragged to his mother Edie about had nothing to do with Cyril's merit, but were in fact the result of him being such an incompetent, manipulatable dope. So Cyril returns to the singing crowd and sees one Ghorman waving a flag from the memorial, quite the gavroche we have there. The crowd starts to get physical with the riot troopers throwing stuff and pushing, but I appreciate how the sound mix reduces the shouting and raises the singing to give us some hope that some peace might prevail. We see Dedra taking a call from Partagaz, but we do not see what his final orders are here, only Dedra ending the call with a shaky "proceed." And I like that they do this to preserve the mystery over who or what the Imperial shooter on the roof is actually aiming at, and also to kind of reflect how this shit tends to go down in the real world. Like, despite all the reporting and investigations that happen after the fact, who actually gave the final order and what that final order actually was is always kept in secrecy. It never shows up on the record, even though we always know what it was. Earlier during the protest, one TIE fighter screamed overhead. Now there are 2, which kind of feels like an Act 1, Act 2 marker for this sequence. The Imperial sniper aims at the Ghormans and then at Cloy's Imperial cadets, and blam, intentional friendly fire. I'm pretty sure the kid who takes the hit was actually that nervous looking newbie who before forgot to put his hat on. You can look at this throughout history of when things get this messy between protesters and cops. A lot of times a cop will go down and it ends up just being an accident that gets way out of hand and is used to justify straight up murder. Cloy uses it and orders open fire, shooting first that Gavroche waving the flag on the memorial. Someone who clearly couldn't have had a weapon in his hands because he was using one hand to wave the flag and the other hand to hold on. It was clearly just a symbolic hit, one that everyone could see. The next 2 civilians who we see getting shot are women, one in the chest, another who turns her back to flee, neither of them armed, but it doesn't matter because there's no dignity or humanity in moments like these. The Ghorman front in the crowd begins fighting back, and while, you know, in the past shootouts are supposed to be fun in Star Wars, it is not fun to see innocent unarmed civilians screaming in terror and getting shot. Specifically, there's a point of view shot from that Imperial sniper who is not aiming for people with weapons, but people with flags. And it's just sickening to have to see through the eyes of a sadist like this. In the chaos, Lazine does step up. Actually, the blaster he uses looks like an old double-barreled shotgun. Despite the situation having gone foobar, Cassian stays on target, waiting for a clean shot of Dedra and not taking the easy shot of shooting Grimish or anyone else. So we see the kind of moral contrast there. Kaido unleashes the KX droids, and these are terrifying. No weapons, just brute strength. We knew when these were introduced in Niamos in season 1 that Tony Gilroy had some plans to show how awful they could be. A Ghorman flees and bumps into Inza, knocking her on the ground, making it very hard for her to flee, and the KX droid jumps on that opportunity and launches her, killing her. The hotel clerk uses a bomb to blow up the front of his hotel, and this gets Cyril to turn in that direction and see Cassian Andor, the one who got away. Cyril has no idea in this moment that Cassian has Dedra Meero in his crosshairs, but tackles him and slams his head on the ground. The fight is so brutal that you forget that this is going on in a war zone, so a bomb lands outside and blows them both off of their feet in different directions. Cassian has to take cover behind the bar, and Cyril gets the blaster and has Cassian right in his sights.
Who are you?
The same words the Force healer said to Cassian, and in the case of Cyril, the ultimate insult, because Cyril has spent the past 3 years obsessed with Cassian Andor. He is the Javert, chasing his Jean Valjean, having Cassian's face etched in his mind, and only now realizes that his target has no idea who he is. It's kind of like the classic Don Draper burn to Ginsburg.
I feel bad for you. I don't think about you at all.
Now, there was a brief moment in season 1 when Cyril ran into Cassian on Ferrix, but it wasn't significant enough for Cassian to remember. And that realization is where Cyril's life ends, as Rylance finishes him with a headshot. As Cassian pulls Cyril's gun off him, he stares at his face as it's laying on its side, trying to make out who his hunter was, regretting not getting an answer to that question. A KX droid rounds the corner and starts tossing and smacking fleeing civilians and nearly gets to Cassian, but Sam, good old Sam, makes good on Bell's shame speech after he killed Cinta by ramming the KX droid into the wall. Cassian keeps the parts, making this broken droid our future K2SO. Now, this backstory is a retcon of a 2017 one-shot comic, Rogue One Cassian and K2SO Special, which explored how Cassian met the KX droid in its comic story on the planet Wekako, and Cassian shut down his base programming and reprogrammed him into the K2SO personality we knew and loved in Rogue One. It's not common for Lucasfilm to retcon character histories from stories published after the Disney buyout, and Lucasfilm tends to be pretty strict about the studio and publishing divisions never contradicting like this, but the truth is they haven't really had that many opportunities to even do that, and we have seen them do it with Asajj Ventress, who is supposed to have died in the Dark Disciple book, and some have argued Tales of the Jedi revised parts of Ahsoka Tano's backstory from E.K. Johnson's Ahsoka novel. So when it comes to this kind of thing, I am just caring less and less about what is and is not canon. A good story is a good story, and I think if you care about a character, all of it's worth reading and worth watching. Adrena cries over the radio that the Imperial murder of Ghorman has begun. Lazine carries Dylan's body without realizing poor Dylan is dead. Dedra waits in the Imperial skiff for further communication from Partagaz, and after making her wait every time for his call, now the call never even comes. She just waits and waits and waits, and she tugs at her collar, recalling Cyril choking her, the force chokes that Darth Vader does to Imperial officers. She is just feeling the full weight of the grip of the Empire doing to her. We end this episode with Edie crying over her dead son as she watches the news. Perhaps the most frustrating takeaway is that the Imperial-owned news is reporting this as a terrorist quell caused by outside agitators and not the Imperial forces. So the work isn't done. The sacrifice will not matter unless the public knows what really happened here, and that takes a senator. Bringing us to episode 9. Over the opening title, we hear more choral chanting of the people of Ghorman. Our opening shot shows the Imperial Senate building on Coruscant reflected in the reflecting pool, now distorted from the ripples of raindrops. As with Mon Mothma's brave speech this episode, we will truly see the facade of democracy left in this dictatorship completely dissolve. It's a dissolution intentionally caused by Mon and Bail, who drops a rare expletive in Star Wars.
Tear the shit out of this place.
Senator Oran of Ghorman gets arrested and shouts to the other senators,
"My people today and yours tomorrow."
This reminds me of the famous quote from Martin Niemöller about how the Nazis came for everyone else, and when they came for him, there was no one left to speak on his behalf. When Oran says, "My people today, yours tomorrow," we cut directly to Bail Organa foreshadowing his fate and the fate of all of Alderaan. Mon tells Bail Organa, again recast as Benjamin Bratt due to Jimmy Smith's scheduling issues, that now is the time to speak out. But Bail says that he can't cut and run and join the rebels just yet, that Yavin 4 isn't ready. Indeed, the rebels are still at the point where Dantooine is their main base, and Yavin 4 is still being developed. Clea 3D prints a press badge for Cassian to get into the Senate building, using the alias of Ronnie Guja from the Mid-Rim Network to stick with that narrative of him being a journalist who had covered the Ghorman massacre, just in case anyone checks. Cassian looks at this twisty knife. This might be a twister knife, which was a weapon that had 3 blades that would spin, that was mentioned in the 2000 book Rogue Planet, a legend story in which one of these was used to try to kill Anakin Skywalker when he was a Padawan 3 years into his training. And to the left of Cassian, we see a carbonite slab. It's kind of hard to tell what's frozen in carbonite. We know from the prop department who worked on season 1 that they had all kinds of stuff frozen in and carbonite. I want to say one of these kind of looks like the foot of a velociraptor, but it looks like there's like a plant and an animal. It's kind of hard to tell what these are. Erskine finds a bug in Mon's office and she instinctively crushes it, but had she just left it where it was and watched what she said around it, the Imperials listening probably wouldn't have suspected her as much. Luthen finds Mon practicing her speech in the plaza, approaching her not wearing his Luthen wig, which I assumed was the only way any of the elites on Coruscant knew that he looks like. To me, it indicates that Luthen doesn't plan to be alive that much longer, and he knows he's in the endgame now. Luthen reveals that Erskine Samaj has been working for him ever since they chatted at Leida's wedding 2 years prior, and that Erskine protected her in ways she'll never know. Indeed, in the second batch of episodes, every time Mon was working a senator, you could see Erskine working a different senator in the background, and now I'm assuming that he might have been greasing the wheels to protect Mon Mothma from any political adversaries turning on her. Luthen tells her that Bail's extraction team is corrupted, the team planning to take her to Yavin, and I have to assume that Beskha, the woman on the team who reported to the ISB, didn't know that Yavin 4 was the destination because the Empire had no idea that the rebels were hiding on Yavin 4 until the events of A New Hope. The Imperial monitoring station's Orbesh reads map, and Felzonis explains to Supervisor Legret the full layout of the senators being monitored, and turns out it's like all of them. Mon fires Erskine, which at first seems to be due to her feeling betrayed that he hid this from her for 2 years, but also I wonder if she might feel that with Bail's extraction team being untrustworthy and Luthen being untrustworthy, she's probably just resigned to the fact that she's gonna get arrested after her speech, and she wants Erskine to have a bit of plausible deniability as a fired staffer to try to keep him from getting arrested too, and to keep him at play in whatever rebel operations are happening. It's now the next day, meaning that Mon Mothma never went home, and she pulled an all-nighter. Not only does this indicate that her driver Cloris probably would have ferried her into the ISB that night, but it also tells us that Mon must be exhausted this day, and even after she escapes, she's gonna have several tense hours ahead of her with Hera and the crew of the Ghost in space in that Rebels episode. And assuming Mon's husband Perrin was waiting for her back home, we just have to wonder what the Empire does with him after all of this. Yikes. Like, I feel like Perrin's only move here would be to say, I always hated her, I always suspected her too, we were estranged, to just completely flip on her. We see the 3 members of Bail's extraction team checking through security, and each one is accompanied with a music sting. The first one, Beskha, has a different sounding sting because she's the odd one out. She's the one secretly working for ISB. On the other side, we learn that all 3 are just meeting each other for the first time on this job. So no kidding, it's not a reliable team. We also learn that Beskha is Lonnie Young's agent and Lonnie Young is Luthen's mole. So that's how Luthen knew that Bail's team was corrupted. The senator who submits a list of Imperial Fallen is a Tarlafar species who first appeared in Solo and then had an appearance as that little cute test subject on Bad Batch Season 3. We also hear from Senator Carlu, who says,
"To those who fail to see this as an emergency, I say, what will you tell your people when it is one of your citizens who have been slaughtered?"
He obtusely flips the warning that Senator Oran gave, but blames outside agitators, not the Imperial forces. But because he uses the word emergency, he gave Senators Irvine and Organa the procedural loophole to take the floor. So Senator Irvine is the senior senator from Hody, who yields her time to the senior senator from Alderaan, Bail Organa. And in the shot, you can see what Erskine mentioned before. The chamber is mostly empty because the Oathkeeper and the Grand Vizier, who are Palpatine puppets, called an early session unannounced. Had Mothma not pulled an all-nighter at her office, Cloris, had he not turned her in by that point, would have at least dragged its feet, so she missed this session. This also mirrors our world, where the majority party and the US Senate or US House of Representatives will often try to play parliamentary tricks like this by calling floor votes at inconvenient times for the opposing party, and sometimes the most impassioned speeches by senators happen when the chamber seats are mostly empty. Bail invokes Article 17252, an article that he says was proposed by the Emperor's Council, which allows one senior senator to yield their time to another senior senator in the case of an emergency. I'm assuming Palpatine did this in his earlier years as Chancellor turned Emperor when he labeled a Jedi attack on him as an emergency, and he wanted senior senators to go around the horn talking shit on the Jedi to rally votes to support him as wartime Emperor. Now it's kind of a procedural backfire on him, because by using this, Bail yields his time to Mon Mothma, who takes the floor. Mon's speech is cleverly structured, beginning as a bit of a biography and an appeal to her credibility, followed by the acknowledgement of the crisis mentioned by other senators before her, and she delays labeling exactly what that crisis is and who's causing the crisis. So Mon kind of eases everyone into it and forces them to listen to her rather than immediately ignore her. Mon says that the gulf between what is said and what is known to be true is an abyss, and at the heart of the rot in the Senate are lies and deception.
The death of truth is the ultimate victory of evil.
She says, when truth leaves us, when we let it slip away, when it's ripped from our hands, we become vulnerable to the appetite of whatever monster screams loudest. And she straight up calls what happened on Ghorman a genocide. And given the reluctance to use that very loaded term in modern political discourse for certain contexts, I would just be curious to buy Tony Gilroy a couple rounds to find out if he meant anything else by using this word. But you know, it is what it is. If you target, if you slaughter, if you spread propaganda about and forcibly relocate people from their ancestral lands, that is a genocide. And Mon Mothma names her villain.
And the monster screaming the loudest, the monster Eve helped create, the monster who will come for us all soon enough, is Emperor Palpatine.
And now the ISB finally shuts down the broadcast. And the music that plays during this scene is the same score that plays during Marva's holo recording when she gave the big speech in the season 1 finale. But there is some interesting editing here because yes, while Mon's speech in this episode is not the speech the Ghost crew sees the recording of in Rebels season 3 episode 18, Secret Cargo, technically that speech could have been what Mon continued to say after the broadcast ended, assuming someone who works in the Senate building might have been able to leak that full recording. The Rebels episode has a recording play on the HoloNet news, which, you know, shouldn't make that much sense if the news was taken over by the Empire and run as a propaganda operation, but I assume that there might still be some outlets like the Mid-Rim news that are not under Imperial control. So if Mon's speech here seems to end with the monster will come for us all soon enough is Emperor Palpatine, that could have gone right into the Rebels part of the speech.
I name the Emperor himself for ordering the brutal attacks on the people of Ghorman. Their peaceful world is one of countless systems helpless against his oppressive rule. This massacre is proof that our self-appointed Emperor is little more than a lying executioner, imposing his tyranny under the pretense of security. We cannot allow this evil to stand.
But I will say, it does seem like Mon's pod floats back to the side before she would have that much time to say anything else. It's also possible that the second half of her planned speech was actually finished when she gets aboard her ship, the Chandrellan Mistress. Never really liked that name. Or maybe her speech in this episode is just meant to be a retcon and a rewrite. That would be okay too. Actually, Tony Gilroy weighed in to confirm we are hijacking canon. In canon, she's rescued by the Gold Squadron, and the speech that they gave in the cartoon, which was a canonical show, is on that ship. And Dan Gilroy, who wrote this episode, is like, do I have to stick to this fucking speech? What they landed on was that Mon initially gives the speech on the Senate floor before making another speech broadcast to the entire galaxy while safely on her way to Yavin. And he said, in a really sneaky way, we were minimizing what they did in Star Wars Rebels, but we're keeping it consistent. We're just saying you don't really know the whole story of what happened. And man, I really get the sense that this guy doesn't care much for the writing on the animated series, especially since he calls them cartoons. Cassian meets Mon outside of her chamber, and he drops the "I have friends everywhere" line, and he convinces her that he can be trusted, saying that he served with her cousin Vel on the Aldhani mission. Earlier, Luthen said that Cassian was there every time he needed him. Ferrix, Aldhani, Narkina, Sinar, Mina Rao, Ghorman. And while there's some force fate to that path, it also served to remind Cassian every rebel he worked with on each of those missions and how those friends everywhere play a new role now in just vetting him to the skeptical VIP. Beskha is waiting for Mon and pulls a gun on her, but Erskine thinks fast and calls Beskha a rebel spy. And before Beskha can turn the gun on Erskine to shut him up, Cassian has a quick draw. The other guy in Bale's crew, Selko, claims he didn't know this, and Erskine stays behind to hold him just in case. I feel kind of bad for this guy. And the guy who was killed in the armory earlier, they started this day thinking they'd be the heroes of the hour. Mon slips off her blue coat to make her less recognizable in her Senate garb, and Cassian gives her his trench coat. The handoff of a jacket from one rebel to another is kind of a sacred ritual for anyone joining the rebellion. Like we're reminded of Poe and Finn exchanging jackets in The Force Awakens. It's all about the jackets. Despite this extraction being inevitable, it plays out with tense pacing as Cassian snaps at the senator to not run when others are around. It really requires Mon Mothma's lifelong experience walking these Senate halls since she was a young girl to find this back way out. It also requires Cassian's heartless quick thinking. Upon Mon telling Cassian that her driver is an ISB plant, he doesn't hesitate. He just asks for the guy's name and then yells it to get his attention and catch him off guard.
Chlorette! Chlorette!
What are you doing?
We found her! And who are you?
Cassian takes Cloris' speeder and drives the senator to freedom. In the Senate chamber, Bail leans back in his seat as we see the pods of the few occupied seats flickering off. The Senate will soon be completely dissolved by Palpatine after this. Legret looks shaken as Colonel Yularen is on the line. I think what'll piss Yularen off the most is that now that Senator Mothma is a fugitive, she's gonna fall under the jurisdiction of Grand Admiral Thrawn to catch. And Thrawn would be able to claim that victory. Back on Yavin 4, Bell examines weapons of incoming rebel soldiers and she picks up an AD-616K6A6 blaster. This gun has quite a history on the series because it started as Cyril's Preox Morlana blaster, and then Cassian stole that from him on Ferrix and took it on to Aldhani, which might be how Vel recognizes it, and Cassian stashed this gun on Niamos. After his arrest and imprisonment on Narkina 5, Cassian retrieved this gun and gave it to one of his fellow escaped prisoners, Melshi, who shows up here, and we know he's gonna end up part of the Rogue One crew in the Rogue One film. Back in the Coruscant safe house, we learn Wilman and Drina made it out of Ghorman, and Erskine says about Mon's next steps.
There's a ship waiting. They want her to make a speech. They want her coming in with a Yavin escort.
Later, Draven tells Cassian,
Gold Squadron will deliver the Senator to Yavin. She's making a speech. We need it broadcast as far as possible.
These lines are this episode trying to tie in with the events of Rebels Season 3, Episode 18, Secret Cargo. That episode actually opens with Mon on the run from the Empire on her ship, the Chandrillan Mistress, escorted by the Gold Squadron, but they're Y-Wings, and they link up with Hera of the Phoenix Squadron. It's not easy sailing for Mon Mothma because an Imperial probe spotted the Ghost crew, and Thrawn ends up finding out about it and sending Governor Price and some destroyers after them. And then a TIE Interceptor wrecks one of the Gold Squadron Y-Wings, and they're only able to lose them in a nebula as stars are being formed, using the explosive gas to heavily damage the destroyer and get away, jump to hyperspace. And then at this point, Mon gives another speech where she formally resigns from the Senate and declares her plan to restore the Republic, which really ends the Secret Cargo episode. But the thing is, that episode ends with Mon Mothma delivering that final speech over Dantooine. She's not at Yavin. Mon Mothma will eventually get to Yavin, but not until 1 BBY. The way everyone in this episode says the plan is to get Mon to Yavin, I kind of feel like that was the original plan, but when the Empire nearly caught her along the way, as we see in the Rebels episode, maybe they felt uneasy going to Yavin, where the Rebel base would inevitably end up, and arguably the more important of the two locations between that and Dantooine, and instead just sent her to Dantooine, a place that they knew they would soon evacuate. So we find out Bix has left Cassian so that he can focus on the rebellion. She leaves him a message telling him that she'll find him after they've won. Knowing how Cassian's gonna end up, whew, that's very sad. This episode ends with Cassian now being addressed as Captain Andor, showing he now got the promotion that Vel said that he had been passed up for, and the rank that he has at the start of Rogue One. The Rebel engineers have rebuilt and reprogrammed the KX droid, and they fire it up, and we hear Alan Tudyk's voice.
If I've offended you, I apologize. If not, I'd appreciate you pointing that elsewhere.
K2SO is back! So while Cassian lost his soulmate in Bix, he gained a partner who will help him fulfill the destiny that Bix saw for him in her dreams, and that the Force has laid for him. Alright, the final 3 episodes open, again, with a 1 year later tag and the Ferrix Anvil Gong. We are now in 1 BBY, the final stretch before the critical events of Rogue One that lead into A New Hope. There's been some confusion over whether Rogue One's events are in 1 BBY or 0 BBY, since they are all roughly within the same few weeks of the Battle of Yavin, but the official Star Wars Timelines book from 2023 said that Rogue One, and thus these final 3 episodes of Andor, are all in 1 BBY, leaving A New Hope alone in 0 BBY. So, you know, whatever. We open on this light flashing on the fractal radio drawer in the back of the antique shop operated by Luthen and Clea. In this opening frame, they were sure to include one of the Temple of Doom Sankara stones that they included in Season 1 as a Lucasfilm Easter egg. Later, Luthen will claim there are 2 things in the shop known to be forgeries, and I think it's at least 2, because we got those stones, plus Indiana Jones' whip and carbonite, and those Lothal Jedi Temple tablets from Rebels that should not be in the shop. And for any of you doubters saying that those are the same tablets, we got a close-up of them this way, with the hands exactly the same. They wanted it to be an Easter egg, but it can't be Ezra's tablets. Anyway, blinking lights in quiet Coruscant rooms will prove critical in this final arc. We'll later learn that Luthen, Clea, and Lonnie called this special communication ping the Big Bell, a one-time break-the-glass emergency line that Lonnie could use when the jig is up. And I like how the Big Bell kind of reflects the opening sound of the Ferrix Anvil Gong, as thematically they're serving a similar purpose. And that purpose is, now is the time to act. Clea arms herself with a blaster. One of the pistols she doesn't take was a DL-44, the same model Han and Luke both used in the original trilogy. Luthen places on his costume, rings, and wig one last time and plans to meet Clea at the old steps.
Promise me if it doesn't look perfect, you won't engage.
I think we used up all the perfect.
I love this line because it's Luthen's way of saying that they only got so many lucky breaks, but also that his life with his daughter figure Clea up until this point has been the closest thing to perfect he can imagine. The way Clea looks back at him on this line, she's never looked more like just a little girl looking up at a dad. They meet and Lonnie mourns Luthen that Dedra Meero has put together a tactical team for a Coruscant operation, something that she probably would only do if she found access. Lonnie says he's been burned, that they're onto him after he used Dedra's code cert to read her private files, meaning Lonnie went beyond what Luthen ever told him to do. Like, Lonnie worried that Luthen would tell him to do it if he told him that he had this access, but he never did tell Luthen that. Lonnie acted on his own. Had Lonnie not done this, they would have never gotten this critical contextual information that they needed for their operation in Rogue One. So Luthen's big speech to Lonnie back in season 1 about how he burned his life must have stirred something in this guy, because now he has burned his own life. Lonnie doesn't expect to make it out alive himself. He just wants to secure the safety of his wife and daughter. Lonnie spills the beans that the Emperor's energy program is a lie, Ghorman was a front to strip mine the planet for the calcite mineral that they're going to use to coat reactor lenses, and that the Jedha occupation isn't about looking for partisans, but rather to get the Kyber crystals. In Rogue One, we'll see how Saw Gerrera's group, the Partisans, fight Imperial forces on Jedha, a planet with an ancient connection to the Jedi Order that, like the planet Ilum, has natural Kyber crystals that, in addition to powering lightsabers, power the Death Star super laser. Scarif is where the Death Star is currently being completed, so this tells us that the rebels knew something was happening on Scarif, but we know that Scarif also came up in ISB briefings in season 1 where Lonnie Young attended, and we later find out that Legret's brother is stationed on Scarif, and they kind of found out about it that way. But before Lonnie goes further, he demands to know where his family will go, and Luthen thinks for a moment before saying Yavin, which Lonnie doesn't even know is a planet. So from this line, we can assume that Luthen isn't gonna let this guy walk away. Lonnie Young is revealed to be dead as the dude walking his Tuca has it run over to Lonnie's corpse and meow and sniff. Tucas are the feline creatures of Star Wars, one of their variants being the Lothcats of Lothal. And if you look closely, this Tuca's collar reads Pix, P-I-X, named after a recently deceased dog of one of the VFX artists. After everything Lonnie Young did, it's sad to see him in this way, knowing his wife and kid are somewhere waiting for him. He won't be the only link in this chain whose woman and child are left looking at a sunrise that he will never see. Clea quickly repeats back the important names and details.
Ghorman, Scarif, Kyber, Krennic, Erso.
Galen Erso, Galen.
Engineer, Galen Erso. Superweapon, based in Scarif, fuel from Ghorman.
Engineer Galen Erso was the key detail that Lonnie added off screen. Mads Mikkelsen's character from Rogue One, father to Jyn Erso, the scientist whom Orson Krennic forced to work for Project Stardust, who discovered that Kyber crystals could be used for the Death Star's super laser. The information that Cassian gets from Tivik at the start of the Rogue One film on the Rings of Kafrene from Imperial defector Bodhi Rook, Riz Ahmed's character, was that the Empire was building a planet killer using the Kyber crystals, and that Erso was part of the project. And we now see why and how Cassian at the beginning of that movie knew the name Galen Erso to begin with. This is how Cassian first gets that name, so that Tivik's tip from Bodhi's leak doesn't get dismissed as yet another theory. They needed this information to come from 2 different independent sources so that they could act on it. And of course, the name Galen Erso will be what leads them to find Jyn Erso, his daughter, who will be critical to learning how the project's name is called Stardust when they steal the plans from Scarif, because, you know, Stardust was like his nickname for her. Really, this entire arc is like an extended Rogue One Tantive 4 killbox sequence, a chain of rebels passing off critical Death Star related information, one to the next, as the Empire slowly marches toward to kill them just as they transfer that information with the last bit of life in their bodies. Now we see how that sacrificial chain extended even further back, starting with Lonnie Young and Dedra Meero and whoever the mystery email forwarder was. The burn Luthen talked about before was melting all of the links of their fractal radio switchboard to the various rebel cells that Luthen and Clea had built in their network. We see a close-up of that acid oozing across the nodes, and it kind of reflects the way Partagaz calls this insurrection a disease, something he cannot stop from spreading. The doorbell rings and it's Dedra Meero alone. Both engage in a little dance despite knowing how this will end.
Is everything real?
At the moment, only 2 pieces of questionable provenance in the gallery. Any guesses?
Haha, love the wordplay here, because the 2 of them are the 2 pieces of questionable authenticity in this room right now. Luthen shows Dedra a Nautolan bleeder. So Nautolans are the amphibious species of Jedi Master Kit Fisto, one of the Jedi who tried to arrest Palpatine, who was immediately oofed. So that kind of makes Kit Fisto also a Nautolan bleeder. So this ceremonial dagger plus the Keldor mask that was moved to the back this episode since Clea passed it earlier. If that mask was Plo Koon's mask, that would make 2 possible belongings belongings of Jedi Masters who were killed during Revenge of the Sith. Dedra takes out her stunning item, the weathered Imperial Starpath unit. This is a navigation tool that Cassian stole from Steerguard before the events of the series that he tried to sell to Luthen Rael, but when Cyril's group tried to arrest Cassian, that unit was left at the scene and recovered by the Empire, which caught Dedra Meero's attention. So she's always held on to this as like kind of a relic, waiting for this day to happen. And just by showing Luthen this, she proves that she knows he was the other man on Ferrix that day, the Axis she's been looking for, been dreaming of. So how did Dedra find Luthen? Well, in the next episode, episode 11, she tells Krennic that a partisan spy was outed on Jedha, who confessed under torture that he was recruited by a man with a Fondor Hallcraft full of antiquities, which she found in the intel that was accidentally forwarded to her. That info led her to Luthen. But the series does leave the question, who forwarded this file to Dedra Meero? Was it someone who did it on purpose? Some other mystery figure in the Imperial ranks who wanted someone else to get this information? Or is it the case, and I hope this is the case, that the Empire truly was brought down by a mistakenly forwarded email? Wouldn't that be just perfect? Now Luthen and Dedra drop the facade. Dedra says he disgusts her, and he says it's because he wants freedom, and she says he just wants chaos. But he says the rebellion is everywhere now.
There's a whole galaxy out there waiting to disgust you.
Dedra sees the smoking fractal radio, and Luthen cuts himself.
Turn around or be stunned.
Remember, Dedra earlier worried that her item wouldn't be stunning enough, and now it's Luthen's final stroke that leaves her stunned. And I love this because it also proves that since this Nautolan bleeder supposedly was used for ceremonial sacrifices, it is now clearly sharp enough, meaning that it was a real authentic piece. Also, yeah, had Dedra just raided the shop with her tactical team, she probably would have salvaged more of the switchboard and captured Luthen alive, but because she had to gloat with her big routine, her big win was foiled. And the moment she realizes what Luthen has done, she realizes she is so now there's no big prize to justify her overstepping. The Imperial CSI team sweeps the crime scene, and we see how they're scanning that Lothal tablet, same as we, the viewers, do when we're trying to determine if this actually was Ezra Bridger's tablet from Rebels. Clea remembers the day she met Luthen during some past conflict. Now, it doesn't specify when or where this is, but assuming the Empire is only 18 years old since the Purge started on 19 BBY, I'm thinking this would have been a Clone Wars conflict, unless, like with Dedra's Imperial Kindergarten line, Tony Gilroy might have just forgotten that the Empire started in 19 BBY and forgotten that we've only been about 14 or 18 years after that, and Dedra and Clea seem to be in their 30s. Now, according to the show's production, the uniforms are meant to be Mud Trooper uniforms, Imperial Mud Trooper uniforms, the Imperial uniforms worn by Han Solo in Solo: A Star Wars Story, a movie that was set in 10 BBY 5 years before Andor started and 9 years before the present day of Andor. And I just think everyone working on this show, really everyone at Lucasfilm, is kind of pretending like the Imperial era lasted like 50 years, when in reality, it went from 19 BBY to 4 ABY, so like 23 years. But we see a de-aged Stellan Skarsgård as Sergeant Lear, overseeing a group of soldiers killing civilians in cabins. But if his name was Sergeant Lear, he would have just rearranged the letters of L-E-A-R to get Real. And there's probably a connection to Shakespeare's King Lear, the tragedy of the king who couldn't trust his daughters and had to be blinded in order to gain the proper vision to respect his daughter. The name Lear in that play was even wordplay by Shakespeare on the word leer, as in to gaze at. And by transforming that to Real, Luthen made himself a real person, something of authentic value, like one of the truly valuable antiquities in his shop. He says, "Make it stop," with regards to the screams of the women and children, recalling for me Bix being tortured with the sounds of the Dyzonite children's screams. And he repeats the phrase Rosh ni Lutz, which I assume is make it stop in whatever his native Star Wars language is. Sergeant Lear finds young Clea, one of the refugees of this war crime, hiding on a ship. And so we learn his defection from military service, and his whole life from here forward was all inspired by his heart melting upon seeing this girl. And so Clea, now as an adult, feels responsible to not let this man be tortured on her behalf. She finds the hospital, and the Orbesh on the building translates to this hospital being named after Lina So. Lina So was the Supreme Chancellor during the relatively recently released High Republic books. She presided over the period of history when the great hyperspace disaster happened hundreds of years prior to now. So that means Coruscant named a hospital after this historical leader who would have gotten some historical credit for the relief and recovery efforts after that disaster. The jailbreak puck that Clea uses employs the same kind of practical rotary gears as what we see in the original design of the Scomp Link that R2-D2 uses on the Death Star. We instinctively just know this is what it looks like in Star Wars when a lock is picked. Clea wears some stolen nurse scrubs, which have a canary yellow design that both recalls the High Republic gold tones of the era the person's hospital was named after, and just has a pleasant pastel with a Y-shaped collar that just gives off a nice bedside manner. scanner. She passes a patient in a Bacta tank, the healing tanks that we've seen throughout Star Wars since Empire. This patient could be a Saurian. That's the tall-headed species of Kiadi Mundi, but this guy's pointed ears do look more like a Quarren, but I have to ask, would a Quarren need a breathing mask in a Bacta tank? We also see a patient in a medical gown where the tail pokes out of the butt flap, which I just love. Clea pushes an elderly patient who's very confused and very sweet. There's some debate among our team over whether this patient could be a very, very old Asogian, the species of ET, which thanks to a cameo in The Phantom Menace in the Senate is technically Star Wars canon. I don't think it is because the shape of the head is different and I'm not seeing the length on the neck or the fingers. But we have seen this species before though. Some other golden girls of this species were sunbathing on a bench on Niamos when Cassian walked past them in season 1. But I still love everything this patient does, from her confused grunts to playfully kicking her legs later. On that last one, the captions read, Granny scatting. There's also an astromech droid behind her projected a 3D scan of the human brain, but the scatting and the music of all this, like I might be wrong, but the elevator music might have been the Niamos theme of the series, but just like a gentle elevator music version of it. Noah also pointed out that the scatting kind of sounds like the Cantina song. Is she going like It's also kind of like the Star Wars Episode 1 Racer game menu where you can hear Watto scatting the Cantina song. If you know, you know. Clea flashes back to another memory of the first year that she and Luthen were moving as nomads and beginning to build this collection of antiquities by trading up stuff that they probably stole. They already have this routine where Clea plays the bad cop with the pawnbroker, refusing to even take a higher offer for a smile, and mentioning a thief back by the gate who gave a higher offer. I assume Zuli, or rather Suli, might have been who they swindled this artifact from. And Clea asks,
Am I your daughter now?
What is she used for?
I have to think about that.
Even now, negotiating with Luthen in this transaction of their relationship. Luthen says that they're now confined to living under aliases.
We'll be whoever we have to. It won't always be up to us. I'm Luthen now, you're Clea.
A second flashback shows Luthen and Clea slightly older and less scraggly, now pawning what Luthen calls a Deveronian victory necklace. Deveronians are the devil-looking species that first appeared in the 1977 film in the Cantina. We're now in the Imperial era for sure, as we learn a trooper was killed by a sniper, and they keep finding people who did it. Oh man, Clea sees among the innocent citizens a child, and all of them are executed in a stormtrooper firing squad. This Hilltown marketplace was shot at, I might be mispronouncing this, Jedha Castle, a medieval stronghold located 1 hour south of Valencia, Spain. This place looks awesome. I want to visit. Luthen explains to Clea that by walking away, they are winning the long game, but it requires them to lose and lose and lose until they're ready.
All you know now is how much you hate. You bank that, you hide that, you keep it alive until you know what to do with it.
And I love how this scene ends with Luthen saying, when I tell you to move, move. And Clea obediently Simon says this, freezing until Luthen barks, move! Now, back in the present for a moment, it looks like Clea is gonna detonate a bomb on the entire hospital floor like Walter freaking White, but we flash back to another memory, the bougiest outing yet for these two, showing how they really have traded up to the 1%. This planet is Naboo. They shot this scene at the same Hever Castle in the district of Kent, England, where in 1997, George Lucas shot a scene for The Phantom Menace that would ultimately be removed from the theatrical cut, where Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan, and Jar Jar enter the Theed Royal Palace grounds after escaping the waterfall. Pretty ballsy for Luthen to make this kind of terroristic move on Palpatine's home world, but maybe that was the point. Clea has ice cream with berries and blue purulines. Like many pastries and desserts we've seen in Star Wars, like the cookies Grogu eats, they are blue because the butter used to make them is churned from blue bantha milk. Remember, we saw Clea eating blue butter or blue cream cheese on her toast in a past episode. Luthen demonstrates the cost and the weight of being an actual terrorist, counting the Imperials on the bridge and taking in the peace and the calm of the people around her that they're about to disrupt, including a little boy talking to his parents. She always notices the kids because she's a kid. Luthen explains how most people ignore the realities of fascism all around them, but Clea must feel the weight of the choice and know that it's a choice. Luthen didn't tell her whether today's test was real or not because he's afraid of burning her humanity out of her. So at the last second, he hits the button.
Look at me.
A little practical tip. A normal person would not be looking at the troopers before the bomb went off. They would turn to look at them after the explosion. Where you are looking is how you identify yourself. Clea applies that with the hospital security cameras later, looking not at the camera, but just naturally away. That makes her harder to identify.
It's like she's turning away.
So Clea detonates the Imperial transports, creating a diversion, and we follow her in a single shot as she uses her pistol to blast a stormtrooper and then the final guard. And Clea finds Luthen on a respirator and detaches it. The tube gives off a little steam, reminding me of the Rhino fumes that Saw Gerrera likened with the soul of his sister Steela. We're seeing the kind of combustible fumes of Luthen's rebel soul leaving his body and spreading everywhere. This episode opened with a blinking light on a console, and that's how we end this episode, with the third of 3 lights on Luthen's gurney blinking to indicate a flat line. We often like to think of the giants of our world going out in a blaze of glory, living up to Dylan Thomas's poem to rage against the dying of the light. But the truth is, that's not how it ends for most of us. For most of us, it ends in a quiet hospital room just like this, with the soft beeping of instruments as the shell of a loved one we hardly recognize gives one final breath and fades away. On to episode 11. We open on the stormtrooper Clea shot on the 19th floor, as Hirt tells Joy Donnie that these were the people Dedra Meero put in charge. Hirt assumes that there must have been 3 operatives, showing how he completely underestimates a single lifelong rebel's skill set. Dedra Meero is in ISB custody. Krennic switches off the recording feed because he's about to talk to Dedra about stuff he does not want on the record anywhere. Krennic asks Dedra what single thing could bring him to this godforsaken basement.
Say it. Say the word.
Death Star.
Dedra knows it not just by the project's internal codename of Stardust, but how they plan to market this battle station to scare the planets. Death Star. Dedra mentions Legrette's brother stationed on Scarif who made comments, and that's probably where she heard that part of it. But Krennic questions Dedra about Lonnie Young.
When did you give him your code cert?
Excuse me? Young. My clearances never.
The way Denise Goff says Young is just so catty, and I love it. While Dedra is right to be defensive about any collusion with Young, Krennic catches her on how the name Galen Erso was in her files to begin with. And here's where she messed up. She was forwarded intel by mistake, and she never reported it because she wanted to snoop through it herself to bypass Imperial compartmentalization in order to find Axis. So that means Dedra had Ghorman mining schedules, orbital progress assessments, presumably the Death Star's orbital super laser, Eadu research journals, just another reference to the Eadu lab where Galen Erso works, and 2 years of Jedha work group printouts. This was the torture report of the Jedha partisan embedded as the Moff valet whose confession Dedra used to find Luthen. Krennic says,
Supervisor Young spent 3 hours last night logged into your account.
And the way he jabs his finger down on her head feels like a pantomime of how he wants to use the Death Star on planets. Krennic rages at Dedra that she confronted Luthen alone, rightfully shaming her for letting her ego get the best of her. And Krennic grabs Dedra's head and kind of chokes her, a similar gesture that Cyril used on her on Ghorman. And by the end of Rogue One, we're gonna see this dude get force choked. So it's just kind of like everyone in the Empire is doing this to each other, and it's kind of like, yeah, it sucks. Look, if you've made it this far into the video, we know you're a diehard fan, and if you're a collector, you know all too well how good it feels to add a new item to your collection. When you see a limited edition figurine or poster or hardcover art book that you know is gonna be the perfect fit for your shelf, you've gotta get it now before somebody else scoops it up. For those times when you wanna shop, you want Whatnot. Whatnot is a live stream shopping app where you can buy, sell, or auction literally anything. For instance, we just bought a Yavin 4 Rebel base Lego set, a near mint Sentry #1, and a Punisher Funko Pop signed by John Bernthal. Ask you something. You want a Bernthal Funko? You got yourself one. And guess what? They're not for us. They're for you. We are doing a giveaway of these collectibles that we got from Whatnot, sponsored by Whatnot. Just comment down below with your Whatnot username and which item you'd like, and you'll be entered for a chance to win one of these. In the meantime, why not check out Whatnot for yourself? Whatnot Con is happening May 15th to 18th, and it's the ultimate digital con with major moments across comics, toys, and TCG that you do not want to miss. If you use our link to sign up, you'll get $15 off your first purchase, redeemable anywhere on the app. Then you can come back and comment with your username to be entered into the giveaway. Now, this goofy AV dude at the hospital who doesn't understand the gravity of the investigation says Clea used a surgery entrance that they don't have cameras for because the doctors don't like it. I guess these Coruscant doctors might be treating patients that they don't want to be surveilled. I'm assuming Luthen was right and that there is a whole galaxy of people waiting to disgust the Empire. Clea digs out of the safe house an old radio device that functions on a kind of Morse code, later referred to as pulse code by Dedra. Dedra tells here that they found an old radio on Ferrix matching one owned by Anto Krieger. So remember, Anto Krieger was the neo-separatist who planned a raid on Spellhouse that the ISB knew was coming, which Lonnie Young warned Luthen about, but Luthen chose to let the Empire catch Anto Krieger in order to keep Lonnie Young in place. We transition to the Yavin 4 base, where more X-Wings are parked on the strip, including at least one from the Blue Squadron. By 1 BBY, the rebels had evacuated Dantooine and shifted their operations to Yavin 4. Cassian, Melshi, and K2SO play a gambling game that seems to operate by the rules of liar's dice, where there are some tiles visible to all players on the table and some tiles kept private in your hand, and you up the bid based on how many 5s or how many 10s or whatever there are collectively. Luthen actor Stellan Skarsgård played liar's dice in his past Disney role, Bootstrap Bill, against his son Will Turner and Davy Jones in Pirates of the Caribbean Dead Man's Chest. Now, the show's production confirmed this game is called Rianza, inspired by ancient mahjong sets and dominoes. The tiles were designed by graphic designer El McKee, who crafted a full set of rules to play this game. Cassian and Melshi drink Revnog, that's the boozy drink that the Preox Morlana guards ordered in the first episode of Andor. K2SO says that they played 863 games, so a calendar year in Star Wars is equal to an Earth calendar year. So that means they have played this game at least twice a day, every day, since they switched over K2SO's programming. Krennic orders that Hirt blast Clea's mugshot as far and wide until she's found. This will later bite them in the ass, since because so many Imperial forces are consumed with this manhunt, backup forces to the apartment complex are slow to come. Now, Krennic doesn't want murder to be listed as a charge because that would mean they'd have to report a body and thus admit that Luthen Rael was Axis, and huge details about Project Stardust leaked. So instead, Partagaz suggests a different reason for the search.
She's diseased. She escaped the hospital with an infectious condition that threatens everyone with whom she may come in contact.
I love this. It recalls Partagaz's big speech back in season 1.
We are health care providers. We treat sickness. We identify symptoms. The longer we wait to identify a disorder, the harder it is to treat the disease.
So in Partagaz's worldview, the rebellion is a kind of infectious disease that must be eradicated. Yes, this is a practical explanation that wouldn't publicly martyr Clea to any rebel sympathizers who might be out there helping her escape, and it would encourage people to keep away and be like, ugh, leper, gross! But yes, it shows how Partagaz has a sincere disgust with the spread of rebel ideology. Clea's pulse code comes through again, and Cassian and Melshi rush off to their U-wing, filing no flight plan so that no one will know where they are going, because they can't trust Draven and the rebel leadership, because the rebel leaders would probably let all of them burn if it meant keeping anyone from tracking them back to Yavin 4. K2SO says,
I've been counting the orders we've disobeyed so far. Would you like to know how many?
No.
17.
Yeah, it kind of feels like a version of Never Tell Me the Odds. Draven grills Willman in the Masasi Temple Strategy Center. We saw the set back in the 1977 film where General Dodonna and Leia and 3PO monitored the Battle of Yavin, and they rebuilt that set for Rogue One and brought it back here. The ISB tech is impressed with how Luthen and Clea's fractal radio spliced into an Imperial broadcast tower to avoid suspicion of energy charges and frequencies going in and out of this antique shop. And I love this because, as Luthen said in season 1, I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemies to defeat them. Melshi marvels at the sight of Coruscant's planet-wide cityscape, and K2SO brags that he was in a parade on Coruscant with 200 KX units.
The Emperor was there.
Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, I'm sure Cassian would have loved to have been within a sniper range of the Emperor, but also Cassian does not know that the Emperor is also a Sith Lord, and Cassian barely believes the Force is even a real thing anyway. Now, since the transmitter on the fractal radio still works, when Clea sends pulse codes to Cassian, Hirt's team detects it, and from here, the tension is palpable. We see every piece of hardware being used by the tactical team, their blasters, their armor, and the tech walking Partagaz through all of their comms, so we feel like Cassian and Melshi are just outmatched in every way and unsuspecting of the heat coming in. Like, we know Cassian will escape all of this, but we are terrified watching the final minutes of this episode. Hirt traces the source of the radio, and the TAC team leader, Garial, says that they'll work their way up from floors 26, 27, and 28. So we know the rebel apartment is on floor 27, so they're gonna have a little time, but not much. Therefore, every word, every stutter, the speed at which Clea tells these details to Cassian, and how judgy Cassian is being of Clea's demeanor, just because she's not Luthen, and the squad squabbling over whether to relocate to Yavin just becomes agonizing to the viewer because we are counting the seconds. We're screaming at our TV, move, move! This ISB SWAT ship was a design riff on the classic Lambda-class Imperial shuttle first seen in Return of the Jedi. Now, because K2SO is initially just bored on the U-Wing, but then suspicious when he's unable to radio Cassian when ISB shows up, he steps in, and it's great.
Are you with us? No.
But it only gives us so much hope as we end this episode on the cliffhanger of the TAC team moving down the corridor back to the elevator. And finally, to episode 12, Clea says,
Yavin. After all of this, what a bitter ending.
In Clea's eyes, Yavin is only the rebel cell that has doubted and scorned Luthen Rael's intel all these years. But Cassian, with the fated path hinted to him by the Force Healer, knows deep down that what they are doing on Yavin will lead to some future, even if it's a future not all of them will get to be part of. I mean, aren't all futures a future that we don't get to be part of? Unless some of you watching are like angels. Gariel hears Melshi walking out, and notice how he and his men point their guns down so Melshi wouldn't see their lights on the wall at first. I like that it is Melshi leading the three and being the one to be spotted because Clea is the one face these three ISB wouldn't immediately recognize, so they corner them inside of the apartment, but Cassian says to leave the door open just because he might have the chance to get the drop on them as they round the corner. K2SO takes out the two ISB guys in front of the building, which gives us a little win because our hopes are about to be dashed. Gariel tosses in a stun grenade, which we see as a blinding flash of white that leaves Cassian afterwards in a blinding white haze. But since Melshi was behind the others, the stun wears off faster for him and he can start blasting through the doorway as the ISB enter. K2SO gets to floor 27 and grabs Hirt by the neck, leading to one of the most devastating deaths I've seen in Star Wars, as K2SO puppets Hirt as a human shield to take Gariel's blaster fire. Even though K2SO's metal shell is durable enough to resist most blaster fire, it's just a humiliation, really. What Darth Vader does to the Tantive 4 crew at the end of Rogue One, K2SO does to this ISB TAC team.
Cassian, I've cleared a path.
So they get out of there just as Partagaz's backup arrives. Like Dedra and her need to be right, Partagaz's obsession with trying to eradicate the rebel disease digs his own grave. Saw Gerrera holocalls with Mon Mothma and Bail Organa. He's now in his fully armored look as we saw him on Jedha in Rogue One, and his projection is misaligned so that his eyeline is over their heads. But they don't have time for such trivial details. Mon is also now in her robes and simpler haircut that she had in Rogue One, and of course when we later saw her in Return of the Jedi, because she now of course, no longer has access to her Chandrillan design team.
Mother, you're dripping.
Now, we did see Mon Mothma and Saw Gerrera tear into each other in a similar call on Yavin 4 in the Rebels Season 4 premiere, but that would have been before this moment when Mon and Erskine first arrived to the base. Mon blames Saw for picking off Imperial transports on Jedha, considering him a terrorist problematic to the rebel cause. They actually speak of him this way in Rogue One.
Yes, but Saw Gerrera is an extremist. He's been fighting on his own since he broke with the rebellion. His militancy has caused the Alliance a great many problems.
Saw blames Mon for sending him meddling squealers, suggesting that the partisan who embedded himself as the valet to that Moff who was captured, who squealed the details that led Dedra to Luthen, was someone Mon sent Saw Gerrera. And the reason paranoid Saw feels that he can trust his own info is that he uses Borgullet to sap the truth out of people. Draven meets with, hey, Admiral Raddus. Raddus is a Mon Calamari admiral whose flagship leads the fleet in the Battle of Scarif. He says,
"You're lucky Merrick's away. He'd go shoot it down himself."
General Antok Merrick, played by Ben Daniels in Rogue One, is the Blue Squadron leader who kicks some ass in Battle of Scarif in Rogue One, taking out a TIE Striker in a memorable moment. But alas, Merrick and all of the Blue Squadron are killed in the Battle of Scarif when the Death Star wipes out the base. So instead, two Gold Squadron X-Wings escort Cassian's U-Wing to the base, and Draven leads a TAC team to greet them on the strip. We follow Draven and Cassian in a handheld shot into the room with the rebel leadership, including Bail Organa, Mon Mothma, Admiral Raddus, as well as Jonathan Eris, returning from Rogue One as Senator Noor Jebel from the planet Uiter. He serves as a cranky Minister of Finance for the rebellion. Also, Sharon Duncan Brewster returns as Senator Tenra Pamlo, who serves as Minister of Education. She's from the planet Taurus, which is the opening planet in Knights of the Old Republic. Bail says that these senators already knew that Palpatine's energy project was a cover for some weapon, since they had voted to fund it. But as Mon points out that there was no oversight or inspections, they don't know what kind of weapon it was or what the details are. Now they have have the context from Cassian via Clea, via Luthen, via Lana Young, via whoever accidentally forwarded this email to Dedramiro. Kyber mining on Jedha, Calcite mining on Ghorman, Galen Erso tinkering with all of this on Eadu. But the issue is they don't even believe that Luthen Rael is actually dead, because to them he's always been kind of an untrustworthy ghost. Cassian says that the last time he talked to Luthen was a year ago, which these senators scoff at, but Cassian looks right at Bail Organa when he says this.
When he had me rescue Senator Mothma from the Senate.
Duly noted.
Cassian is hinting to the fact that Bail Organa's extraction team was and had Luthen and his mole not discovered that, and had Luthen not arranged for an alternative extraction plan, Mon Mothma would be dead and would not have been able to provide the political shielding for these other 3 senators to get out of the Senate. So we see how this final half hour of Andor is not dedicated to some huge battle, because we're gonna get that in Rogue One, but rather to a heated debate over the life and times of Luthen Rael, whose real name, Lear, they don't even know. Is Bail Organa correct that Luthen burned too much and relied on such doubt, such deception, such paranoia that these rebels in his wake now cannot trust each other? Or did Luthen really spark countless embers filling the night sky, too small for them to see right now, but surely enough, burning and burning until the entire sky will look like the Eye of Aldhani? Cassian, for now, is silenced and grounded, but he does ask,
requesting permission to visit the infirmary.
Permission granted.
Mon backs him before anyone else can reply, because she knows this all depends on Clea's health and testimony. Draven tells Cassian that Saw's contact, Tivik, sent 3 urgent messages from Kafrene. So that tells us that Bodhi Rook, the Imperial pilot played by Riz Ahmed, has already defected and told Tivik that the Imperial weapon is, quote, a planet killer. That, plus Tivik confirming the name of Galen Erso, are the crucial pieces of secondary information that the rebellion will need to believe Luthen and Clea's story to be true. Like, if they only had one of these sources, they wouldn't have had enough to go on. In order to verify something is true, it has to come from 2 independent sources. Vel and Cassian toast fallen rebels.
Gorn, Nemik, Taramin,
Cinta,
the Ghormans, Ferrix, your mother.
Gorn, Nemik, Taramin, and Cinta, along with Cassian and Vel, were part of the Aldhani heist, the first 4 being dead now. Vel leaves out Arvel Skeen, Eben Moss Bachrach's character, because we learned at the end of that arc that he was betraying them. Vel also cites Marva, whose speech and funeral march lives on in the Ferrix Anvil Gong every 3 episodes. I would have loved if they had remembered Brasso, whose sacrifice on Mina Rao meant Bix had a safe haven to go back to, but I guess there was no way for Cassian to know in this moment where Bix went, and maybe Vel doesn't bring up Brasso because it would remind Cassian of Mina Rao and think about Bix too much, and maybe go back to visit her before embarking on these critical rebel missions. And maybe that's why Vel later tells Cassian, check in with Bix, but like sometime later. Vel also mentions the Donnies, and they clink cups on Aldhani.
I've heard people claim they were there when it happened.
I'd kill anyone I heard say that.
Oh shit. So in Skeleton Crew, which is like 10 to 15 years in the future after this, SM-33 painted a very grim picture of the planet Aldhani.
Aldhani is a sulfurous bog world.
So Aldhani was not a sulfurous bog world in 5 BBY, so it sounds like as punishment for the Aldhani heist, the Empire bombed Aldhani with like some kind of chemical weapons, or just did something else to terraform it into a sulfurous bog, making it impossible for any pilgriming Donnies to see the Eye of Aldhani ever again. This is awful. And with this reminder of Aldhani, we hear Alex Lothar's voice returning as Nemik, reading from his inspirational manifesto from season 1.
Random acts of insurrection are occurring constantly throughout the galaxy. There are whole armies, battalions that have no idea that they've already enlisted in the cause. Remember that the frontier of the rebellion is everywhere.
And we realize that this is not being listened to by any particular rebel in this moment, but by Major Leo Partagaz, as this particular part combats his rebel disease philosophy with much more eloquent phrasing.
The Imperial need for control is so desperate because it is so unnatural. Tyranny requires constant effort. It breaks. It leaks. Authority is brittle.
Partagaz feels shaken, seen by this. And on the words, it breaks, it leaks, you can almost see Partagaz breaking and leaking tears. He indicates with regret that this recording is now making its way across airwaves.
Just keeps spreading, doesn't it?
Yes, it's now public, like Ezra Bridger's big speech on the radio in season 1, or Mon Mothma's speeches upon her departure from the Senate. This is yet another inspirational piece of audio that is causing the fire to spread. So this Imperial healthcare provider is realizing he cannot stop the spread of what he called a disease. And I think somewhere deep down he realizes, wait, What if it's spreading because it's not a disease, but it's white blood cells trying to cure the disease, and I'm the disease, I'm the rot? So he asks Legret,
"Who do you think it is?"
Yeah, it's like he respects the game of his rival philosopher, and he finds it curious that its power is really in the fact that it comes from an anonymous source. Legret gives Partagaz a respectful moment alone, and Legret seems to know what's going to happen based on him waving back the stormtroopers after they hear the shot. Partagaz goes out in a similar fashion as Warden Norton in The Shawshank Redemption, recognizing he's been bested and refusing to become a prisoner in his own cage. Vel sees enough from Clea's despondent state, realizing that she never would have left Coruscant to Yavin unless it was over real intel. And from that, Mon believes it, and she and Draven give Cassian the green light to meet Tivik on Kafrene. So we see how Tony Gilroy structured all of this to be a victory earned by 100 different contributions of ordinary individuals, each committing brave acts, each following their hearts, trusting each other, even leaving their peaceful lives behind. Pretty much every character we've seen on this show fighting the good fight, even that Sinar fleet tech who had a crush on Cassian. She was as important as everyone else. It wasn't luck that tipped things their way. It was a gradual fire that they all fueled in different ways. Cassian dreams about his sister Carrie, the sister from Kinari whom Cassian sought, that really got him into this rebel cause. We get the sense that he never stopped dreaming of her.
Ever sleep well?
No.
Or maybe with his death coming days away, he'll soon be reunited with her. K2SO wakes him up.
Waking up humans is always confusing.
I love this. I kind of see it as a nod to Philip K. Dick's Do Androids Dream of Electric Sleep, the source material Blade Runner, and just this idea that droids like K2SO do not dream. They don't understand the concept of dreams, and they cannot process why humans are startled when they wake up as they return to their waking reality and are haunted by something. So Bail Organa tells Cassian to report to Draven for his orders on Kafrene, and he adds,
"May the Force be with you, Captain."
I may be wrong, but I think this is the first time we hear "May the Force be with you" on the Andor series, and it comes right as Cassian will be thrust into the events of that Star Wars film. Like many a great series finale, we end with just the perfect montage. Cassian loads his A280 CFE heavy blaster pistol in his holster and pops on the jacket, giving himself the look he's gonna have at the start of Rogue One and the weapon he's gonna use to kill Tivik after getting that information. He also waters his plants because Marvo raised him right. Melshi leads drills, followed by Pow, the Drabatan rebel, who also joins the Rogue One crew to Scarif in the film. And one of the shots we see is Mon Mothma's husband, Perrin Clortha, now being driven with Runai passed out drunk on his shoulder. Whoa. So Runai was the wife of Davo Skolden. We had a wife swap here and something happened. I want to know the tea. I'm wondering if Perrin might have cleared his name from his association with the disgraced Senator Mon Mothma by blaming Davo Skolden as the source of Mon Mothma's rebel funding, which Davo technically was, because they never would have found Take Holma after whatever Cinta did to him. So when the Empire arrested Davo, that would have left Runai, who we know loves taking shots at weddings, for the taken. So it leaves Perrin just kind of this interesting marriage where he has to play the game with the two of them just drinking themselves to the grave. But by far, the most devastating moment of this montage, Dedra Miro imprisoned on Narkina 5. Those are the same prisoner uniforms that Kino Loy and Cassian and Melshi had to wear. Holy shit! And it's a women's prison by the look of her cellmate. And perhaps the saddest part of this is that after the breakout, Narkina would have locked it down to prevent any future breakouts. And remember, the Narkina 5 prison builds pieces used in the hull of the Death Star. And even after this Death Star is completed, we know the Empire is gonna get right back to work on another Death Star. So really there's no way out for Dedra. Cassian passes the Force Healer, who gives him a kind of Michael Caine and Dark Knight Rises nod. She knows the path he's walking will lead to his destined death, but she seems to be finding some healing in the fact that his path is so clear-eyed. The table's being set for Rogue One as we see Saw Gerrera gazing out from his partisan hideout on Jedha to see the plateau with the Star Destroyer hovering overhead. Krennic observes the Death Star with an open section awaiting the focus dish to be lowered into place, and we'll see that focus dish lowered into place in the opening act of Rogue One, and I kind of like how those two shots link together that way. K2SO is grateful to now have a flight plan.
It's so much easier when I know what we're doing.
I see this as a meta line by Tony Gilroy, who wrote this series, that he knew how the series would end, so he was able to just write his way up to it. But, you know, based on how dense the storytelling and characterization have been on the series, I doubt it was easy, but he at least didn't have to worry about the ending problem that plagues many screenwriters. We end the series back on Mina Rao as B2EMO plays like a doggy in the yard, racing a droid friend.
You could go again.
again.
And we see Bix walking out into the wheat stalks, holding a baby, Cassian's child. The true reason she left Cassian, she was pregnant, and she knew that if he knew he had a child on the way, he never would have made the necessary sacrifices to lead the rebellion to victory. And again, if Brasso hadn't taken the step of lunging at that local Mineral farmer who housed them, the Empire would have known those farmers colluded with the rebels and probably burned their farm. So because Brasso made that sacrifice, these farmers were left alone, and now Bix has a safe community to raise Cassian's child in. As Bix looks at the sunrise and enjoys the warmth on her face, finally at peace, she doesn't seem to be waiting for Cassian, you know, like Elizabeth Turner, waiting for Will Turner to show up every 10 years, but rather she's just at peace. I like to assume this was after the Battle of Yavin, and she knows what Cassian's sacrifice meant. She's literally creating what Luthen said is the ultimate sacrifice of every true rebel.
I burned my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see.
And that is what Cassian Andor did. And part of that sunrise is a child he'll never know existed. And this baby is not Poe Dameron. It's not. Stop it. Poe Dameron's parents were Kes Dameron and Shara Bey. No freaking way Tony Gilroy would have wanted us to take that away from this moment. What we are meant to take away is the sunrise that Bix sees here is meant to recall the sunset Cassian sees on the beach with Jyn Erso as the wave of destruction would come for them. Diego Luna said Cassian Andor intentionally left his eyes open for those final seconds. And now I feel like in that moment he could be gazing out at that horizon, looking for Bix, looking for his sister, looking for Marva, looking for any future descendants, and finding all of them. Also, if you watched all the way through the credits, which you should have, after a suite of Andor music, the music shifts into John Williams' Star Wars main theme. As emotional as this ending leaves us, we know on the other side of this sacrifice is a young pilot from Tatooine joining the Red Squadron on a daring trench run. Woo! Okay, let's end this Andor breakdown compilation by turning to the future of Lucasfilm with the State of Star Wars here in early 2026. The next Star Wars theatrical release will be The Mandalorian and Grogu, releasing on May 22nd. We got one pretty short teaser for the film in September that told us very little about the film's plot. And then during the Super Bowl on February 8th, 2026, Disney surprised many viewers by promoting the film not with another proper trailer, but with a Mando and Grogu themed parody of a classic Budweiser Clydesdale commercial, but with the duo instead being pulled on a sleigh by Tauntauns. Hey, I thought it was kind of fun, and maybe it gives us some context as to where Mando and Grogu are when Mando is bringing down a caravan of Imperial AT-ATs on that snowy mountain pass in trailer footage, or, you know, that could just be another planet. But here's what we do know about the film. It will co-star Sigourney Weaver as a character named Ward, a colonel and leader of the New Republic's Adelphi Rangers who previously flew as a rebel pilot. Jeremy Allen White is going to be playing Rota the Hutt, the son of Jabba the Hutt, last seen as a baby in the animated Clone Wars pilot, who's now jacked and fighting in a fighting arena. Sounds like this plot will deal in part with the Hutt cartel, as we see their sigil on a door in the September trailer. And Johnny Coyne is going to be playing an Imperial warlord, presumably part of the Shadow Collective that we saw in The Mandalorian Season 3. The story is going to be set sometime after the events of The Mandalorian Season 3. Also coming out from the studio this year is Maul Shadow Lord, coming April 8th, an 8-episode animated miniseries following Maul after the character escaped from Order 66 in the Clone Wars finale episode. Also coming sometime this year is Ahsoka Season 2, which will pick up with Ahsoka Tano and Sabine Wren, and maybe also Anakin's Force Ghost as they remain on Peridia in another galaxy and following in the footsteps of Baylan Skoll, who's now going to be played by Rory McCann after Ray Stevenson's death. They're all going to be in the path of the gods of Mortis from Clone Wars. No release date yet, but we're expecting it in August. The only images we've seen so far is this one set photo of Rosario Dawson with a Lothcat and this happy image of Ezra Bridger. It seems like the movie Lucasfilm is most excited about is Starfighter, coming May 28th, 2027, directed by Sean Levy, starring Ryan Gosling, Flynn Gray, Matt Smith, Mia Goth, Aaron Pierre, Simon Bird, Jamel Westman, Daniel Ings, and Amy Adams. The story is going to be set 5 years after the events of Episode 9, The Rise of Skywalker, filming wrapped in December, and reportedly the set was visited by Steven Spielberg and Tom Cruise, the latter of whom served as a camera operator for some lightsaber duel that was set in a boggy marsh. So yeah, we're going to be dealing with some Force-sensitive characters in this movie, or characters who just got their hands on lightsabers. So far, we just have 2 official images, one with Gosling and Gray's characters by a land speeder, another one with the characters on some skiff along the Mediterranean Sea off the coast of Sardinia, Italy, where they filmed part of the film. In an exit interview that Kathleen Kennedy did with Deadline, this outgoing Lucasfilm president gave a rundown on other Star Wars projects in development. A new Star Wars trilogy is still in development from writer and producer Simon Kinberg. Kennedy said, "He's working right now. He wrote something that we read in August and it was very good, but not there. We pretty much upended the story and then spent a great deal of time on the treatment," which he finished literally about 4 weeks ago. So when this article was published, that would mean sometime at the end of December. And she said, "It's a very detailed treatment, like 70 pages, and so he is expected to give us something in March." Meanwhile, the reported James Mangold Star Wars film, Dawn of the Jedi, according to Kennedy, is on hold. She said Jim Mangold and Beau Willimon wrote an incredible script, but it is definitely breaking the mold and it's on hold. Meanwhile, the reported Taika Waititi Star Wars script is still in the mix, she says. She says Taika turned in a script that I think is hilarious and great. Donald Glover also turned in a script, according to Kennedy, saying Donald Glover has turned in a script. And Kennedy later said that both Taika's script and Donald Glover's script are, quote, still somewhat alive. From these active projects, Kennedy said that these take us, quote, well into 2030 plus. So applying omission there, not mentioned at all in this interview, was Dave Filoni's other Star Wars film that would have culminated all of the New Republic era Star Wars Disney Plus shows, The Mandalorian, Ahsoka, and The Book of Boba Fett, which is rumored to be an Heir of the Empire Thrawn movie. But maybe those story ideas are now being reincorporated into Ahsoka Season 2. And after the reported Kylo Ren spinoff film from Steven Soderbergh, Adam Driver, and Scott Z. Burns that we covered in this video last year, she said, "As you have read, Steve Soderbergh and Adam Driver turned in a script written by Scott Burns. It was just great. Anything's a possibility if somebody's willing to take a risk." But Kennedy later said that this Kylo Ren script, along with James Mangold's Dawn of the Jedi film, are both on the back burner. Hey, while I am thrilled to be able to see a Star Wars movie in a theater again, I would feel a bit more confident if Kathleen Kennedy's chosen successors had ever produced an actual movie before. Dave Filoni and Lin-Manuel Brennan I trust to be guardians of the brand and internally respected leaders of hearts and minds at the studio, but an experienced producer knows how to translate things like that to a film-going audience and execute a consistent film release strategy. Like, look at other divisions of Disney. Kevin Feige had produced several successful films before becoming the Marvel Studios head. At Pixar, Jim Morris and Pete Docter both had their names on several massive and critically revered films before they took on the top jobs at that studio, replacing John Lasseter. Kathleen Kennedy is unparalleled as the producer of some of the biggest franchise hits in Hollywood history. Basically, she was the producer of the movies that made our childhoods. So when she stepped in to lead Lucasfilm, she quickly proved herself with the commercial success of the sequel trilogy, Rogue One, the launch of Galaxy's Edge, empowering Dave Filoni with projects like Rebels, and trusting Tony Gilroy to give us something as special as Andor was. I understand that the Star Wars brand isn't quite what it was, but assuming Filoni and Brennan can do better just because they're not Kathleen Kennedy, that's a pretty risky wager. While rebellions are built on hope, I just won't be that surprised if by the time of Kathleen Kennedy's stated benchmark year of 2030, Disney CEO Josh D'Amaro seeks someone else to take over from 2 transitional co-presidents, someone whose name has actually appeared on the executive producer line of a billion-dollar movie. Comment down below with your thoughts, and hey, I'm wearing our Skeleton Crew I Just Want to Go Home Neil shirt. It's like my favorite Star Wars shirt ever. That's available at our merch store, nerdriot.shop. Hey, big thanks to one of our In Our Underground subscribers, Paolo Bianca, for supporting us at the executive producer level. You can get all of our exclusive bonus content by clicking on the link in the description below or going to inrunderground.supercast.com. Big thanks to Studio Tech Brian Kim, New Rockstars editors Joshua Stephen Hurd and Abby Friel, and to Kelly Jewell for her work on this video. Follow me at Erik Voss and become a true believer of this kind of nerdy film and TV theorization and analysis by smashing that subscribe button. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye.